into a nursing home. Visiting Angels has over 400 franchised locations across the nation. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours a day. Rates are affordable, and you can select your caregiver before service begins. Visiting Angels has cared for hundreds of thousands of seniors nationwide. Franchises are available. Call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE. To find an office near you, visit www.visitingangels.com. For home care for your loved ones, call Visiting Angels now at 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE.
Thousands of people all across the country are choosing the flexibility of working when they want, driving with Uber. You'll control your day, plus be able to start earning right away just by driving your own car.
Why'd I choose to drive with Uber? So that's easy. Complete freedom. Working when I want. I mean, I can't get that anywhere else. So with both my kids in soccer camp, I drop them off, then I start driving. Or, we'll go to the park and I do it later. Or even just not at all that day. It's a beautiful thing. I just turn on the Uber app and ride requests come in, and I'm earning some extra money. It helps us stay on budget every month. Plus, we can save for a summer vacation. Total freedom. Working when I want, being my own boss. Yeah, driving with Uber is definitely the best option for me.
Earn the extra money you need on your schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day and watch the money add up fast. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper in credit card debt? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management will consolidate your accounts and work with your creditors. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
Mike Gallagher.
The world's on fire and the Democrats want to debate gun control. We'll give you an update on that. And Jeffrey Lord stops by to join us to talk about the so-called bigotry of Donald Trump. Welcome into the Mike Gallagher Show. I like talking about homeschooling the BJU Press way. We have a lot of people all over the world who love to homeschool their children. If you want to be introduced to all things related to the homeschooling community, you got to go to bjupresshomeschool.com. bjupresshomeschool.com. They're smart, they're sophisticated, they're state-of-the-art, cutting-edge technology. Everything related to the homeschool community you'll find. bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. Republican Donald Trump says the FBI's decision not to recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton is the greatest example yet that the system is rigged. Trump told a crowd in North Carolina that Clinton put the entire country in danger by using a private email server and that she was likely hacked. Trump also had harsh words for President Obama, arguing he should be at the White House addressing the nation's problems instead of joining Clinton on the campaign trail. FBI Director James Comey says he won't recommend Hillary Clinton be charged for the use of a private email server as Secretary of State, but that declaration is unlikely to wipe away voter concerns over the presidential candidate's trustworthiness. That's because Comey prefaced his announcement with a thorough critique of Clinton's use of the server. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 109 points. The Nasdaq dropped 40. More details at srnnews.com.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
And considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-967-2424 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-967-2424. That's 800-967-2424. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can tell you that Geico could save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not go straight to the source?
Hey, Harry's Money here. And the day Harry went to Geico.com and switched his car insurance was the day I got to hang around. Finally, boys bonding, bada bing, bada boom. No wonder Geico has 97% customer satisfaction. Personally, I give him 100, but that's just my 2 cents. That was funny.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Mike Gallagher.
I know you haven't noticed it, but it's been a bad couple of weeks for Team Clinton. You haven't noticed it because the media is desperately trying to continue to slime Donald Trump. Andrea Mitchell over at NBC was whining about Bill Clinton's meeting with Attorney General Loretta Lynch, you know, that ill-fated 30-minute meeting on her private jet on the tarmac at Phoenix Airport. We asked Donald Trump about that last week, and of course he responded that it was horrible and terrible and wildly inappropriate. Here's Andrea Mitchell on NBC News complaining about it.
They could have walked into the terminal, any place in public. Yes. To be on that plane for 30 minutes now, no matter what happens, if she is exonerated, there will still be suspicions, not only among the Donald Trump people, but among a lot of other people. There will be suspicions that it was politically influenced. This is absolutely a disastrous decision on their part.
You know, now is the time to man up and support the Republican presidential nominee. We've got Jeffrey Lord standing by, but I want to quickly get Paul in here because Paul has some words of inspiration for people who are undecided, I guess, about who to elect president. Hey, Paul. Paul, you there?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good.
Great. Hey, I'd like to thank you for your steadfast conviction with Donald Trump here. It's just unbelievable what the Republican elites are doing to him, and I just don't understand it. It's almost really scary.
They're petulant. Their feelings are hurt. They're tired of being wrong, and now they think they can be right by destroying the Republican nominee for president. It's unthinkable. And again, now's the time. This is a very vulnerable time for the Democrat candidate. My goodness, I get that the media is not going to report on her 3.5-hour interrogation with the FBI. We understand how the game is played. We understand how bad it looks that her husband is sitting there for 30 minutes on a plane with the Attorney General while the Attorney General's team is investigating Hillary Clinton's illegal private email server. We understand the big headline today in USA Today, Hillary's poll, her lead over Trump shrinks. You know, I mean, and many Democrats are sounding the alarm. Now's the time for Republicans to act like Republicans and get the heck on board and help this guy get elected. But, of course, a lot of the elites, as you just said it, Paul, can't be on board. They can't let their ego go unfettered here. Let's welcome on our guest line Jeffrey Lord, former member of the Ronald Reagan administration, former White House associate political director, journalist, author, political strategist. The caller mentioned, Jeffrey, that I have had steadfast support for Donald Trump. You are Mr. Steadfast. You're the doctor. You're the surgeon of steadfastness. You have been with Donald Trump throughout, and you kept your smiling, laughing countenance. And you know what? This has been a pretty good few days for Team Trump, has it not?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've been on CNN twice this morning talking about this sheriff business. I have a column at the American Spectator posted on this. And number one, this just is the kind of thing that just drives me crazy. Here we have a presidential nominee who is the first presidential nominee in American history to be investigated in a criminal investigation by the FBI, who has to spend 3.5 hours or whatever it was on a holiday weekend with the director of the FBI. And we're all upset about a tweet.
A retweet that may or may not, he didn't even originate the content. It may or may not be, well, it's a sheriff's badge. Well, it's a Star of David. I had a conversation with a friend. It was one of the funniest conversations I had. She hates Donald Trump, and she meekly says, well, wait a minute, did Hillary Clinton convert to Judaism? Yeah. I said, no, I believe she's a Methodist, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
I mean, for crying out loud, why would Donald Trump demonstrate anti-Semitism over an ad exposing her taking tons of money for speeches and profiting wildly from her time as Secretary of State? But as you say, you wrote a column at the American Spectator that talks about the times that Donald Trump fought racism.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a man who, when he took over Mar-a-Lago and made it into a club, he is the one who, clubs in Palm Beach were closed to Jews and blacks, I might add. He's the one who opened it up. And I might add, he did it in a very interesting way. He had to get all these permits from a local government group. And, these are the kind of people who protest that they're not biased, but mysteriously there are no blacks and Jews allowed in these clubs. He sent them a copy of the film Guess Who's Coming to Dinner.
Holy cow.
With Sidney Poitier, Spencer Tracy, and Katharine Hepburn. And the plot of the movie, for those who may not have been around, is that this white liberal couple who are very liberal are suddenly confronted with the fact that their beloved daughter has brought home a black man to marry, and suddenly all of their sort of hidden prejudices surface.
Right, but the point was, too, Jeffrey, there was a real sea change in the way Palm Beach, the upper crust of Palm Beach, looked at this. And as you say, it was no accident that Trump selected this movie to tweak the members of both the Palm Beach Town Council and the larger white society it represented. If you remember the movie itself, for him to send that movie out to these guys was a very clear message. Hey, guys, this is wrong to bar blacks and Jews from a club like Mar-a-Lago. We're not going to do it.
That's right. I mean, here's a guy who not only has Jewish family members, daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared, and grandchildren. This is a guy who was the Grand Marshal of the Israel Day Parade in New York City.
Right.
Who's America has gotten to know, as I certainly know, Michael Cohen, who is his counsel in the Trump organization, who's been on TV relentlessly defending him, who, of course, is Jewish. I mean, the notion that Donald Trump is somehow anti-Semitic is just garbage.
It would be instructive to reach out to the Jewish community in America and ask somebody who's paying attention to the politics of our relationship with Israel, who would be inclined and who is inclined to be more friendly to Israel.
To your point, exactly. In the last couple weeks, the Democratic National Committee platform meeting has been fighting over Israel.
Correct.
And they have had delegates on that committee virulently anti-Israel and anti-Jewish.
Absolutely.
And now that is serious. Yeah. That's public policy here.
That's right. That's exactly right.
This is the party of Occupy Wall Street that was fanatically anti-Jewish. I mean, this is just disgraceful stuff. And so to try and do this is the old, if I may, the old look squirrel.
Right.
When there's something really serious going on here, and there is something serious going on.
Well, there's a lot of serious things going on. I mean, we look at the world is on fire. Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, Baghdad, terror attacks all over the world. A few weeks ago here in the homeland in Orlando. Over the weekend, 64 shootings in Chicago, the president's hometown. And, of course, Hillary very fond of Chicago. They're not talking about the Wild West mentality going on in Chicago. There's serious, real challenges that this world and this country is facing, and we've got a media that's worried about whether Donald Trump's retweet was a Star of David or a sheriff's badge. I mean, This is the kind of nonsense, but the stars seem to be aligning, Jeffrey Lord. You look at the USA Today poll, her lead has shrunk now to 5 points. The final turnouts are out from the GOP and the Democrat numbers. The Republicans are up 62% this year. Democrats are down 21% this year. Donald Trump has instilled a sense of excitement and enthusiasm that we haven't seen in a lot of years.
One of the key things, Mike, and you've touched on it here with this poll, is if everything were going, roses for Hillary Clinton and everything were so terrible for Donald Trump, she would be leading by leaps
25 points.
20 points, right. The fact that she isn't, among other things, what this says is that she is weak as tea. People just don't like her. They just don't like her, and they don't want to see this for 4 years. She is a weak candidate, and that's a real problem for them.
She's a corrupt candidate. I don't care. I mean, we're going to be interested in hearing what James Comey, the FBI director, has to say today, and we're going to carry his speech live here on the Mike Gallagher Show in a little bit. But, Andy McCarthy wrote over the weekend, you don't go walking into the FBI office with your team of lawyers if you think you're going to be indicted. She must have a strong belief that she's not going to be indicted. I know that's the conventional wisdom, but doesn't the image of Hillary being grilled for 3.5 hours by the FBI, regardless of what they finally decide to do, doesn't that gravely injure her politically?
For throughout her entire career, these kind of things follow. Remember, for those who may not remember the comic strip Peanuts and the character there, Pigpen, I think his name was.
Right.
And everywhere he went, there was this cloud that followed him.
Yeah. This
is what happens. And I've said on CNN dozens of times, she becomes Secretary of State. She has a 100% clean slate to do whatever. And here we are again with an ethical discussion.
Well, I mean, look at her husband on the plane with Loretta Lynch, for crying out loud.
Right.
I mean, you think he's not going to move into the White House with her if she gets elected president? Do you think he won't have a role in policy with his wife at the helm?
And she's promised this. I mean, she has absolutely promised.
She's bragged about it.
Right.
And he's got the judgment.
He's on the plane with her for 30 minutes, with Loretta Lynch for 30 minutes, and now we get stories that if she's elected, she wants to keep Loretta Lynch as Attorney General.
Wonderful. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, that'd be just peachy. Well, I mean, listen, it's nice to check in with you once in a while, because I know people are listening and they say, is it a good time right now to be a Trump supporter? I mean, the way the media...
Absolutely.
And it is. It's a great time to be a Trump
there are
supporter.
Fundamental issues here. I mean, this is a big discussion about the direction of the country. And she's going to be in North Carolina. And for that matter, Donald Trump's going to be in North Carolina today. But she will be there with President Obama. And that tells you everything you need to know. If you're satisfied with the last 8 years and where we are now, and the lack of jobs and everything else, and the weakness in foreign policy and all these terror attacks, then she's your person.
And meanwhile, the Democrats are fixated on gun control as a response to the horrific terrorist attack in the Pulse nightclub in Orlando.
We all know how many NRA members were in Bangladesh over the weekend, right?
Yeah, those bombs that went off, I guess that we need bomb control in Bangladesh.
And Baghdad, right.
Yeah, I mean, it's this is insanity, and yet when it's here, and when the liberals get a hold of it, it's got to be about gun control, and the Democrats today in the House of Representatives are taking up more gun control legislation. But I want to remind our listeners who had the common sense response to say, if at least some of those poor people in that nightclub had been armed, it could have had a whole different outcome.
Yes,
that wasn't Hillary Clinton, for the record.
That is exactly right. If it would be a different outcome. But this isn't about guns. I mean, they just don't want to go to where the problem is.
Right, because
it's not a bunch of gun-toting folks.
No.
I mean, Turkey has some of the strictest gun control laws, not to mention Paris, going.
Correct.
But if this still happens.
But Jeffrey,
because of radical Islam.
But if you don't, it's right. If you don't focus on guns, then you got to deal with the very uncomfortable prospect of dealing with radical Islam right here in the homeland.
And they don't want to do it.
And they don't want to do that. Jeffrey, before you go, there's obviously lots of speculation about Mr. Trump's vice presidential running mate. Supposedly over the weekend, he met with a couple of them. He spent some time with Governor Mike Pence. He also apparently visited with Joni Ernst, the Republican senator from Iowa. She's a rising Republican star. I'm just praying for Newt because I think
you and me both.
Oh man, I mean a Trump Gingrich ticket to me is a dream ticket in my world at least, and I just wonder what your thoughts are. If you've heard anything, if you can give us...
I've written a column making the case for Newt. I've known him a long time, and I just think he is terrific. He's brilliant. He is exactly the kind of person you would need. I am not convinced that these candidates add or subtract to a ticket.
Me too.
We've had people who've done badly as nominees, vice presidential nominees, and their ticket was elected, and people who've done very well and their ticket was not elected.
Yep.
What I think you've got to have, who is the best person for that president to sit in the little study off the Oval Office once a week and have lunch and reach out to Capitol Hill and do all those things a vice president does. I have to say, I'm not a Joe Biden fan, but he was great for Barack Obama, as was Cheney for Bush and Gore for Clinton. They were heavyweights. That's what you've got to have here, and I think Newt is perfect for Donald.
Well, Jeffrey Lord, you and I are in total agreement today. Big shock. That's a real shocker.
That's right.
I mean, our listeners won't know what to think. I'm always grateful for the time you take with us. And, of course, your terrific book, What America Needs, The Case for Trump, because this guy, Jeffrey Lord, has been making the case for Donald Trump for a long time. Jeffrey, all the best. Keep fighting the good fight.
All right, my friend.
Appreciate you joining
Bye-bye.
us. There's more coming up. Your reaction to all of this. Don't you agree it's a good time to be a Republican? Don't you agree it's a good time to stand up for Donald Trump? Don't you agree it's time to get these petulant, whining, complaining folks who are trying to stop Donald Trump and call themselves Republican off their sore spot and get going? 1-800-655-MIKE. Is there hope for them? Is there hope for the Never Trumpers? Incidentally, we've told you how we've launched on 860 AM The Answer in San Francisco today. Big news about Kevin Durant of the NBA. Not everybody's happy about it. One reaction from a young man in Oklahoma City sort of captured the mood there. That and more all ahead on the Mike Gallagher Show.
It's the right time of the night. The stars are waking up.
Hey, do you feel like your circulation isn't what it used to be? Your hands, your feet getting cold? Means your circulation is probably not doing what it should because of your lower nitric oxide levels. It's a fact that if you're over 40, your nitric oxide levels decrease dramatically. I want you to try natural fast-melting tablets that work. It's called Neo 40. I want you to try Neo 40 daily. This is a revolutionary, clinically proven, patented tablet that melts in your mouth, it tastes terrific, and it immediately helps your body create nitric oxide. That helps your body boost its circulation, relaxes your arteries, maintains healthy blood pressure levels, and supports general heart and cardiovascular health. And here's the deal. You can take the Mike Gallagher Show Heart Health Challenge, get a free box of Neo 40 with your first order. And you also get a free box of saliva testing strips so you can see it's going to work. Call 800-901-4391 now. 800-901-4391 or go to Mike40.com for this special offer. Mike40.com. Neo 40.
Mike Gallagher.
You know you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing? Like getting a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Hi, I'm Missy Tannen. Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bollandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
Go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code CALM. That's 20% off right now at bollandbranch.com. Promo code CALM, spelled B-O-L-L, and branch.com. Promo code CALM.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt with Andrew Del Rey, who along with Todd Avakian runs Sierra Pacific. 844-LEND-USA, 844-LENDUSA.com. Andrew's smiling face is over at HughHewitt.com. Andrew and Todd did my loan. They did my kids' loans. I completely 100% trust them. And if you're out there and you know you should do a refi, or you know you want to get pre-qualified, or you think, now I'm going to move up in the market, but it's just so much doggone work. I got done in 30 days because of Andrew. His team is extraordinary. And Andrew, that's your commitment to people. You get it done in 30 days.
That's right. A lot of people, Hugh, have been putting it off. They know they need to refinance. They know they need to debt consolidate, but they see it as a long, arduous process. And honestly, it just takes one call to get it going. We've got a great team that knows how to get it done, and we can get it done within 30 days.
Happy, effective, polite, competent people. That's Andrew and Todd's team. Call them at 844-LEND-USA or go to HughHewitt.com and click on Andrew's smiling face. 844-LEND-USA, 844-LENDUSA.com.
If you're a Christian and own or lead a business, you are in a unique position. You strive to serve God, your customers, and your employees. You may even wonder if there are other Christians who own businesses trying to achieve these same goals. There are, and FCCI has found them. FCCI, the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International, has spent the last few decades building a network of some of the nation's strongest CEOs who share your faith. We want to connect you with them. Join us September 18th to the 22nd at the Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota and meet well-known leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founder of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr. Learn how to better steward your company for God with hundreds of other Christian CEOs at this year's FCCI Business Conference in September. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. There are only 100 seats remaining. Reserve your place today at fcci.org. That's fcci.org.
Say goodbye to thieves. Say hello to CudaCam by Barracuda Networks, the leader in cloud security and storage solutions. CudaCam is a complete cloud-hosted video surveillance solution that captures high-quality footage when motion is detected. Just plug in one or more CudaCam cameras with no network or camera configuration. Video evidence is automatically encrypted and stored in the Barracuda cloud for secure access from any web browser or mobile device. Visit CudaCam.com to learn why CudaCam is so easy on your wallet, yet so hard to avoid.
Mike Gallagher.
Incidentally, we talk about the world on fire, that big attack in Bangladesh last week, Friday. 3 of the killed were American college students. These attacks are affecting us. They're impacting us. They are slaughtering Americans. Portions of our show brought to you by Hillary's America, the movie. It's the movie the media, the academic elites, the Democrats, and Hillary don't want you to see. It's the movie you must see before you vote in November. Hillary's America. For more information, go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. In theaters nationwide, July 22nd. Going to be a very exciting movie. Hillary's AmericaTheMovie.com. David, you're on the Mike Gallagher Show. How you doing, David?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I wanted to encourage every American citizen listening to call your congressmen and women up and tell them no more gun control. There are over 10,000 laws on the books regarding your restrictions on your right to keep and bear arms. And I forget the colonel, formerly a congressman from South Florida, who had said repeatedly that a huge number of members of the Congressional Black Caucus sort of have a proclivity towards the old hammer and sickle.
Right. Alan West.
And, yeah, God bless Alan West. He's a great guy. From the Navy to the Army, I say thank you, everybody who served honorably, and enough is enough.
Amen.
People.
Well, and it's shocking, David, to see that they've taken terrorism in Orlando and tried to turn it into a gun control debate. It is disgusting. And we'll focus on that. How about the lady who got kicked out of a restaurant because she had a red Make America Great baseball cap on? I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of government intervention, right? They're going to shut that business down like they have bakers and others, right? We'll tell you all about that case coming up. Fighting a tax battle right now? Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business? Do you have a bank levy or a wage garnishment or years of unfiled tax returns? Do not fight this fight alone. You need people in your corner. You need professionals. You need tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who know the language of the IRS and know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you. Most of all, they know your rights. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. If you owe a lot in back taxes, if you have a bank levy, a wage garnishment, or years of unfiled tax returns, don't panic. Reach out to Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Give them a call at 800-280-9595. This could be the most important number you'll write down all day. 800-280-9595. They know how to protect you. They're never intimidated by the IRS, and they know how to advocate on your behalf. Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Call 800-280-9595. 800-280-9595.
Welcome to the Jesus Calling Daily Radio Devotional. Today's excerpt points out that even though we may be bound by time, God's ways are timeless.
Wait patiently with me while I bless you. Don't rush into my presence with time consciousness gnawing at your mind. I dwell in timelessness. I am, I was, I will always be. For you, time is a protection. You're a frail creature who can handle only 24-hour segments of life. Time can also be a tyrant, ticking away relentlessly in your mind. Learn to master time, or it will be your master. Though you are a time-bound creature, seek to meet me in timelessness. As you focus on my presence, the demands of time and tasks will diminish. I will bless you and keep you, making my face shine upon you graciously, giving you peace.
Embrace joy in Jesus with Sarah Young's first 365-day devotional, Since Jesus Calling. Jesus Always. Available October 2016.
Mike Gallagher.
The American Health Association reports that many Americans over 40 do not produce enough nitric oxide. It's a key component in promoting healthy circulation and a healthy heart, but our nitric oxide levels fall naturally as we age. Neo 40 is the leading nitric oxide boosting lozenge, backed by clinical studies from UT Austin. Try Neo 40 daily now by going to Mike40.com or call 800-901-4391. Ask for the Gallagher Special and order a 2-month supply. You'll get 1 month absolutely free. You'll receive free saliva testing strips so you can measure your nitric oxide levels and see the results for yourself. You'll also receive a free book, The NO Solution. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Try Neo 40 Daily today. Go to Mike40.com. That's Mike40.com. Or call 800-901-4391. That's 800-901-4391.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. FBI Director James Comey says the Bureau is not recommending criminal charges after its investigation of Hillary Clinton's email use.
Although the Department of Justice makes final decisions on matters like this, we are expressing to Justice our view
that no charges are appropriate in this case.
Comey went on to say Hillary Clinton and her team are not without fault.
There is evidence that they were extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information.
Comey also contradicted Clinton's past claims that she had turned over all of her emails and that she'd never sent or received any emails that were classified at the time. The FBI chief says 110 emails were determined to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. Correspondent Lori Hinnant says the Associated Press has found that Islamic State extremists continue to brutally control thousands of kidnapped Yazidi women and teen girls.
The Islamic State extremists are increasing their control over about 3,000 Yazidi women and girls who were kidnapped in 2014 as sex slaves.
The Islamic terrorists have created a database of the women with their photos and the names of their owners to prevent them escaping through ISIS checkpoints. The fighters are also assassinating smugglers who rescue the captives. Meanwhile, the extremists use smartphone apps to sell the women amongst themselves. A federal judge has blocked Kansas from cutting off Medicaid funding for 2 Planned Parenthood affiliates. U.S. District Judge Julie Robinson in Kansas City, Kansas, issued the temporary order Tuesday in a lawsuit filed by local Planned Parenthood affiliates. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment planned to cut off funding for patients receiving the coverage through Kansas's Medicaid program. On Wall Street, the Dow down by 109 points to 17,840, the Nasdaq dropping 40, the S&P lower by 14, and crude oil down to $46.32 a barrel. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. You're a target of the most powerful collection agency in the world, and you need representation you can trust. Don't get scammed by imitators and telemarketers' high-pressure tactics. At Wall & Associates, they develop trust with their clients through a free face-to-face consultation. They've saved their clients over $129 million in the past 5 years. Call 1-800-983-5313 now for your free face-to-face consultation. Ignoring your tax problem will only make it worse. Call 1-800-983-5313 to get immediate help. With over 30 years of experience, Wall & Associates has helped thousands of taxpayers, and they can help you. Call now, 1-800-983-5313. 800-983-5313. wallandassociates.net.
Doctors are getting another tool to help heart patients lead healthier lives.
A slowly dissolving medical implant for treating clogged arteries has won approval from the FDA. The agency okayed the Absorb stent for patients with coronary artery disease, which causes a buildup of fatty plaque in the arteries, resulting in about 370,000 deaths in the U.S. each year. The new stent is designed to dissolve over 3 years. Older stents are permanent mesh wire tubes that hold open arteries after a procedure to clear plaque.
Correspondent Rich Thomason. A former National Guard soldier in Arlington, Virginia, has been charged with plotting to help the Islamic State group and contemplating a Fort Hood-style attack against the U.S. military. Court records made public today indicate Mohammed Jalal quit the Army National Guard after hearing lectures from radical cleric Anwar al-Awlaki. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. The U.S. government is investigating complaints from Ford Explorer owners who say they smelled exhaust gas inside the SUV.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said it received 154 complaints involving Ford Explorers with model years between 2011 and 2015. Exhaust gas was smelled when the SUVs were in full throttle. The odor was also detected when the air conditioner was in recirculation mode. Some owners said that 2 previous recommended fixes from Ford failed to fix the issue.
Correspondent Greg Clugston reports Ford is cooperating with the investigation. The Transportation Security Administration says it's expanding tests to speed up airport lines and improve security. TSA plans to start using CT scanners to inspect carry-on bags at a checkpoint in the Phoenix airport by the end of the year, which would eliminate the need for screeners to examine X-ray images of every bag. The agency will also expand a pilot program sending suspicious bags to a separate area. More at townhall.com.
This is your total information source. The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, here is Mike Gallagher.
The world is a really scary place right now. We continue to see terror attacks everywhere. ISIS is calling for more attacks. We're going to need a commander-in-chief who has the resolve to keep this country safe from these monsters. I was reading a story over the weekend about a woman named Esther Levy. And we're trying to reach out to Ms. Levy. She lives in Orange County, New York. She's been going to a Mexican restaurant there called the Cancun Inn. It's in Sugarloaf. And she's been going for a long time, apparently. She said, I know one of the owners. He'd greet me every time I came in. I never had a problem. But he wasn't there on Sunday. And things took a turn on Sunday when she walked into the restaurant with her Donald Trump button on her blouse and a red Make America Great Again cap, baseball cap. She was joined by a retired local judge, a guy named Alvin Goldstein. She took a seat. She ordered from the waitress. Waitress was smiling, no incident. But the waitress soon returned without her smile and said that they had to leave. Ms. Levy, a writer, told the New York Post, "I was shocked. The waitress seemed very surprised by it all and was told to refuse us service." Well, we got up and just started to leave. Levy said a man who identified himself as a co-owner blasted the woman for supporting Donald Trump as they left. She said on the way out, the co-owner decided to yell at me and humiliate me. He said, "We don't serve Donald Trump supporters here. Get out of here and never come back." The judge that she was with, Judge Goldstein, said he defiantly predicted victory for Trump as he walked out of the restaurant. The co-owner said Hillary was going to win. Well, the Cancun Inn's Facebook page, which I haven't looked at yet, but apparently it's being bombarded with criticism after Ms. Levy relayed her version of the events. A number of people are promising to boycott this. Now, who knows? Sometimes these stories are he said, she said. One of the counterclaims from the restaurant now is they're in damage control mode, but one of the claims is that she was rude. She was just obnoxious and rude. She just came into the restaurant and treated everybody rudely. I find that a little bit hard to believe, but who knows? The point is, the story wouldn't surprise you, would it? Is it fair to say that people who are Donald Trump supporters are being treated a lot worse by Hillary supporters than the other way around? In other words, you have to be embarrassed to publicly support Donald Trump. You better be careful if you wear a badge, if you wear a button, if you wear a t-shirt, if you wear a baseball cap, one of those red Make America Great baseball caps. It almost makes you feel like you have to support the Republican nominee in private. But if you're a Hillary fan, you do whatever you want. Nobody's going to challenge you. Does it feel like that to you? Does it feel to you like Donald Trump supporters are being stifled, marginalized? Does it feel like all the way the deck is stacked against Trump is continuing to be worse? I mean, look at the news right now. Big banner headline in USA Today. Hillary lead over Donald Trump shrinks to 5 points. They're now neck and neck. She's got 45 points. He's got 40 points. That's closer than 2 months ago when she led by double digits. 2 months ago in the USA Today Suffolk University poll, Hillary led Donald Trump 50 to 49% or 50 to 39%. Today, it's 45.6 to 40.4. You do realize, and I'm not saying anything to tick you off. I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm going to make a statement right now. He has more than a viable chance of becoming the next president of the United States. You know that, right? Because the way the media is characterizing this, he doesn't stand a chance. He's a buffoon. He's a bigot. He's a racist. He retweets terrible things. He's pro-gun. He thinks the victims of Orlando should have been armed. He thinks we ought to build a wall. We ought to crack down on illegal immigration. He doesn't know what he's talking about on trade. He doesn't know what he's talking about on terrorism or guns. He doesn't stand a chance. But Hillary, the woman who spent 3.5 hours evidently Saturday being grilled by FBI agents, now she's our gal. She's the viable, realistic choice for president. I urge you to reject the very destructive forces of the Republican Party who are apparently not cooperating with the whole process this summer. Ignore them, go with your gut, look around at the world, absorb the world on fire with these terror attacks all over the world, including right here in the United States, in Orlando, not long ago. And you ask yourself, should you have to be ashamed to be a Donald Trump supporter? Because here's a newsflash, I'm not. I'm proud and happy and quite confident that Donald Trump has a very good chance of winning. And it will be a stunning achievement if we can hold back Hillary Clinton and keep her out of the White House for 8 more years. Our number is 800-655-MIKE. Welcome into the Mike Gallagher Show. Let's talk about this dynamic. By the way, the woman that got kicked out of the restaurant, I'm sure she'll file a lawsuit, right? Because I thought you're not allowed to deny service to somebody based on who they are. She's a Trump supporter. Isn't she allowed to get a burrito at the Cancun Inn in Orange County, New York, just north of New York City? There should be a federal investigation, right? Because she was discriminated against, was she not? 1-800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. That's our number. Let's talk about this sort of double standard, a Hillary supporter and how they're treated versus a Donald Trump supporter and how they're treated. Your voice, your call, your perspective coming up. If you suffer from back pain, and many do, it can mess with your life. Whenever you move, you feel the pain. Now, Australian Dream, makers of the trusted arthritis pain relief cream, has a new formula to ease back pain. Australian Dream Back Pain Cream. It's real medicine, and it can effectively relieve your simple backache. Now, it may be more expensive than other creams, but it's what you turn to, what you go to when everything else lets you down. Australian Dream is real relief without the odor or burning of other topical pain products. It's a rich moisturizing cream, which I love. Absorbs easily. It isn't greasy. Unlike other products, Australian Dream is backed by the terrific empty jar guarantee. Try it. If you're not completely satisfied, you can return the empty jar and get a full refund. But if you're like me, you're not going to be returning it because you're going to love Australian Dream Back Pain Cream, the real relief you've been waiting for. If you're in pain, just pull into a Walgreens or CVS and get Australian Dream Back Pain Cream in the purple and white box in the pain relief aisle.
Are you noticing your hair thinning? Are you seeing scalp where there used to be hair? Help is here. There's a breakthrough in the science of hair growth. The revolutionary new hands-free Hair Max laser band, designed by Pininfarina. It uses the science of laser light to safely and effectively regrow your hair. It delivers nourishing light energy to your hair follicles to stimulate hair growth right at the roots. Don't think you have the time to deal with hair loss treatments? think again. The Laser Band provides the fastest laser treatment for hair loss available. Use it for as little as 90 seconds, 3 times a week, and experience new hair growth with increased density and fullness. It's clinically proven, FDA cleared, and backed with a 5-month money-back guarantee. So, you've got nothing to lose and a whole lot of hair to gain. Order today at hairmax.com or by calling 1-800-9REGROW. That's 1-800-973-4769. Or order online at hairmax.com. Again, that's 1-800-973-4769.
I'm Pete. I just launched my first company. Thanks to Custom Ink, I can get my name out there with custom t-shirts, jackets, and polos. I just uploaded my logo online, and with a few easy steps, I had my crew covered in no time.
For all of life's events, choose Custom Ink. Promote your own business and elevate your brand with custom business apparel from Custom Ink. It's easy and fun to make a statement with Custom Ink's online design lab. Your designs, quality products, free shipping. Start designing for your business today at customink.com.
Have you ever thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony? Well, now is the perfect time. This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. Right now, our free communication weekend is on, this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free communication weekend means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony. So don't wait. Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
Mike Gallagher.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. American Financing was founded on a simple principle: save homeowners money. They knew if they did that, everything else would fall into place. American Financing's mortgage consultants are salary-based. They specialize in solutions, not counting commissions. This means that American Financing works for you to find the loan in your best interest, not what's good for the bank. You have goals, they have solutions. If you're in the market for a new home loan or to refinance, call American Financing. They could be saving your family hundreds of dollars each month. It takes only 10 minutes to pre-qualify, and you may close in as fast as 10 days. With zero upfront fees, they'll customize a loan program to fit your financial goals. Do your homework and see for yourself. 866-420-6690. That's 866-420-6690. Or online at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
You've had enough of your back pain. You're tired of it. Find your nearest Walgreens or CVS and look for the Australian Dream, makers of the trusted arthritis pain relief cream, now with a formula to ease back pain. Australian Dream Back Pain Cream is real medicine, and it can effectively relieve your simple backache. It absorbs easily and it isn't greasy. Australian Dream is backed by the empty jar guarantee. No more pain for you. Pull into your Walgreens or CVS now. Get Australian Dream Back Pain Cream in the purple and white box in the pain relief aisle.
Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
FBI Director James Comey is going to address reporters today, I presume, about his meeting or the meeting with FBI agents and Hillary Clinton and her team of lawyers. I'm sure I'm going to practice what we're going to hear. We have found no deliberate, purposeful evidence of wrongdoing on the part of Mrs. Clinton. It was inadvertent. She accidentally erased those 32,000 emails or whatever it was. Her top right-hand woman, Uma Abedin, burned all of her schedules just because that was standard protocol. They didn't mean to withhold any evidence. And Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign is intact. I'm just practicing to hear what we'll hear from FBI Director Jim Comey. You'll hear the announcement and you'll hear the press conference here on this great radio station and on the Mike Gallagher Show, because we're going to cover it and we'll carry it for you because that's what we do. Meanwhile, let's talk about the way Trump supporters are treated versus Hillary supporters. Dustin says he can relate. Hey, Dustin, welcome aboard. How are you?
Doing all right. How about you?
I'm good.
Well, I just wanted to say I live in Columbus, Ohio, and it's just crazy trying to be a Trump supporter in this city. For example, I drive to work every morning, and there's a business that has a Trump sign in their front yard, and every couple of days it's missing, and they have to replace it.
Somebody just keep stealing the Trump sign out of the business's yard.
Yep, and I just want to buy more signs and go in there and give them to it. Like, I feel bad because it happens so often. I've seen it happen at least 5 times.
Yeah, every Trump supporter in Columbus, Ohio ought to all pool their resources, buy about 100 signs, and come deliver it to them and put them all in the yard.
It's ridiculous. And I wear a Donald Trump hat daily, and I actually deliver for a delivery company.
Right.
And the media says, no one supports Donald Trump. Everyone's mean about Donald Trump, but I mostly get compliments on the hat. It's crazy. Like, I deliver in a poor neighborhood, and I was surprised. I thought I would be getting a hostile reaction based on what I see on TV and hear on the radio, but most of the time people are like, wow, like, I can't believe you're wearing that hat.
And you really do get more positive comments about the hat than you do negative?
At least when it's face-to-face in person like that, but I am afraid to wear it in a restaurant or when I go shopping or something like that, just because I've had experiences where people won't see it at first, and then they see it, and they're just like, wow, I can't believe you're wearing that.
And isn't it unbelievable, Dustin, that you have to worry about proudly supporting the presidential candidate who is the GOP nominee in public? That you've got to be concerned about walking into a restaurant. I mean, this lady, if this story is correct out of the New York Post, Esther Levy got kicked out. She wasn't even allowed to eat there.
I can't even imagine having that happen be so embarrassing, especially if you're with family or something.
Oh, yeah, she's with a friend, and she's being yelled at by the owner. This owner ought to lose his business. I mean, if we're taking away businesses from people who don't want to serve wedding cakes or cater weddings that they don't agree with flowers, then this guy ought to be, he ought to lose his business as well for kicking out a Donald Trump supporter. We're trying to track the lady down and see if we can get her on the show. She's a writer. She lives in Orange County, New York, and we're going to see if we can't have a conversation with Esther Levy over what she experienced. Meanwhile, here's Bob. Bob, welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show. How are you? Bob, you there? All right, let's try Henry. One open line, 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. Henry, how are you, sir?
I'm doing quite well, Mike. Great show.
Thank you very much. What's your opinion of the way Trump supporters are being treated these days?
Well, in my 73 years here in the United States, I'm a veteran and all of that. I've never seen an election where I made shirts that says "Truckers for Trump" because I'm a cross-country trucker.
Mm-hmm.
And on the back of them, they say, "Vote to make America great again."
Sure.
I've had guys threaten to shoot me. I've had guys wanting to fist fight as soon as I walk in a place. But then on another level, I've had a lot of people come up and say how much they are proud that I did that, how much they appreciate it, and how much they support Mr. Trump. I've had my pictures taken quite a bit. I'm on the internet. I work for Mr. Trump out of Alabama, out of Montgomery. I live in Dothan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm planning to go to the convention with my shirt. And one guy said to me, he said, "Aren't you afraid of the protesters?" I said, "No. I've had family members that won't speak to me. I'm the oldest person in my family."
Wow.
I've had nieces and nephews refuse to even talk to me anymore since I did this. They told me I'm crazy.
And and Henry, if I can interject here, you know what's fascinating and really, really maddening about all this? Here's what you've just shared, all the crap that you have to go through because you're showing your support for the Republican candidate. I guarantee you, Hillary supporters who wear her T-shirts and her caps and her buttons and all of that, they're not going through any of that.
The people tell me they don't care what Hillary did. I went to a family reunion this weekend, and some of the relatives found out that I have a Trump sticker on my car, and they said, "You for Trump?" I said, "Yeah." They just started going off, and I said, "Wait a minute, they wouldn't even let me speak."
You wouldn't even. They don't even want to look. There's a video that's gone viral of a young kid taking on a Black Lives Matter protest. They both happen to be black, and we'll see if we can find that audio. And they go back and forth. And the Black Lives Matter supporter, who's very paternal and trying to talk down to this young kid, says things like, "Oh, Donald Trump's father was in the Klan," and just throwing out all these lies as if they're factual. And the kid isn't buying any of it because that's not true. This kid, who was years younger than the Black Lives Matter supporter, infinitely smarter and more knowledgeable than the Black Lives Matter supporter. Listen, it's why this movie is important. This portion of the Mike Gallagher Show brought to you by Hillary's America. This is the most important movie you'll see before you vote in November. Go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. I wonder how people who are uncomfortable with Donald Trump as the presidential candidate for the GOP feel when you hear about a story like this. What's your reaction to hearing Henry's story? Join us, 1-800-655-MIKE.
Sitting alone in New York City and I don't know.
Let me tell you a little bit about my wonderful friends at Visiting Angels, America's Choice in Senior Home Care. These are the experienced, compassionate caregivers that I've been blessed to tell radio audiences about for years. I so appreciate what Visiting Angels does. Let me break it down for you. These are experienced, compassionate caregivers. Their rates are affordable. You can select the caregiver before the service starts. They come into your loved one's home who is a senior, and they take good care of them. They provide the TLC they deserve. They help with things like preparing meals, light housework, personal hygiene, running errands, just companionship, anywhere from a few hours a day up to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Again, the rates are affordable. Franchise opportunities and employment opportunities are available too. What are you waiting for? Reach out to America's Choice in Senior Home Care, Visiting Angels. Call 877-374-LIVE or go to visitingangels.com, 877-374-LIVE or visitingangels.com.
Mike Gallagher.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. Donald Trump's accusing Hillary Clinton of bribing Attorney General Loretta Lynch. In a speech at Raleigh, North Carolina tonight, Trump suggested Lynch may have believed that if she let Clinton off the hook, she'd have 4 more years on the job. The decision not to recommend charges was made by the FBI. Meanwhile, Clinton was in North Carolina as well today. She made a stop in Charlotte with what will likely be many campaign appearances with President Obama and Air Force One as a background prop. House Republican leaders attempting to round up support for a measure that would let federal authorities block gun sales to suspected terrorists, but the government would have to prove in court within 3 days that the suspect was planning to engage in terrorism. Democrats oppose the short-term limit and have threatened to stage similar protests in the House, just like they did about 2 weeks ago. This is SRN News.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
The American Health Association reports that many Americans over 40 do not produce enough nitric oxide. It's a key component in promoting healthy circulation and a healthy heart, but our nitric oxide levels fall naturally as we age. Neo 40 is the leading nitric oxide boosting lozenge, backed by clinical studies from UT Austin. Try Neo 40 daily now by going to Mike40.com or call 800-901-4391. Ask for the Gallagher Special and order a 2-month supply. You'll get 1 month absolutely free. You'll receive free saliva testing strips so you can measure your nitric oxide levels and see the results for yourself. You'll also receive a free book, The NO Solution. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Try Neo 40 Daily today. Go to Mike40.com. That's Mike40.com. Or call 800-901-4391. That's 800-901-4391.
Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can tell you that Geico could save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not go straight to the source?
Hey, Harry's Money here. And the day Harry went to Geico.com and switched his car insurance was the day I got to hang around. Finally, boys bonding, bada bing, bada boom. No wonder Geico has 97% customer satisfaction. Personally, I give him 100, but that's just my 2 cents. That was funny.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Are you anyone's favorite person?
Kyle, you're on the Mike Gallagher Show. Hey, Kyle, how are you?
Hey, great, Mike.
Good.
You know, it's funny.
Mike Gallagher.
Sorry about that. Got some technical glitches going on with the old computer. 26 minutes before the hour. It is quite the day in America. Here's a new poll out. USA Today poll. It had been double digits a couple months ago. Now it's only 5 points separates Mrs. Clinton from Mr. Trump. All kinds of news on Capitol Hill. Congress taking up more gun control legislation. Democrats are planning more shenanigans and more of their nonsense. They're going to stomp around and hold their breath until they turn blue and try to disrupt the session and demand that gun control be enacted. Because after all, that's the pressing issue with terrorism. As, 150 people get blown up by a suicide bomber in Baghdad, as more people lose their lives in Bangladesh when they're blowing up people, stabbing people, incidentally. The deaths, many of the deaths in the Bangladesh cafe, which included 3 American college students, those poor people were stabbed to death. So not a big debate about knife control in Bangladesh, I suspect. Here in America, you get dozens of people murdered by a guy pledging allegiance to ISIS and to al-Baghdadi. You got a guy who was evidently a radicalized Islamist terrorist, and all the left wants to do is scream about gun control. How did he get the guns? As I said on Fox News a week or two ago, if he blew up the Pulse nightclub with the kinds of explosives that the terrorists are using all over the world, I don't think there'd be much of a debate about gun control. Now, would there? You know how they take out people with suicide vests? They shoot them. The good guys with guns take out the bad guys with suicide vests. You know, the Wayne LaPierre quote, the only way to take out a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. It's the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun. I guess we have to modify that now. The only way to stop a bad guy with a suicide vest is a good guy with a gun. Because that's what they do. They shoot them dead. It's what they did to some of these monsters in the airport in Istanbul when they went running in. There's a video of it. And that leads me to this interesting take on terror. Carol Markowitz writes an op-ed in the New York Post that she thinks it's time to stop showing the video of the carnage and the death and the destruction left behind by the terrorists. She writes, after 9/11, there was debate about whether to show the people jumping from the towers to their deaths below. I was on the side that supported showing the pictures. They were important to understanding the story inside those towers. The desperation the people who had been sitting at their desks minding their own business must have felt that morning is encapsulated in the jumpers, she wrote. The enemy, who we didn't think too much about, but who thought about us quite a bit, caused those people to leap. We had to face the Islamic fundamentalist enemy. And to do that, we had to look at what they had done. People said 9/11 seemed like a movie, she says. The jumpers made the scene real. They weren't part of a movie. They were actual people jumping out of burning buildings and ending their lives. Since 9/11, we've experienced a massive expansion of information sharing. And that has included gruesome deaths seen up close. We've seen pictures and videos of beheadings, suicide bombers, blood-soaked nightclubs, a man burned alive, and so on. In 2004 rather, the issue of whether to watch videos of Al-Qaeda beheading prisoners came to the forefront as terrorists filmed their executions and released the videos with increasing frequency. She says, what does it do to our psyches to watch people die or get blown up or shot? We cannot avoid hearing news that will upset us, and no one is saying to totally ignore the fact that terrorist attacks are happening, but we should think twice about looking at the images from the attacks. We're becoming desensitized to the horror of it, she argues. It's the exact opposite effect that the 9/11 jumpers had on us. The deaths seemed less real and more like a movie the more we watched them. To take the Islamist threat seriously, we need to step back a little bit from the gore they desperately want us to see. So here's an editorial writer arguing that since we're seeing images of bloody corpses and dying and injured people, we're becoming too desensitized, and we ought to stop seeing it. It's fascinating to me that she makes this distinction between the 9/11 jumpers and what we're seeing now. We're seeing the equivalent of 9/11 jumpers. The people that are being hacked to death, burned alive, thrown off buildings, drowned, shot, executed. They're just like the victims of 9/11. They just died a different way. I don't know how Carol Markowitz argues, well, it was all right and we should have watched the jumpers on 9/11 because that brought it home for us, but somehow now we got to put a lid on this, we got to walk away, and we should stop seeing the images of these violent executions, these murders. No, I have to say, with all due respect to Carol Markowitz, you're wrong. We should see every last one of them. We should recognize this isn't a movie. These are people's daughters and sons. These are children in many cases, college kids. These are people's fathers and mothers. And when you see evil, you, I hope, determine determine that you have to develop a resolve to do something about it, not just dither. Not wring your hands and say, well, I hope it doesn't happen here. It's happening here. Ask the people of Orlando. It's happening here. And you have a decision to make. You've got a choice to make. Is what Barack Obama has been doing working? How's that going for us so far in this war that we're in the middle of? You think Hillary Clinton's going to be an appreciable improvement? Or do you think perhaps a guy who is happy to say we must fight fire with fire, Donald Trump, would be a better commander-in-chief than Hillary Clinton? And again, back to this story of this woman from Orange County, New York, Esther Levy, 61-year-old woman from Warwick, reports that she was kicked out of a restaurant for no other reason than being a Donald Trump supporter. She was asked to leave, told to leave, and the owner said, "We don't serve Trump supporters here." Now, if this happened to a Hillary Clinton supporter, I can promise you the New York Times would have to crank out extra editions to keep up with the demand. What do you make of this reaction from people who get mocked and taunted and even discriminated against for being a Donald Trump supporter? 1-800-655-MIKE. One open line, 800-655-6453. I hope you join us. Here's Matt. Matt, welcome. How are you, sir?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Doing great.
Talk to you. Love your show.
Thank you.
On so many points that I agree with in every single way.
Good to hear.
I live in Orange County. Thank you, brother. I live in Orange County. I've never been to that restaurant. However, now, because of this woman's travesty, I feel like going there wearing a hat, socks, sneakers.
I feel like going with you. I mean, we could get a whole red outfit, head to toe, nothing but "Make America Great Again." We could get, Trump's face stenciled on the front of a T-shirt, walk in there and dare them to kick us out.
But Mike, don't you think that there could be an element of some of the kitchen workers in the back that saw that, being it's a Mexican restaurant, and there may just be a few illegals working there.
Oh, might be a couple, perhaps. There must be something that...
Maybe one or two.
Yep.
And they got offended by that. And, of course, they were on the inside with the owner, and maybe that was the reason why this...
Well, all I ask, Matt, is that just remember, Matt, the name of the restaurant, the Cancun Inn in Orange County, New York. It's a popular eatery in Sugarloaf. And according to this woman, this 61-year-old lady, she was kicked out of the restaurant for wearing a "Make America Great" hat again, with the owner taunting her on the way out. She said he decided to yell at me and humiliate me. He said, "We don't serve Trump supporters here. Get out of here and never come back." Now, substitute any one of a number of categories of people who would have been treated that way in a restaurant, and ask yourself what the media response would be. 800-655-MIKE. John, you're on the Mike Gallagher Show. John, welcome. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. What's up? Thank you.
It just seems to me that the left, at least for the last few election cycles, has been instrumental in picking who wins our primary. It seemed to me like they had a big hand in McCain winning and Romney winning, and now they gave all this fawning coverage to Trump before he was the presumptive nominee. But as soon as they become the presumptive nominee, they turn on him with both barrels.
It's an interesting argument. I mean, you could make a case that the media has done a complete about-face on the same guy from before he became the nominee to after. And maybe so. Maybe they view him as the most vulnerable of all the Republicans. I don't know. I know what...
Easiest to be.
Yeah.
The easiest to beat.
Well, perhaps. I know that I gotta break it to everybody. Marco Rubio didn't ignite the kind of excitement over this process that Donald Trump did, and I don't know that the media is to blame for that. But it's worth pondering. It's not a bad point to raise. I'm glad you did, John. Thank you. One open line, 800-655-6453. Here is Joel. Joel, welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you think?
Well, I just think it's just a complete reversal of everything. I was listening to another portion about a Trump supporter who got kicked out of a restaurant, but if it was a Christian bakery and it was a gay couple who came in, then they would sue the bakery. So I think that this lady should sue that company that kicked her out of their store for being a Trump supporter.
How can she not? I mean, Joel, I don't know, in the climate that we're in, where if we're forcing businesses to serve everybody, how can you not? She said that she went to the police. She said, I went to the police and they said nothing really they could do about it because they're a private business. They could refuse to serve who they wanted. Oh, really? Well, that's going to be a shock to the bakery that's gone out of business, or the florist that went out of business, or anybody else who would turn somebody away because they're black or because they're gay or because they're Muslim. They're businesses that are being targeted by the government left and right for not serving people, there's a little thing called discrimination. And when you kick somebody out of a restaurant because they're wearing a Make America Great Again, and Lance Anderson, I know, my producer, is following up big time on this. We've got calls out to Esther Levy. We've got calls out to the restaurant. Be nice to revisit this because I want to keep this front and center over the next few days. And as we get ready to board up and head to Cleveland for the Republican National Convention, we leave a week from Sunday. We'll be there every day broadcasting. Tickets for the big town hall VIP event the night before with a whole bunch of my radio colleagues and I on stage. Go to WHKRadio.com to get ticket information. WHKRadio.com. It's going to take place at La Center the Sunday night before the convention gets underway. But this is the kind of story you ought to know about. And we ought to be all over it, and we will be. 800-655-MIKE. A lot more coming up, including FBI Director James Comey holding a press conference, ostensibly or presumably to address the 3.5-hour interrogation session that Democrat candidate Hillary Clinton endured over the weekend. Keep it right here for all these breaking developments as the Mike Gallagher Show for a Tuesday continues. Fighting a tax battle right now? Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business? Do you have a bank levy or a wage garnishment or years of unfiled tax returns? Do not fight this fight alone. You need people in your corner. You need professionals. You need tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who know the language of the IRS and know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you. Most of all, they know your rights. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. If you owe a lot in back taxes, if you have a bank levy, a wage garnishment, or years of unfiled tax returns, don't panic. Reach out to Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Give them a call at 800-280-9595. This could be the most important number you'll write down all day. 800-280-9595. They know how to protect you. They're never intimidated by the IRS, and they know how to advocate on your behalf. Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Call 800-280-9595. 800-280-9595.
Mike Gallagher.
Do you have friends and family who have met on eHarmony? Have you heard firsthand some of our great relationship stories? This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. And maybe you've thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony. Well, now's the perfect time. Our free communication weekend is on this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free communication means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony, including sending messages to people who interest you. It's truly the first step in finding that perfect someone to make you really happy. And this weekend, you can start for free. eHarmony makes 10 million matches per day based on our signature matching system. We match on qualities that really count in a happy relationship. So what are you waiting for? Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Adam Pulaski of the Pulaski Law Firm with principal office in Houston, Texas is the attorney responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisements. Services may not be available in all states. Attention women. New evidence shows that talcum powder products such as Johnson & Johnson's baby powder and shower to shower may cause ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one used talcum powder and were diagnosed with ovarian cancer, call 800-538-2170 right now. You may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Recently, Johnson & Johnson was ordered to pay $72 million in damages to the family of a woman who died of cancer she said was caused by the company's talcum powder. The jury found that Johnson & Johnson knew that these products could cause cancer and failed to warn consumers. If you or a loved one used talcum powder and were diagnosed with ovarian cancer, call 800-538-2170. You may be entitled to cash compensation. Time is limited. Call 800-538-2170 now. Our toll-free phone lines are open 24/7. Call 800-538-2170. That's 800-538-2170. 800-538-2170.
Raise your hand if you think you know what identity theft is. Just kidding. This is a radio commercial. We can't tell if your hand is up. But we can tell you that if you think identity theft is when someone adds charges to your credit card, you're only partially right. Identity theft is when someone pretends to be you to open new accounts in your name or any number of other bad things. That's where LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a whole range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, our U.S.-based team of specialists will work to fix it. You'll get more protection with LifeLock than you get from free credit monitoring alone. Obviously, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock is the best identity theft protection available. Join LifeLock right now and get a special 15% discount off your first year. Visit LifeLock.com and use promo code FREEDOM15. That's FREEDOM15 to take advantage of an incredible 15% discount off your first year. Act now. Offer ends July 3rd. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code FREEDOM15. LifeLock.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
Mike Gallagher.
We're excited to be kicking off today in San Francisco, 860 The Answer. San Francisco, 50,000 watts. And we're live and welcoming you in. If you like what you hear and if you are ready to dig into 860 The Answer, a new voice and a new station in the San Francisco Bay Area, feel free to tell us so. 800-655-MIKE. I might have a little gift for you. I might have a little scrumptious little goodie from a place called the Carnegie Deli that serves the best cheesecakes. I know you got great food in San Francisco, but we got some great little treats we can give you to the first caller from San Francisco. So tell Pavlina as you're joining us at 800-655-MIKE if you're listening to us today for our first broadcast on 860 The Answer in San Francisco, and I think you're going to have a nice surprise shipped your way. The Democrats claim to be the party of economic opportunity, right? Social justice, racial equality. Is it true? Dinesh D'Souza has a new film that's about to be released called Hillary's America, and it exposes the true history of the Democrat Party, from the party's ideological roots and ambitions to its legacy on slavery, segregation. It's a really, really ugly story. It's a story about control. It's about collectivism. It's about social engineering. And in the end, it's about power. And millions of people all over the world believe Hillary is all about power. The left doesn't want you to know this story. They don't want the American people to know the real story of Hillary Clinton or what America will look like if she gets elected president. This movie, Hillary's America, reveals the roots of her thinking, from her college days to her years at Yale. It's no accident that there has been nothing but scandal attached to Hillary and Bill Clinton from practically the time we've known them in the public eye. And the latest scandals, no exceptions. No exception. State Department email, private server, Benghazi. For all of this is covered in Hillary's America. This is the movie the media and the academic elites don't want you to see. Or Hillary, or the Democratic Party. And frankly, as I call them, they like to call themselves never Trumpers. I call them Republicans for Hillary. I'll bet they don't want you to see this movie either. This is a movie you have to see before the November election. And it's going to be launched July 22nd. I want to make sure you are well aware of Hillary's America. For all the details, go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. We have a big banner ad at our website, MikeOnline.com, as well. When you first click on my site, MikeOnline.com, you'll see it. But if you want to go directly to the movie site and read all about this compelling new expose of much of what needs to be known about Hillary, go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. Coming up, the FBI director is apparently going to spill the beans over what happened with Hillary's 3.5-hour meeting over the holiday weekend. Will Carey FBI Director James Comey's press conference right here on the Mike Gallagher Show. Do not go away. You're going to want to hear it. Uber is a story I love sharing with anybody who will listen. I'm an Uber guy every single day of my life. Whenever I travel, I have that app with me on my phone. Of course, the Uber app that connects riders with drivers. When you drive with Uber, you're going to have the complete freedom to work when you want to work. Whatever activities your kids have going on in the summer, you can drop them off, start earning money driving. You turn the app off. You have your own time. You want to start driving? You turn the app on. It can help you stay on budget every month or save for a summer vacation. Maybe you want to get a swimming pool, Clark Griswold style. Total freedom when you work when you want to work, be your own boss. Driving with Uber is a fantastic option. Earn the extra money you need on your schedule. Drive with Uber. Just a few hours a day, watch the money add up fast. Get started today, and it's real easy. Take 2 minutes to sign up. Just go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com. Uber is UBER. Uber.com/drive now.
I was fed up with the overwhelming liberal bias in public schools, so I decided to homeschool my kids. The problem was finding a curriculum that represented the values I grew up with. Things like faith, family, patriotism, and the truth about our country's history. Then I checked out BJU Press. BJU Press has everything our homeschool needs, and with the right values. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com and see for yourself. You'll feel good about how you homeschool.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
Mike Gallagher.
Have you checked your Google search results lately? Search results are usually the first impression that people form of you or your business, so make sure that they create a positive impression with ReputationDefender.com. What the internet says about you can have a big impact on your life and your livelihood, even if it's not true. Fortunately, you can now control how you look online and in online search results with ReputationDefender.com. Call 800-651-4888 now. That's 800-651-4888 for your free reputation analysis. If you have negative material from an ex-employee, upset patient, or former client, newspaper article, legal issue, social media, or other source showing up in your search results, you can combat it with ReputationDefender.com. Our dedicated experts in patented technology can help make your online search results look their best. Call 800-651-4888 to learn more. 800-651-4888. That's 800-651-4888. Or visit ReputationDefender.com.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice. Check us online at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. FBI Director James Comey says his agency won't recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email server while Secretary of State.
Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case.
Comey's decision almost certainly brings the legal part of the issue to a close and removes the threat of criminal charges against the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee. Attorney General Loretta Lynch said last week she would accept the recommendations of the FBI director and career prosecutors. But at a campaign stop in Raleigh, North Carolina, Donald Trump says the decision's awfully suspicious, coming on the heels of a chance meeting between former President Bill Clinton and Lynch at a Phoenix airport.
For Bill Clinton to go to the plane and then to have what happened today, where essentially everybody thought, based on what was being said, she was guilty.
SRN News legal analyst Matt Staver says the decision makes no sense.
It is disturbing that the FBI director, who otherwise has a very reputable reputation, would say so many negative things about what Hillary Clinton did and then come to the conclusion that there was no recommendation to continue to prosecute.
Staver says someone in Clinton's position had to know the dangers of what she was doing. A federal judge has blocked Kansas from cutting off Medicaid funding for 2 Planned Parenthood affiliates. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment planned to cut off funding Thursday for services like exams and cancer screenings for poor patients receiving health coverage through Kansas Medicaid program. Federal courts have prevented other states from cutting Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood. And Theresa May scored a substantial victory in the first round of voting to determine who will follow David Cameron as Prime Minister. News and analysis at townhall.com.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. You're a target of the most powerful collection agency in the world, and you need representation you can trust. Don't get scammed by imitators and telemarketers' high-pressure tactics. At Wall & Associates, they develop trust with their clients through a free face-to-face consultation. They've saved their clients over $129 million in the past 5 years. Call 1-800-983-5313 now for your free face-to-face consultation. Ignoring your tax problem will only make it worse. Call 1-800-983-5313 to get immediate help. With over 30 years of experience, Wall & Associates has helped thousands of taxpayers, and they can help you. Call now, 1-800-983-5313. 800-983-5313. wallandassociates.net.
Japan and the U.S. have agreed to make it tougher for U.S. civilians working at military bases to be given immunity from Japanese prosecution under a bilateral agreement.
The two governments say those civilians will have to meet more specific criteria, and they say there will be more education as well as monitoring of American troops and base workers. The arrest of a base contractor accused of murder and rape has sparked renewed outrage on Okinawa.
Correspondent Jeremy House reporting. The government minister largely responsible for security in Baghdad submitted his resignation Tuesday, 2 days after one of the biggest bombings in more than a decade of war and insurgency killed 175 people as the Muslim holy month of Ramadan came to an especially bloody conclusion. In addition to the violence in Baghdad, the final week of Ramadan saw a suicide attacker strike near one of Islam's holiest sites in Saudi Arabia. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. A parliamentary commission of inquiry has recommended that French intelligence services be overhauled following last year's terror attacks in Paris.
The conclusions of Mr. Fenech on the actions of security forces that night make dramatic reading. When police officers arrived at the Bataclan nightclub on November the 13th, where more than 100 people were being held by gunmen, he said, the officers asked a local military patrol to give them their weapons, but the military police refused. Mr. Fenech also questioned why the commander of a serious crime unit was put in charge of the operation when the country also had a special operations force available and an elite police unit specialising in counter-terrorism and hostage situations.
BBC correspondent Lucy Williamson reporting from Paris. Apple wants to encourage millions of iPhone owners to register as organ donors through a software update that will add an easy sign-up button to the health information app on its new iPhones. News and analysis.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, scattered showers, a low around 72. Isolated showers and a high 93 and a low 72 Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, a high 93. And Friday, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, high around 95. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
This is your total information source. The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. And now, here is Mike Gallagher. Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
The FBI Director, James Comey, is addressing the media about the FBI investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of private email servers, and there are multiple servers, and he has just confirmed at least 110 emails in 52 chains were classified information at the time that Mrs. Clinton was Secretary of State, and these emails were in play. So this could be a very big day. Let's listen together to FBI Director James Comey, who is addressing the world about the investigation of presidential candidate Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton's use of a personal email system during her time as Secretary of State. After a tremendous amount of work over the last year, the FBI is completing its investigation and referring the matter to the Department of Justice for a prosecutive decision. What I want to do today is three things. I want to tell you what we did, I want to tell you what we found, and I want to tell you what we're recommending to the Department of Justice. This is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. First, I'm going to include more detail about our process than I ordinarily would, because I think the American people deserve those details in a case of intense public interest. And second, I have not coordinated this statement or reviewed it in any way with the Department of Justice or any other part of the government. They do not know what I'm about to say. But I want to start by thanking the FBI employees who did remarkable work in this case. Once you have a better sense of how much we have done, you will understand why I am so grateful and so proud of their work. So first, what we have done. This investigation began as a referral from the Intelligence Community Inspector General in connection with Secretary Clinton's use of a personal email server during her time as Secretary of State. The referral focused on whether classified information was transmitted on that personal system. Our investigation looked at whether there is evidence that classified information was improperly stored or transmitted on that personal system in violation of a federal statute that makes it a felony to mishandle classified information either intentionally or in a grossly negligent way, or a second statute making it a misdemeanor to knowingly remove classified information from appropriate systems or storage facilities. And consistent with our counterintelligence responsibilities, we have also investigated to determine if there is evidence of computer intrusion by nation states or by hostile actors of any kind. Now, I have so far used the singular term email server in describing the referral that began our investigation. It turns out to have been more complicated than that. Secretary Clinton used several different servers and administrators of those servers during her 4 years at the State Department. And she also used numerous mobile devices to send and to read email on that personal domain. As new servers and equipment were employed, older servers were taken out of service, stored, and decommissioned in various ways. Piecing all of that back together to gain as full an understanding as possible of the ways in which personal email was used for government work has been a painstaking undertaking, requiring thousands of hours of effort. For example, when one of Secretary Clinton's servers was decommissioned in 2013, the email software was removed. That didn't remove the email content, but it was like removing the frame from a huge unfinished jigsaw puzzle and then dumping all the pieces on the floor. The effect was that millions of email fragments ended up in the server's unused or slack space. We searched through all of it to understand what was there and what parts of the puzzle we could put back together again. FBI investigators also read all of the approximately 30,000 emails that Secretary Clinton provided to the State Department in 2014, where an email was assessed as possibly containing classified information. The FBI referred that email to any government agency that might be an owner of that information, so that agency could make a determination as to whether the email contained classified information at the time it was sent or received, or whether there was reason to classify it now, even if the content had not been classified when it was first sent or received. And that's the process sometimes referred to as up-classifying. From the group of 30,000 emails returned to the State Department in 2014, 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. 8 of those chains contained information that was top secret at the time they were sent. 36 of those chains contained secret information at the time, and 8 contained confidential information at the time. That's the lowest level of classification. Separate from those, about 2,000 additional emails were up-classified to make them confidential. Those emails had not been classified at the time that they were sent or received. The FBI also discovered several thousand work-related emails that were not among the group of 30,000 emails returned by Secretary Clinton to State in 2014. We found those emails in a variety of ways. Some had been deleted over the years, and we found traces of them on servers or devices that have been connected to the private email domain. Others we found by reviewing the archived government accounts of people who'd been government employees at the same time as Secretary Clinton, including high-ranking officials at other agencies, folks with whom a Secretary of State might normally correspond. This helped us recover work-related emails that were not among the 30,000 that were produced to State. Still others we recovered from that painstaking review of the millions of email fragments dumped into the slack space of the server that was decommissioned in 2013. With respect to the thousands of emails we found that were not among those produced to the State Department, agencies have concluded that 3 of those were classified at the time they were sent or received, 1 at the secret level and 2 at the confidential level. There were no additional top secret emails found, and finally, none of those we found have since been up-classified. I should add here that we found no evidence that any of the additional work-related emails were intentionally deleted in an effort to conceal them in some way. Our assessment is that, like many email users, Secretary Clinton periodically deleted emails, or emails were purged from her system when devices were changed. Because she was not using a government account, or even a commercial account like Gmail, there was no archiving at all of her emails. So it's not surprising that we discovered emails that were not on Secretary Clinton's system in 2014 when she produced those 30,000 some emails to State. It could also be that some of the additional work-related emails that we've recovered were among those deleted as personal by her lawyers when they reviewed and sorted her emails for production in late 2014. The lawyers doing the sorting for Secretary Clinton in 2014 did not individually read the content of all of her emails as we did for those available to us. Instead, they relied on header information, and they used search terms to try to find all work-related emails among the reportedly more than 60,000 that were remaining on her system at the end of 2014. It's highly likely that their search missed some work-related emails and that we later found them, for example, in the mailboxes of other officials or in the slack space of a server. It's also likely that there are other work-related emails that they did not produce to State and that we did not find elsewhere and that are now gone, because they deleted all emails they did not produce to State, and the lawyers then cleaned their devices in such a way as to preclude complete forensic recovery. We have conducted interviews and done technical examination to attempt to understand exactly how that sorting was done by her attorneys. Although we don't have complete visibility because we're not able to fully reconstruct the electronic record of that sorting, we believe our investigation has been sufficient to give us reasonable confidence there was no intentional misconduct in connection with that sorting effort. And of course, in addition to our technical work, we interviewed many people, from those involved in setting up the personal email system and maintaining the various iterations of Secretary Clinton's server, to staff members with whom she corresponded on email, to those involved in the email production to State, and finally Secretary Clinton herself. Last, we have done extensive work to try to understand what indications there might be of compromise by hostile actors in connection with that personal email system. So that's what we've done. Now let me tell you what we found.
All right, stand by for that. We're not going to miss a word because you're about to hear a bombshell. The bombshell as to whether or not the FBI believes the charges should be brought against Mrs. Clinton. You just heard some amazing information, including the fact that the FBI director said that we assess it is possible that hostile actors gained access to Secretary Clinton's personal email account. That's gigantic. Also, a very, very big condemnation from the FBI director that Hillary Clinton and her staff were extremely careless with the emails. But whether or not charges will be brought against Mrs. Clinton, stand by. You're not going to miss a word. Big announcement from the FBI director continuing right here on the Mike Gallagher Show. The Luxy Bed Company, LuxySleep.com, the mattress that I've been sleeping on, and I just ordered another one because I am in love with this mattress. My friends, my family, everybody's getting the Luxy bed because you don't have to spend $2,000 or $3,000 on a customizable, adjustable mattress. You don't have to go into a retail store and get your arm twisted by a pushy bed salesman. This is the new way. Luxy Sleep. We're all different. Short, tall, heavy, light. We need a mattress that's suited to our body and comfort preferences. Luxy is giving it to me night after night. Go to LuxySleep.com. It's reasonably priced. $9.99 for a queen. If you use the promo code Mike, you'll get $125 off the bed. Go to LuxySleep.com. Promo code Mike, Luxi, LuxySleep.com, or give them a call. You'll see how great their customer service is. 888-813-2944. 888-813-2944. 888-813-2944 or LUXI, LuxySleep.com.
Dad, I'm really afraid of what's happening with the economy. There's too much civil unrest, too much terrorism, and unstable global markets. I'm tired of riding the ups and downs of the market. It reminds me of 2008. I was caught off guard then. How do I prepare for the worst now? What'll I do if the dollar collapses?
You gotta stop worrying, son, and take action. It's time to think about a precious metals private storage IRA or an investment in silver with the Gold Silver Group. Like I said before, you insure your house, your car, your kids, and your life. Don't you think it's time to insure your wealth?
Call Gold Silver Group at 800-679-0870. Learn how easy it is to set up your own precious metals private storage IRA and how you can qualify for up to $700 in free silver. Gold Silver Group can satisfy any of your precious metals investment needs. Receive your gold and silver fully insured and privately delivered to your door. Call Gold Silver Group, 800-679-0870, 800-679-0870.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-967-2424 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-967-2424. That's 800-967-2424. Employees of J.T. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Mike Gallagher.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K-4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
Do you have friends and family who have met on eHarmony? Have you heard firsthand some of our great relationship stories? This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren, and maybe you've thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony. Well, now's the perfect time. Our free communication weekend is on, this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free communication means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony, including sending messages to people who interest you. It's truly the first step in finding that perfect someone to make you really happy. And this weekend, you can start for free. eHarmony makes 10 million matches per day based on our signature matching system. We match on qualities that really count in a happy relationship. So what are you waiting for? Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Let's go back to James Comey, the FBI director, announcing their findings of the investigation so far. He has confirmed that contrary to what Secretary Clinton asserted, there were classified emails in numerous chains that seem to be in violation of the law, but let's see whether or not there will be charges filed against Mrs. Clinton.
Although we did not find clear evidence that Secretary Clinton or her colleagues intended to violate laws governing the handling of classified information, there is evidence that they were extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information. For example, 7 email chains concern matters that were classified at the top secret special access program at the time they were sent and received. Those chains involve Secretary Clinton both sending emails about those matters and receiving emails about those same matters. There is evidence to support a conclusion that any reasonable person in Secretary Clinton's position or in the position of those with whom she was corresponding about those matters should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation. In addition to this highly sensitive information, we also found information that was properly classified as secret by the U.S. intelligence community at the time it was discussed on email. That is, excluding any later up-classified emails. None of these emails should have been on any kind of unclassified system, but their presence is especially concerning because all of these emails were housed on unclassified personal servers, not even supported by full-time security staff, like those found at agencies and departments of the United States government, or even with a commercial email service like Gmail. I think it's also important to say something about the marking of classified information. Only a very small number of the emails here containing classified information bore markings that indicated the presence of classified information. But even if information is not marked classified in an email, participants who know or should know that the subject matter is classified are still obligated to protect it. And while not the focus of our investigation, we also developed evidence that the security culture of the State Department, in general, and with respect to the use of unclassified systems in particular, was generally lacking in the kind of care for classified information that's found elsewhere in the U.S. government. With respect to potential computer intrusion by hostile actors, we did not find direct evidence that Secretary Clinton's personal email domain, in its various configurations since 2009, was hacked successfully. But given the nature of the system and of the actors potentially involved, we assess we would be unlikely to see such direct evidence. We do assess that hostile actors gained access to the private commercial email accounts of people with whom Secretary Clinton was in regular contact from her personal account. We also assess that Secretary Clinton's use of a personal email domain was both known by a large number of people and readily apparent. She also used her personal email extensively while outside the United States, including sending and receiving work-related emails in the territory of sophisticated adversaries.
Holy cow. That's James Comey, the FBI director, saying the FBI determined that hostile actors, our enemies, gained access to classified emails through her personal server, and that no one in her position should have done what they did. Will she be charged? Stay tuned. Looking for care for a loved one in order to remain independent, living at home? Visiting Angels, ready to serve. You have a loved one who's a senior who needs extra care and assistance? I want you to turn to my friends at Visiting Angels. Visiting Angels franchises provide the compassionate professional caregiver needed to deliver the very best home care available. You can select the caregiver before service begins. It really includes a little bit of everything: bathing, dressing, errands, light housekeeping, meal preparation, and more. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're available, or just a few hours a day, whatever you prefer. And with over 500 franchised offices nationwide, Visiting Angels really is America's choice in senior home care. Employment opportunities are available in caregiving for Visiting Angels. You'll get the support needed to fulfill your goal of achieving a caring career. Franchise opportunities available too, so give them a call to find out how. 877-374-LIVE for Visiting Angels. 877-374-LIVE, or online, go to visitingangels.com.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K-4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum...
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. President Obama has defended Hillary Clinton against negative public perceptions in her first campaign stop with the likely Democratic presidential nominee, suggesting the negative impressions are a result of her many years in the political spotlight. Donald Trump says it's no accident the FBI announced it would not recommend charging Clinton on the same day that President Obama is campaigning with her for the first time. Trump released a lengthy statement casting the joint appearance as an example of, quote, a rigged political system. The Republican candidate went even further at a rally in North Carolina, alleging that Clinton bribed Attorney General Loretta Lynch to avoid charges. The comment came after a New York Times report that Clinton would consider keeping Lynch as the Attorney General if Clinton were to be elected as the next President of the United States. This is SRN News.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. You're a target of the most powerful collection agency in the world, and you need representation you can trust. Don't get scammed by imitators and telemarketers' high-pressure tactics. At Wall & Associates, they develop trust with their clients through a free face-to-face consultation. They've saved their clients over $100 $129 million in the past 5 years. Call 1-800-983-5313 now for your free face-to-face consultation. Ignoring your tax problem will only make it worse. Call 1-800-983-5313 to get immediate help. With over 30 years of experience, Wall & Associates has helped thousands of taxpayers, and they can help you. Call now, 1-800-983-5313, 800-983-5313, wallandassociates.net.
er.com/drive now.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-967-2424 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-967-2424. That's 800-967-2424. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can tell you that Geico could save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not go straight to the source?
Hey, Harry's Money here. And the day Harry went to Geico.com and switched his car insurance was the day I got to hang around. Finally, boys bonding, bada bing, bada boom. No wonder Geico has 97% customer satisfaction. Personally, I give him 100, but that's just my 2 cents. That was funny.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Mike Gallagher. Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
This is a pretty stunning announcement from the FBI director. If you've just joined us, the FBI director, James Comey, confirmed that they did discover numerous classified emails on Hillary Clinton's personal email server. He described her actions as extremely reckless and said that, and extremely careless, I need to clarify. Her actions were extremely careless, and that people in her position were obligated to protect the classified emails, and in some cases, top secret emails. The FBI assessed that hostile actors likely gained access to said emails, and that, remember, it's a felony if classified information has been either intentionally mishandled or mishandled due to gross negligence. So you got the FBI director confirming that Mrs. Clinton was extremely careless with the handling of these classified emails. Now, here's the bombshell, and you know by now, if of course you've got a smartphone and you're reading the alerts, because we've got this on a little bit of a delay to make this all fit into our segments, but the bombshell is coming where the FBI will recommend no charges being brought against Mrs. Clinton. Get ready for this, and then I want your reaction at 1-800-655-MIKE. You might as well line up now for your reaction to the bombshell announcement from the FBI director in this unexpected press conference held in Washington by the FBI director. We're going to pick up exactly where we left off.
Given that combination of factors, we assess it is possible that hostile actors gained access to Secretary Clinton's personal email account. So that's what we found. Finally, with respect to our recommendation to the Department of Justice. In our system, the prosecutors make the decisions about whether charges are appropriate based on evidence that the FBI helps collect. Although we don't normally make public our recommendations to the prosecutors, we frequently make recommendations and engage in productive conversations with prosecutors about what resolution may be appropriate given the evidence. In this case, given the importance of the matter, I think unusual transparency is in order. Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. Prosecutors necessarily weigh a number of factors before deciding whether to bring charges. There are obvious considerations like the strength of the evidence, especially regarding intent. Responsible decisions also consider the context of a person's actions and how similar situations have been handled in the past. In looking back at our investigations into the mishandling or removal of classified information, we cannot find a case that would support bringing criminal charges on these facts. All the cases prosecuted involved some combination of clearly intentional and willful mishandling of classified information or vast quantities of information exposed in such a way as to support an inference of intentional misconduct or indications of disloyalty to the United States or efforts to obstruct justice. We do not see those things here. To be clear, this is not to suggest that in similar circumstances, a person who engaged in this activity would face no consequences. To the contrary, those individuals are often subject to security or administrative sanctions, but that's not what we're deciding now. As a result, although the Department of Justice makes final decisions on matters like this, we are expressing to Justice our view that no charges are appropriate in this case. I know there will be intense public debate in the wake of this recommendation, as there was throughout the investigation. What I can assure the American people is that this investigation was done honestly, competently, and independently. No outside influence of any kind was brought to bear. I know there were many opinions expressed by people who are not part of the investigation, including people in government, but none of that mattered to us. Opinions are irrelevant, and they were all uninformed by insight into our investigation because we did our investigation the right way. Only facts matter, and the FBI found them here in an entirely apolitical and professional way. I couldn't be prouder to be part of this organization. Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. That's the FBI Director, James Comey, and he said facts matter, so let's assess the facts that he just presented. They confirmed numerous classified emails, numerous email chains, numerous top secret emails, and in fact, as a result of what he described as the extremely careless activities of Mrs. Clinton and her staff, hostile actors likely gained access to these classified emails. Now remember, it's a felony for a government official to mishandle classified information either intentionally or as a result of gross negligence. How does the FBI not recommend charges filed based on the gross negligent, his words, extremely careless actions by Mrs. Clinton? He said just now in that press conference that Mrs. Clinton was obligated to protect her emails, and she did not. He said in that press conference that anybody else would likely face security or administrative sanctions. You've got a woman who wants to have the nuclear code at her disposal. She wants to be the next commander-in-chief. She's asking for you to vote for her, and according to the FBI director, who will not recommend she be charged, he's acknowledging that she would likely, in any other circumstance, face security sanctions. So why would you make an exception for somebody who would face security sanctions? But we're talking criminal here. This is unbelievably profound. It's huge news. And of course, who does this benefit? When you see an FBI director wash his hands of this and say there will not be charges filed despite everything we found? And maybe this is worthy of a little reminder. Can we turn back the hands of clock for just a moment and listen together to what presidential candidate Hillary Clinton said about her emails?
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email. There is no classified material. So I'm certainly well aware of the classification requirements and did not send classified material.
So that obviously is completely and demonstratively untrue. The FBI just called her a liar. The FBI confirmed that she wasn't telling the truth. And the FBI tells us that despite extremely careless, dangerous behavior which exposed the United States, you understand this is a national security issue, if hostile actors likely gained access to her email, she put this country in jeopardy with her extremely careless, James Comey's words, not mine, actions. And yet there won't be charges filed. I want to go back to the political optics of this. There is a presidential candidate who talks about a rigged system. There is a guy who wears a red baseball cap that says, "Make America Great Again," who continually reminds America of the rigged system that people like the Clintons benefit from. Who do you think is the best and the biggest beneficiary of today's announcement by the FBI director? None other than Donald Trump. And if he responds the way he will likely respond, this is a devastating day for Hillary Rodham Clinton. This is a devastating day for Hillary Clinton supporters. And let me tell you, the American people aren't stupid. They're going to see right through this rigged system. Hillary Clinton may very well have lost the election today. In fact, in some ways, not being charged is even worse. Her not being charged after the FBI director just gave her a tongue lashing for her extremely careless, risky, national security behavior, this may have just gotten Donald Trump elected today. Circle this day, July the 5th, 2016. 1-800-655-MIKE. Your turn to react to all of this. I hope you join us here on the Mike Gallagher Show. 800-655-6453.
Thinking it might stop her from whipping you behind. That makes no days good. Come back once more. Why did those days?
Fighting a tax battle right now? Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, either personal or business? Do you have a bank levy or a wage garnishment or years of unfiled tax returns? Do not fight this fight alone. You need people in your corner. You need professionals. You need tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who know the language of the IRS and know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you. Most of all, they know your rights. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. If you owe a lot in back taxes, if you have a bank levy, a wage garnishment, or years of unfiled tax returns, don't panic. Reach out to Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Give them a call at 800-280-9595. This could be the most important number you'll write down all day. 800-280-9595. They know how to protect you. They're never intimidated by the IRS, and they know how to advocate on your behalf. Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Call 800-280-9595. 800-280-9595.
Mike Gallagher.
Have you ever thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony? Well, now is the perfect time. This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. Right now, our free communication weekend is on, this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free communication weekend means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony. So don't wait. Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
She was thrown out of a pickup truck.
Somebody threw him out of a car and shattered his leg.
They found her walking on the streets. Many have been abused, malnourished, eating garbage.
Scabs, itching, licking, missing fur.
There's this commercial on TV that the ASPCA does. They want you to send in $19 a month for a dog in the shelter. I think you should go and adopt a dog from the ASPCA and then get that dog on Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com. You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills.
The answer is nutrition.
The omega-3 fatty acids.
Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa, the digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
When you rescue a dog, you've got to feed him right for life. Every rescue deserves at least 90 days of Dinovite.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dinovite is nutrition.
Dinovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Falling in debt happens to the best of us, especially if you're supporting a growing family. But just because you're in debt now doesn't mean you have to stay in debt. Let American Financing consolidate your high-interest debt into one manageable monthly payment. Mortgage rates are still at historic lows, and interest rates on credit cards are at all-time highs. Good news, FHA loan limits have just increased, now making refinancing easier for higher loan amounts and more money available to pull out for debt consolidation or cash out. Start saving $500 to $1,000 every month. Think of what you could do with all of this money. Retirement, college funds, home renovations. American Financing's mortgage consultants are salary-based. They specialize in solutions, not counting commissions. You may even skip 2 mortgage payments, and that in itself can make a difference. Don't wait. Call 866-420-6690, 866-420-6690, or online at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans.
Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Donald Trump just tweeted out, FBI director said crooked Hillary compromised our national security. No charges. Wow. Hashtag rigged system. Chris Chaliza over at the Washington Post retweeted it and said, well, this about sums it up. He's right. This is pretty shocking. If you're just joining us, the FBI director has basically called Hillary Clinton incompetent and careless as Secretary of State. I don't know what she says in response. She's lucky that she's not, I guess, facing criminal charges for exposing the United States to our enemies with her, in his words, extremely careless actions regarding her private email server. But she has to acknowledge that the FBI is calling her incompetent. She's either an incompetent criminal or a criminal incompetent. Definitely one or the other. No matter what, it's a bad day for Hillary Clinton. No matter what, it's a good day for Donald Trump. I mean, that's definitely the takeaway. This is actually a very, very good bit of news for Donald Trump as he continues, incidentally, to narrow the gap in the polls. This will be a very, very significant gain, I would think, for Trump. Let's see if you agree or not. 800-655-MIKE. Whenever there's a big breaking story like this, we turn right to you. David, you're first up. David, what's your reaction to the news from the FBI director?
Yeah, I think that Republicans should be absolutely thrilled with this because if Hillary were recommended for indictment, there's an excellent chance that Sanders or Biden would be the Democrat nominee for president. They all do much better than Hillary and Trump in the polls. Now Hillary looks bad, but stays in the race. This is a godsend.
She's a very wounded candidate, isn't she? This wounds her amazingly because remember, she's either got to defend being incompetent or someone who put this country at risk. This is a national security issue. 800-655-MIKE. Like I said, it is a good day for Republicans because in many ways, in many respects, her not being charged is probably the best thing that could have happened. Kathy, you're next up. How are you, Kathy?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your reaction to all of this? Pulling your hair out, huh?
If I had any left.
I hear you.
I keep telling every coworker I have, I won't be happy till I see the woman in an orange jumpsuit and chains. But like you've been saying, hopefully this will be good for Trump. I think if I had his money and I was going to invest in 2 commercials, one would be a circlet commercial that came on as often as you could possibly see it. One would be now Careless Clinton.
Yeah.
In addition to Crooked Hillary.
Yeah,
But
Crooked
the other would
Hillary
be a red
and Careless Clinton. Well, I want to get Andy McCarthy's take on all this. He's been a prosecutor and has a lot to has been covering all of this in a very forceful fashion. Andy McCarthy, of course, somebody who has. Sorry about that. Somebody who has been following this in a way that all of us appreciate. We have Andy on the line. Okay. All right, we're trying to stand by. We're standing by for Andy McCarthy, and this has taken a little longer than we thought. Sorry about that. We're standing by for Andrew McCarthy, and we'll get his assessment, because I'm most intrigued by the fact that we know it's a felony to mishandle classified material intentionally or as a result of gross negligence. How are you not grossly negligent if you have been extremely careless? You talk about a close call. The FBI had evidently a very close call here. Wink, wink. And at the end of the day, they determined it was better not to charge Mrs. Clinton. While we're waiting for Andy McCarthy, let's quickly get Eric. Eric, how are you?
Doing good, sir. How are you?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, quite frankly, I'm outraged by all this. I mean, I'm prior military, and I did carry a clearance, and I want to know why there's a double standard for her, and because I would have got 20 years hard time for the exact same thing she would have.
Oh, I mean, this basically, Eric, is the FBI director saying, laying out the case. As I was listening to that press conference, I thought, oh my goodness, they're going to charge her. They're going to charge her. They're laying out the whole case for the incompetent, dangerous, reckless, careless way. Remember, again, her denials. This has to follow her throughout the rest of the campaign.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
Now, that's a lie. And according to the FBI director, they uncovered 110 emails on 52 email chains that contain classified information. They found 8 emails that were top secret. They found up to 2,000 emails that were up classified, which so eventually became classified. At the end of the day, the FBI director not recommending charges against Mrs. Clinton, again, I can't say this enough, benefited Donald Trump because it plays right into his narrative of a rigged system, and a rigged system that always exonerates the Clintons. I mean, this is a guy who lied under oath. Her husband lost his law license, was disbarred for his activities. And remember, just last week, the private meeting between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch, who heads the Justice Department, who the FBI have to turn this over to for their ultimate decision. Their ultimate decision as to whether or not Hillary Clinton would be criminally charged. So if you're just joining us, basically the announcement from the FBI is that the email activity by Mrs. Clinton was extremely careless. It was wrong. It gave hostile actors access to national secrets, jeopardized our national security. That the FBI director said that someone in Mrs. Clinton's position and her team should have known better. They should have known not to put the country in this position. But no reasonable prosecutor would bring charges. No evidence that she committed any kind of a crime. So no charges appropriate. So the best she's got is she's extremely incompetent. How's that for a campaign slogan, huh? This campaign has just taken a major turn, and we're watching it. What a time to be alive. Keep fighting the good fight each and every day. I'm Mike Gallagher. God bless America. About homeschooling, but you're not sure if you have the time. A lot of parents have made the brave, bold, courageous decision to homeschool their children. And many, many homeschooling families know to turn to BJU Press. When you get video lessons for your children from BJU Press, you can fit homeschooling into your busy schedule. Your children are going to love the engaging videos, and you can relax knowing your children are getting personalized instruction from experienced teachers who share your values. And that's not all. Parents who've homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, record keeping, it's a time-consuming process. With BJU Press Distance Learning Online, which is I've seen in person, it's amazing. Quizzes and tests are accessed online and graded instantly, putting time back in your schedule. It works. It's real simple. Your child logs in using the simple web interface. They see the next available lesson. They work through it on their own. It's amazing. Visit BJU Press Homeschool. Learn how the blessings of homeschooling can become a reality for your busy, busy family. Visit BJUPressHomeschool.com.
The American Health Association reports that many Americans over 40 do not produce enough nitric oxide. It's a key component in promoting healthy circulation and a healthy heart, but our nitric oxide levels fall naturally as we age. Neo 40 is the leading nitric oxide boosting lozenge, backed by clinical studies from UT Austin. Try Neo 40 daily now by going to Mike40.com or call 800-901-4391. Ask for the Gallagher Special and order a 2-month supply. You'll get 1 month absolutely free. You'll receive free saliva testing strips so you can measure your nitric oxide levels and see the results for yourself. You'll also receive a free book, The NO Solution. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Try Neo 40 Daily today. Go to Mike40.com. That's Mike40.com. Or call 800-901-4391. That's 800-901-4391.
Mike Gallagher.
We're all becoming more and more aware of the value of getting a good night's sleep, but one mattress doesn't fit everybody. We're all a little different. Short, tall, thick, thin. So if one mattress really isn't perfect for everyone, what do? Get a mattress that's adjustable, that can be made firmer or softer so it's perfect for you. You don't have to spend $2,000 or $3,000 to do it either. It's available in a mattress that's delivered right to your front door. And that mattress is from Luxy, made right here in America. The Luxy mattress was reviewed by one of the biggest online mattress review sites and was named first in the performance mattress category, as well as first overall out of 23 mattresses that were reviewed. Take a look at LuxySleep.com where you'll find a queen for $999.99. But if you use the discount code Mike, you're going to receive an additional $125 discount. That's an amazing $125 off simply for using the promo code Mike. Call 888-813-2944, 888-813-2944, or online at luxisleep.com.
Get the first weather forecast every morning at 6:05 here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. The FBI won't recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email server while Secretary of State.
Director James Comey concluding in his words, no charges are appropriate. Comey did call Clinton's actions extremely careless. Out of 30,000 emails that were studied, the FBI found 110 were classified at the time they were sent. And while he said there was no evidence the private servers have been hacked, he did not rule out that possibility.
Correspondent Wally Hines reporting. Meanwhile, at a rally in North Carolina Tuesday night, Donald Trump alleged Clinton bribed Attorney General Lynch to avoid charges. The comment came after a New York Times report that said Clinton would consider keeping Lynch if she were elected president. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, one of those rumored to be on the short list of Trump's potential running mates, is pretty suspicious about the recent meeting between Lynch and former President Bill Clinton.
Attorney General Lynch shouldn't have accepted that meeting. Bill Clinton certainly should not have sought the meeting. I mean, after all, Bill Clinton is not only married to the target of an FBI investigation, he himself could be the target of an FBI investigation into the corruption of the Clinton Foundation.
Speaking with the Salem Radio Network, Cotton called the meeting unwise. At a campaign stop in Raleigh, North Carolina Tuesday, Donald Trump said called the decision suspicious in light of the airport meeting. Trump said it's no accident the FBI announced it would not recommend charging Clinton on the same day that President Obama campaigned with her for the first time. Trump released a lengthy statement calling the political system rigged. In his comments to the crowd Tuesday night, Trump alleged Clinton bribed Attorney General Lynch to avoid charges. The comment came after a New York Times report that said Clinton would consider keeping Loretta Lynch as Attorney General if she's elected president in November. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Orders at U.S. factories dipped in May, dragged by less demand for steel, aluminum, furniture, electrical appliances, and military aircraft.
The Commerce Department says factory orders fell 1% in May after gains in the 2 prior months. The decline suggests U.S. manufacturers have yet to fully recover from the sting of weaker economic growth worldwide. Measures of factory activity increasingly look mixed, with some still showing the pain caused earlier this year by a stronger dollar hurting exports and lower oil prices, leading to cutbacks in orders for equipment and pipelines.
Demand in a category that serves as a proxy for business investment, non-military goods that excludes the volatile aircraft category, slipped 0.4% in May. U.S. stocks slumped Tuesday as investors grew fearful over the health of the British financial system. Investors were jolted after 3 UK financial firms stopped trading in their commercial property funds because large numbers of investors were trying to liquidate. More on these stories at townhall.com. Fast food chain McDonald's says it's investing $557 million to modernize its restaurants in Germany.
The company says 72 restaurants of the future will start offering custom-made burgers, children's play areas, and even table service. Some of the novelties, such as the new Make Your Mac option, where customers can pick their own ingredients, are already available in Asia and some North American cities. McDonald's says most of its 1,472 sites in Germany will be redesigned by the end of 2019.
Correspondent Jeremy House says the company had revenue of 3.08 billion euros in Germany in 2015. McDonald's is seeing growing competition, though, from gourmet burger restaurants in many German cities. The actress who first played Superman's love interest, Lois Lane, on screen has died. Noel Neal passed away Sunday at her home in Tucson, Arizona, following a long illness. Noel Neal was 95 years old. News and analysis at Town Hall.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, scattered showers, a low around 72. Isolated showers and a high 93 and a low 72 Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, a high 93, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, high around 95. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590. WCAB, Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This
is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth, though not such a great day for Hillary Rodham Clinton, the presumptive Democratic nominee for President of the United States. She is accused by the director of the FBI of negligence, of carelessness, of recklessness, of all kinds of misbehavior. Will it sink her campaign? Well, not by itself, but it combined with other aspects of her behavior and her record, it could be very, very serious indeed. Meanwhile, what is going to determine the extent of the damage to the Clinton campaign? I think the way it's handled by the Trump campaign. And what is crucial here is that Mr. Trump must make this Trump versus Hillary, not Trump versus Comey. Who's Comey? Comey is James Comey. He's the director of the FBI. He did a press statement this morning. He did not take questions from the press because the statement went on for over 15 minutes. And it was complete. It was comprehensive. It was a spellbinding performance, actually, a very, very dramatic moment to hear. And when he stepped before the podium, there was an assumption that it might have something to do with the Clinton case, but no one knew that for sure. And then Mr. Comey had this to say.
This is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. First, I'm going to include more detail about our process than I ordinarily would, because I think the American people deserve those details in a case of intense public interest. And second, I have not coordinated this statement or reviewed it in any way with the Department of Justice or any other part of the government. They do not know what I'm about to say.
Okay, what is it he is about to say? Well, what he's about to say is he's going to talk about three things. He's going to talk about first of all, talking about what they did, what they found out, and what it means, and what they recommend. And in terms of what they found out and what they did, he made this clear.
From the group of 30,000 emails returned to the State Department in 2014, 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. 8 of those chains contained information that was top secret at the time they were sent. 36 of those chains contained secret information at the time, and 8 contained confidential information at the time. That's the lowest level of classification. Separate from those, about 2,000 additional emails were up-classified to make them confidential. Those emails had not been classified at the time that they were sent or received.
Okay, this is very significant because you remember that Secretary Clinton early on in this scandal, and by the way, the entire scandal has come to light only because of the good work of the Benghazi Committee. I mean, Trey Gowdy and the Benghazi Committee were ripped and criticized and attacked by mainstream media. Oh, it's a $7 million fishing expedition. They found out nothing. They found out about her email server. We wouldn't know anything about it if it weren't for the Benghazi Committee. And this has to do with, by the way, one of the things that she said there were no classified emails that she ever handled or transmitted on her personal server. And it turns out that that simply wasn't true. She was wrong. She was either lying, which I believe is most likely, or she was misstating the truth, not sharing the truth at all. And is that a serious matter? Yeah, it's a very serious matter. Does it rise to the level of perjury? No, because she wasn't under oath. What you see here is something that is very typical of both Clintons, is skirting the law and coming very close to legal infractions. And as a matter of fact, FBI Director Comey, to sort of flip over all the cards as he does finally at the end of his remarks this morning, she did violate the law. And he says that she did. You'll hear it. And yet, it's not prosecutable. He believes, he recommends. By the way, is it possible that Loretta Lynch and the Justice Department, Loretta Lynch has said she won't be part of this. So is it possible that professionals at the Justice Department will say, we're going to prosecute her anyway, even though the FBI didn't recommend it? It's possible. but very, very, very unlikely. Meanwhile, the FBI director, James Comey, who is a Republican, and by the way, he's a real Republican. He not only was a Republican in terms of heredity from the background that he comes from, not only in terms of the justices that he's clerked for, because he is an attorney also. He is a Republican based upon even his college dissertation at William and Mary was on Jerry Falwell and writing admiringly of Jerry Falwell. He's also donated money in the past. James Comey, the FBI director, to John McCain running for president against Barack Obama, and to Mitt Romney. So, again, is he someone who is part of a conspiracy to exonerate Hillary? No, he's not. And he does say this, however, concerning charges that she and her lawyers specifically destroyed evidence that might have implicated her.
I should add here that we found no evidence that any of the additional work-related emails were intentionally deleted in an effort to conceal them in some way. Our assessment is that, like many email users, Secretary Clinton periodically deleted emails, or emails were purged from her system when devices were changed. Because she was not using a government account, or even a commercial account like Gmail, there was no archiving at all of her emails. So it's not surprising that we discovered emails that were not on Secretary Clinton's system in 2014 when she produced those 30,000 some emails to state.
And they went through those additional emails that they were able to recover. And apparently this was a very, very thorough investigation. And Comey said this about the nature of that investigation.
We have conducted interviews and done technical examination to attempt to understand exactly how that sorting was done by her attorneys. Although we don't have complete visibility because we're not able to fully reconstruct the electronic record of that sorting, we believe our investigation has been sufficient to give us reasonable confidence there was no intentional misconduct in connection with that sorting effort.
In other words, what they sorted was they took out personal emails and did not turn them over. They apparently have looked through this and determined that there was no deliberate attempt to take out classified material. After all, they found a great deal of classified material. And then they said this.
Although we did not find clear evidence that Secretary Clinton or her colleagues intended to violate laws governing the handling of classified information, there is evidence that they were extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information. For example, 7 email chains concern matters that were classified at the top secret special access program at the time they were sent and received. Those chains involve Secretary Clinton both sending emails about those matters and receiving emails about those same matters. There is evidence to support a conclusion that any reasonable person in Secretary Clinton's position or in the position of those with whom she was corresponding about those matters should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
Okay, this is very, very direct. And for people who are saying, boy, the Democrats ought to be celebrating today and what a great day for Hillary Clinton, it's not true. It's a terrible day for Hillary Clinton. When you have the director of the FBI saying you have behaved recklessly, you have behaved carelessly, you have behaved extremely carelessly, you should have known. I mean, goodness gracious. How can she face this without acknowledging a terrible irresponsibility? And her entire campaign is based on the idea that she is a responsible, seasoned, competent, reliable, safe candidate for president of the United States. Doesn't everything about Director Comey's statement this morning indicate that she is none of those things? 1-800-955-1776. I was on the radio this morning here locally in Seattle, talking a little bit about my initial reaction just moments after I heard the FBI Director James Comey commenting about this. And I said, it's a terrible day for Hillary. But whether it ends up being a good day for Donald J. Trump depends on one person. Not me, but on Mr. Trump. He's going to be campaigning later today in North Carolina. He will almost undoubtedly say something about this when he's campaigning. I think it's very important that what he says be responsible, accurate, defensible, and not wild and out there and crazy, making him the story again. The story here should be Hillary's irresponsibility, not Trump's. And it shouldn't be Trump versus Comey. It should be Trump versus Hillary. We'll get to how he does that coming up.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
Now, Lou Gillum, AM 590, WCAB.
Then for American Federal Rare Coin and Bullion, as gold rallies forward, many investors are looking at different ways to diversify, which often includes precious metals IRA accounts. Now, many unwary investors assume that because the account's an IRA, it's perfectly safe. Many are also under the false impression that you can store your precious metal IRA at home or in a safe deposit box, and there are others who have U.S. gold coins such as $20 St. Gaudens and Liberties in their account. Now, these are not allowed by the IRS. The unfortunate truth is you can receive questionable advice from your dealer, purchase overpriced or the wrong coins for your IRA, and you can end up vulnerable to fines and taxes from the IRS. Call my friends at American Federal, 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. And ask for their safe IRA package. Don't wait for the IRS to start investigating before you take action. AmericanFederal.com. That's AmericanFederal.com. This is Michael Medved. If you're looking for care for a loved one in order to maintain independent living at home, Visiting Angels is ready to serve. Visiting Angels franchises provide the compassionate professional caregivers who are needed to deliver the best home care available anywhere, and you may select your caregiver before the service even begins. Services include bathing, dressing, errands, light housekeeping, and meal preparation, and much more, up to 24 hours each day. With over 500 franchised offices nationwide, Visiting Angels is America's choice in senior home care. Employment opportunities in caregiving for Visiting Angels are available. You'll receive the support needed to fulfill your goal of achieving a caring career. Franchise opportunities also available. Call today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. That's 877-374-LIVE. Visiting Angels at 877-374-LIVE. Each office independently owned and operated.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Across the country are choosing the flexibility of working when they want, driving with Uber. You'll control your day, plus be able to start earning right away just by driving your own car.
Why'd I choose to drive with Uber? So that's easy. Complete freedom. Working when I want. I mean, I can't get that anywhere else. So with both my kids in soccer camp, I drop them off, then I start driving. Or, we'll go to the park and I do it later. Or even just not at all that day. It's a beautiful thing. I just turn on the Uber app and ride requests come in and I'm earning some extra money. It helps us stay on budget every month. Plus we can save for a summer vacation. Total freedom. Working when I want, being my own boss. Yeah, driving with Uber is definitely the best option for me.
Earn the extra money you need on your schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day and watch the money add up fast. Get started today. Take 2 minutes and sign up right now. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and negative articles can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. It happens a lot, and it's just not fair. But what can you do? ReputationDefender.com can help protect your good name. Get a free consultation now. Call 800-651-4888. That's 800-651-4888. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system, and the analysis is absolutely free. Make the best things about you jump out in searches. Protect your personal and professional reputation, your business, and your income. Get your free reputation analysis from ReputationDefender.com right now. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888. That's 800-651-4888. Or visit ReputationDefender.com today.
21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Anyone looking at this campaign right now who thinks that Hillary Clinton caught a huge break because she wasn't indicted, by the way, I have said all along, and here in the newsroom that faces the station where we're broadcasting today, I'm broadcasting, of course, from our flagship station, home base, KTTH AM 770 in Seattle. And we share a newsroom together with our sister station, Cairo in Seattle. And coming into the newsroom today, a number of people said, oh, okay, you were right. You said Hillary wouldn't be indicted. But I also said she wouldn't, by any stretch of the imagination, be home free. And she's not. This is going to be extremely damaging to her campaign. They can use some of Director Comey speaking today and actually condemning her, as he did very clearly, saying she should have known better. She was deeply irresponsible. She was reckless. She was careless. All of that is right there on the record. And anyone who pretends differently is a Democratic partisan who is trying to obscure the truth. The truth is there's no justification for someone who is sophisticated, who has a record in terms of the government, who is holding one of the top positions in government, and Secretary of State is traditionally the top position in government. In the early days of the Republic, Secretary of State was a typical stepping stone for becoming president. Thomas Jefferson was Secretary of State before he became president. James Madison was. James Monroe was. John Quincy Adams was. All of these people served as Secretary of State before they became president. And it's a honored position. It's a deeply responsible position. So what was she doing with this? And what was she doing? The Inspector General's report that led to this FBI investigation, Inspector General in the State Department, was blistering in terms of her carelessness. How does anyone who is an advocate for Hillary Clinton as president of the United States possibly justify this thing? And here is the conclusion, toward the conclusion of the statement by FBI Director James Comey, who, by the way, I think presented things forcefully, effectively, and with even-handedness this morning. Here he is.
Finally, with respect to our recommendation to the Department of Justice, in our system, the prosecutors make the decisions about whether charges are appropriate based on evidence that the FBI helps collect. Although we don't normally make public our recommendations to the prosecutors, we frequently make recommendations and engage in productive conversations with prosecutors about what resolution may be appropriate given the evidence. In this case, given the importance of the matter, I think unusual transparency is in order. Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case.
Okay, and why not? He says that there is evidence of violation of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information. Here's why not. Because in order for this to rise to the level of a felony, you have to show either intent, either that she knew what she was doing, she knew she was doing it wrong, and she had some reason for doing it wrong, or gross negligence. Negligence is there. They could probably get a misdemeanor charge, but not a felony charge. Comey went on to explain.
In looking back at our investigations into the mishandling or removal of classified information, we cannot find a case that would support bringing criminal charges on these facts. All the cases prosecuted involved some combination of clearly intentional and willful mishandling of classified information or vast quantities of information exposed in such a way as to support an inference of intentional misconduct or indications of disloyalty to the United States or efforts to obstruct justice. We do not see those things here. To be clear, this is not to suggest that in similar circumstances, a person who engaged in this activity would face no consequences. To the contrary, those individuals are often subject to security or administrative sanctions, but that's not what we're deciding now. As a result, although the Department of Justice makes final decisions on matters like this, we are expressing to Justice our view that no charges are appropriate in this case.
Okay, what they're getting to here is the essential difference between this case and, say, the Petraeus case. And the Petraeus case we'll go over in a moment, because Trump and his response brings up the Petraeus case. Donald Trump is handling this situation horribly at the moment, and that should come as no surprise to anybody else who follows his Twitter feed. I actually printed out a bunch of pages of his Twitter feed. On this case, he says the following two tweets. FBI director said crooked Hillary compromised our national security. No charges. Wow. Hashtag rigged system. Rigged system? Is he accusing the FBI director of rigging the system? A tweet right before that says, the system is rigged. General Petraeus got in trouble for far less. Very, very unfair. As usual, bad judgment. Okay, General Petraeus ended up paying a $50,000 fine, and because he did a plea bargain. Before they brought formal charges. But the problem with Petraeus, which makes it enormously worse than what happened with Hillary, is he clearly was engaged in a pattern where he was trying to hide his emails back and forth with the woman who was his mistress. And he had transferred to her a great deal of information. There also may have been evidence that he was trying to obstruct justice, trying to get people unable to find out what was going on with him. In other words, there was a pattern of behavior that suggested more than just carelessness, more than just somebody who forgot. I mean, he was basically trying to hide an affair, which ended up bringing him down. He was also at the time director of the CIA. Okay? And a lot of this was done when he was a very high-ranking general and director of the Central Intelligence Agency. So in terms of Petraeus, to use him as an example, why is Clinton being treated differently? Because what appears to be the case here, and again, Comey didn't answer questions, so nobody could ask him about it. A lot of people assumed that some of the emails that were deleted would have been emails regarding the Clinton Foundation and perhaps influence peddling, conflict of interest, that she received foreign donations and then gave special consideration to those foreign powers because she got donations of the Clinton Foundation. By the way, I still think that's entirely possible. But the evidence from what Director Comey said, that they have scrubbed all that, they've looked at all that, they've examined it, not scrubbed it, they've examined it and gone over it very carefully. And they see no pattern of intentional misconduct, and that would be misconduct by her attorneys in deleting emails or by her in deleting emails. That would seem to indicate that these particular emails that she did not hand over, that were deleted in a more routine basis. And they found most of them anyway. So what should Republicans do? There is one Republican who I think gives a terrific example of exactly how to handle this. We'll get to that coming up.
The Michael Medved Show. MichaelMedved.com.
What makes a good radio station? Local involvement, complete news coverage, sports, constant weather updates, talk shows, contests, today's country hits, and yesterday's memories. Come to think of it, I guess you're listening to it. WCAB.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Decision not to recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton for her handling of classified materials is more evidence against crooked Hillary and shows that the system is rigged. FBI Director James Comey announced his decision Tuesday. Comey said Clinton's use of a private email account was, quote, extremely careless. President Obama joined Clinton for their first joint appearances on the campaign trail, stepping off Air Force One for a rally in Charlotte Tuesday. The next prime minister in Britain almost certainly will be a woman. Home Secretary Theresa May has scored extremely well in the first round of voting for the next leader of the Conservative Party and who will become prime minister, succeeding David Cameron. Coming in second was Energy Minister Andrea Leadsom, who received 66 votes in the balloting. And this is SRN News.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would. and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Do you have friends and family who have met on eHarmony? Have you heard firsthand some of our great relationship stories? This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. And maybe you've thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony. Well, now's the perfect time. Our free communication weekend is on this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free communication means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony, including sending messages to people who interest you. It's truly the first step in finding that perfect someone to make you really happy. And this weekend, you can start for free. eHarmony makes 10 million matches per day based on our signature matching system. We match on qualities that really count in a happy relationship. So what are you waiting for? Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Thirty-four minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. A lot of you have commented and enjoyed our history program, which we broadcast Monday on the 4th of July. That would be yesterday. A history program about the coming of the American Revolution. Right now we have our daily discount on Follow-Up, which is a special history program which is available 20% off today only, at MedvedHistoryStore.com. It's on what's been called the Second War of American Independence, the War of 1812, which was actually in many ways, you could say, the most disastrous, ill-managed war that was saved by, well, actually, a little bit of an instance of divine providence. It's part of the subject of my new book, which we are just now recording in audiobook form, by the way. But you can get the War of 1812 20% discount today at MedvedHistoryStore.com. You can get it on CD or MP3 download. Back to the Clinton matter. Secretary Clinton is speaking right now. She's introducing the President of the United States at a boisterous rally down in North Carolina. Mr. Trump is going to be in North Carolina later today. If she has anything to say, or if President Obama has anything to say about the email controversy or the FBI recommendation today, it's not a final decision. The FBI doesn't get to make that decision. The Justice Department does. We will let you know. I think it's unlikely that at this festive rally where they're trying to carry this key state for the Democrats. And by the way, Democrats are favored to win North Carolina this time. It was very close last time. Romney was able to win last time. Obama won in 2008 against McCain. It's a genuine swing state. It's one of those states that Trump needs to carry, and which is why he's going there later today. Meanwhile, she is speaking and introducing the president. They're both smiling, and they probably will ignore the charges against her. Why? Because what can they say? Okay, the FBI concluded I was reckless, I was careless, I broke the law, but I'm not going to be prosecuted. No one can say, and if you want to try to say it, go ahead, give us a call. She was not exonerated. She was not cleared. What she is left with is they had a phrase in Watergate of unindicted co-conspirator. The president of the United States was referred to as an unindicted co-conspirator because you can't indict a president. But you know what? She is an unindicted lawbreaker. Let's go to your calls to Dennis in San Antonio, Texas. Dennis, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for having me on your show.
You bet.
I'm 57, almost 57 years old, and a lot of people didn't live through Watergate. And there was a very clear crime that was committed in Watergate. And I remember the big thing about that was the cover-up of Watergate. And, back then there was an erasing of a tape in the Nixon administration. I don't know how long the erasing was.
It was 18 minutes. It was an 18-minute gap. Yeah.
Which really kind of damned the president, if you recall.
Yes, and nobody knows to this day what was in that 18 minutes, though they can infer, or who did the erasure, though it was probably the president himself because it was so clumsy. Go ahead.
But doesn't it analogize to the erased emails?
No, because they've recovered the erased emails.
Every one of them.
They seem to have gotten nearly all of them, and they have that kind of technology. So it's not the same as Watergate. And let me point out to you that even with that 18-minute gap, Nixon was about to get impeached by the House, and he resigned. And this is one of those things that I would greatly respect any Democrat with the guts and the integrity to step forward and say, you know what? After this thing, she should withdraw as a candidate. I mean, this is what I said on the radio this morning, and I do need to say it again, especially for those of us who are not enthusiastic about Mr. Trump, and I am not in any way enthusiastic about Mr. Trump. It's very important. We have a country of 330 million people. Surely we can do better than this choice. I mean, Hillary versus Trump, criminal versus crazy. Sorry, this is not a good choice. Americans, we can do better. And if you're feeling pain that doesn't even relate to politics, that may relate to joint pain, arthritis pain, back pain, neck pain, you should listen to what Karen says. She says, I purchased your product for my husband as he had been suffering from shoulder pain for some time. His pain is now 100% gone. He saw improvement after an estimated 2 weeks, and pain was completely gone after 4 to 6. He's somewhat of a skeptic, so it was hard for me to convince him to use Relief Factor on a routine basis. No longer a skeptic. We have recommended it to many people. The radio hosts I trust, thank you very much, were very convincing. We have them to thank as well. Well, you want to say thank you too. Check out Relief Factor. It's $19.95, gets you started for 3 full weeks. You have nothing to lose but your pain and the whole world to gain. It's totally natural. Totally safe. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. $19.95 for a 3-week start where you'll feel the difference right away. That's ReliefFactor.com. When we come back, Rudy Giuliani says she should have been indicted. Coming right back. If you love freedom, if you love America like I do, then I'd like to invite you to stand with me and well over 1 million other patriotic Americans by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country, and there's good reason for that. AMAC fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. In fact, AMAC fights for the conservative values that have made this country great. AMAC membership will also give you access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts, such as group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, and access to all things Medicare. Join AMAC today at www.amac.us. That's www.amac.us. Or call 888-262-2006. Again, that's 888-262-2006. Tell them Michael Medved sent you.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Laid off in the past few years in some corporate cost-cutting move. Most of these people were over 50 years old, and they'd held their job for years. You tell me, who's going to hire these people at the same wage? In this day and age of job insecurity, is there any other feeling more empowering than being your own boss? Hi, Steve Cooper here, co-owner of ERSOP.com, ERSOP, which stands for Entrepreneur Rollover Stock Ownership Plan. We've helped thousands of people get control of their lives, income, and their sense of security. Along with my partner Karen Franklin, ERSOP.com has also helped these thousands of people use their retirement funds to invest in businesses for themselves and their family. It only takes a couple of weeks to finance, and it's totally legal. And the best part is, 3, 4, 5 years later, you put the retirement funds back and have the corporation carry on by itself. Be the entrepreneur you've always dreamed of being. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. Invest in yourself. Call 866-MY-ERSOP.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
44 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. A little bit earlier in the this hour, I mentioned that I thought that there was a more effective way of handling this announcement today by Director Comey. The key thing, it seems to me, and I do think this bears repeating, and I hope that Mr. Trump will be receiving this advice and listening to this advice before he speaks later today in North Carolina. Don't make this a Trump versus Comey showdown. Comey's a Republican. He was the number 2 man in the Justice Department under President Bush, under Attorney Generals Michael Mukasey, who was a terrific Attorney General for President Bush, and Alberto Gonzales, you may remember, and John Ashcroft before that. And Comey served with great distinction. He's always been a Republican. He's been a loyal Republican. And Trump doesn't need to make war on other Republicans. Let this be between Trump and Hillary. And this is the way that Paul Ryan responded. And it seems to me that the speaker is, again, threading the needle, handling this thing very effectively. What Paul Ryan said is he issued this statement. While I support the law enforcement professionals of the FBI, this announcement defies explanation. No one should be above the law. But based upon the director's own statement, it appears damage is being done to the rule of law. declining to prosecute Secretary Clinton for recklessly mishandling and transmitting national security information will set a terrible precedent. The findings of this investigation also make clear that Secretary Clinton misled the American people when she was confronted with her criminal actions. While we need more information about how the Bureau came to this recommendation, the American people will reject this troubling pattern of dishonesty and poor judgment. Okay, it's hard-hitting. It's directly focused on what's wrong with Secretary Clinton, but it doesn't make James Comey the story, because he's not. The story remains Hillary Clinton and how she would explain this scathing account this morning. Because either she is guilty of intentionally mishandling information, or else she demonstrated the most staggering recklessness and incompetence, which are not characteristics with the President of the United States. Let's go to a block in New Rochelle, New York. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Mike, how come the mainstream media, and I think you and I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it the $64,000 question anyway, are not asking about why this whole thing happened in the first place? Because she knew she was going to run for president when she was Secretary of State, and she didn't want to ask questions about public policy, things that she supported, like the Arab Spring, Benghazi, on and on. And now, because if you have this sort of email, it's a hole in the air. There's no paper trail, and you don't have to ask questions about it. And the media is perfectly content not to, it seems.
See, I don't buy what you're saying, and I'll tell you why. Because generally, the Secretary of State, like you and me and everybody else, is entitled to private email. And we generally don't read the email that a Secretary of State sends over a secure government server, particularly not top secret emails. And I don't think she set up her private server. I mean, who knows why she set up her private server? I'm sure she wishes now that she hadn't. And yes, there was some use, though much less extensive use, of private servers by previous secretaries of state. One of the things that the FBI is letting be known is that they've seen here a whole destructive pattern at the State Department that goes back even before Secretary Clinton. And that needs to be corrected. But it seems to me that the expectation that she isn't allowed to, for instance, talk with the president or email with the president back and forth about ideas about Arab Spring without it coming into the press. I don't think that is a legitimate explanation of why this happened. But I think your point is solid. The one thing that she has never ever explained, she says she did this simply for convenience. And if that was the case, then it was stupid almost beyond belief. Appreciate your call. Let's go to Rico in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Rico, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
How are you, Michael? This is Rico. Hey, I just want to follow up, if I may. You know, I was in the Army in the Estados Unidos a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and I was in military intelligence, and, you know, I had a top-secret clearance, and if I did anything to lose that clearance, you know, I think they would revoke it. I think I'd get a demotion. I think I'd get, you know, busted down the rank. What do you think?
I'm sure you would. And my father had a security clearance when he worked at NASA, at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. And he worked very hard to get that. And certainly if he had done something like this, he would have lost it. The problem is there are a ton of people in government who get security clearance because they're elected to high office who don't really deserve it. And now I think we can say with some confidence that Hillary Clinton is one of them. Appreciate your call, Rico, and thanks for your service. John, St. Paul, Minnesota, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Thanks, Michael. As I was listening to Director Comey's initial remarks on the investigation, it seemed like he was building up for an actual indictment.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
When he announced that the decision not to indict, my head almost exploded, because at least 2 or 3 examples of her lies. The first one is primarily She turned over all of her emails. No emails were marked secret. And finally, what about obstruction? She made willful efforts to obstruct by purposely deleting those emails. So I do not
he specifically said in his statement that they checked for that and they saw no willful effort to obstruct in deleting the emails. You're right. The obstruction of justice statute, it would probably be easier to prosecute her on that in regards to this entire matter than on the statutory violation itself. We'll get to Rudy Giuliani's conclusion on this coming up.
The Michael Medved Show, all across America.
Michael Medved's marvelous malice-making media machine.
This is the Michael Medved Show.
Start the day with local news with the popular morning report at 6:55 a.m. Get North Carolina news, national news from ABC, and local reports from Lake Lure to Cliffside. Be the first to know on WCAB.
We'll train anything with 4 legs and a tail. My husband and I own a kennel. We train hunting dogs and also have a boarding and grooming business. Our dogs, they're athletes, and we feed a very quality food. You can't get enzymes in a commercial dog food because they cook it at such a high heat that so much important nutrition is just cooked right out of it. But adding Dynovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
DINOVITE.com. 859-428-1000.
The omega-3 fatty acids, flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa, the digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
Dynovite is nutrition. If you want the dog to be healthy, you got to feed it something healthy.
DINOVITE. Dynovite's the bomb. 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dynovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
WCAB, Rutherfordton. Black Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
On the Michael Medved Show, 55 minutes after the hour, we'll get to former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who's also a former prosecutor. And what's interesting about that is Jim Comey used to be an aide for Rudy Giuliani. And that's one of the ways he got to be FBI director and then deputy attorney general. again, his entire experience is working for Republicans. Rudy Giuliani cannot understand Comey's decision. Let's go to Diana in Philadelphia. Diana, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Well, he should be able to understand it because he clearly said, Director Comey, that no reasonable prosecutor would ever have brought these charges. This is just, trashing of a reputation that, Hillary was voted the most admired woman in the world for like 20 years via the Gallup poll. And now she is like just completely tarred with dishonest and the Clinton way. It is ludicrous. This weekend, for example, the whole idea of the Loretta Lynch thing and Bill Clinton, sure, that's how you collude in front of two press corps of people, as opposed to like maybe picking up a phone or having surrogates talking behind in background or something like that. Obviously, they weren't colluding.
Diana, when you say obviously they weren't colluding, from what I'm able to gather about that meeting, and do I think that meeting is actionable? No, I don't. But I think it's deeply embarrassing, and people have admitted on the Democratic side that it was embarrassing. In fact, Attorney General Lynch has admitted that it was a mistake and it casts a shadow on the investigation. She did that in public and on TV. And the problem with it is that they didn't do this in front of the press corps. They did it in private. They did it, I believe, inside a hangar inside the airplane. And they didn't invite the press to come see them meet. But go ahead.
I mean, the press knew that they were meeting. It's not like they would...
No, the press didn't. There was one reporter. There was a local reporter there in Las Vegas who found out and reported it. But go ahead.
Michael, the thing is that this report was very clear. It was never a criminal investigation. It was an investigation on how to secure email and private conversations.
Diana, technically, it was a criminal investigation, and it was a criminal investigation that was necessitated by the Inspector General at the State Department, who gave a blistering report. Have you heard what Director Comey said?
I heard segments of what he said, and I heard him say that this is something that you have seen throughout the State Department and in previous administrations, and that everybody knew she was using it because it said Clinton.com.
No, he did not say that. He did not say any of those things that you just said. Listen to Director Comey's statement. Diana, look, I think that what has happened here is deeply damaging to Hillary Clinton, because there is no defense. And certainly there was no attempt on the part of the FBI director, James Comey, to defend her and her candidacy for being president of this greatest nation on God's green earth.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice. Check us online at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. At a campaign rally stop in Raleigh, North Carolina Tuesday night, Donald Trump wasted no time weighing in on Tuesday's decision by the FBI not to recommend charges against Hillary Clinton for her handling of classified materials. Trump saying the fix was in.
It turned out that we're not going to press charges. It's really amazing. But I'll tell you. Look, we have a rigged system, folks.
Trump alleged Clinton bribed Attorney General Loretta Lynch to avoid charges. The comment came after a New York Times report that said Clinton would consider keeping Lynch if she's elected president. SRN News legal analyst Matt Staver says the decision made no sense to him.
I think when you listen to his message, you would think he was going one way, and then at the end of the message, he goes completely the opposite way. So that's befuddling.
The announcement lifts a major legal threat to Clinton's presidential campaign, which got a major boost today when Clinton appeared with President Obama in North Carolina, stepping off Air Force One for a campaign stop. The renewed concerns in Britain about their finances were triggered by a report that a financial services company had to suspend one of its property investment funds. Currency analyst David Rodriguez says the British pound will continue to decrease in value with market uncertainty.
Until we see way more clarity on the next steps, which we're not likely to see at least until the Prime Minister is elected in September, I think it's fairly likely the British pound continues to suffer.
Comcast is going to add Netflix to its X1 set-top boxes in the latest deal to blur the lines between cable TV from internet video services. The arrangement was announced Tuesday. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
After a rough day on the range, a feller can get a bit saddle sore. That's why I use Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. It works fast and penetrates deep to soothe my tired muscles and joints.
And he don't stink.
And I'll tell you one thing, I had no idea this stuff was so darn handy.
Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. Available at all major retailers. It works fast for long-lasting soothing of tired muscles and joints.
And you won't stink.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
The Islamic State group is tightening its grip on the estimated 3,000 Yazidi women and girls it holds as sex slaves. Correspondent Lori Hinnett reports from Paris.
The Islamic State extremists are increasing their control over about 3,000 Yazidis women and girls who were kidnapped in 2014 as sex slaves.
And the Islamic State's also targeting men who try to smuggle the Yazidi women and girls to freedom. Venus and Serena Williams won again at Wimbledon. The American sisters advanced to the quarterfinals in the doubles tournament on Tuesday, beating sixth-seeded Andrea Halavakova and Lucy Dreka 6-4, 6-3, a short time after each reached the semifinals in the women's singles competition. Venus, a five-time singles champion, and younger sister Serena, a six-time champion at the All-England Club, have teamed up to win 5 doubles titles at the Grass Court Major. More on these stories at townhall.com. The renewed concerns over Britain were triggered by a report that a financial services company had to suspend one of its property investment funds after investors were rushing to pull money out. Courtesy analyst David Rodriguez says while the British pound is plunging to its lowest point in 3 decades, the dollar is up.
The dollar is the obvious beneficiary of all of this because when you have uncertainty, you seek safety. What more safety can you find than the preeminent global currency standard, the U.S. dollar?
Rodriguez says the British pound will continue to decrease in value with market uncertainty. Roscoe Brown Jr., a member of the legendary Tuskegee Airmen and advisor to New York politicians, has died. He was 94. Michel Rocard, the former Prime Minister of France from 1988 to 1991, died over the weekend. He was 85. And Teddy Rooney, an actor, musician, and son of the late Mickey Rooney, died after a long illness. He was 66. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRock.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, scattered showers, a low around 72. Isolated showers and a high 93 and a low 72 Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, a high 93, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, high around 95. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call-Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call-Around Report here on AM 590. WCAB, Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A day of great disappointment for people who wanted to see Hillary Clinton knocked out of the race. She won't be knocked out of the race, but she is a badly damaged candidate. She has been all along. There are reasons that Hillary and, yes, Donald J. Trump are the two most unpopular major party nominees in the history of polling. I mean, you talk about these two, and you look at the situation we're in, and the real question is, how did we get here? The number of people who were wildly enthusiastic about Hillary or Trump, either one of them, the number of people who were enthusiastic about this choice, you could fit into a phone booth. So what do you do about it? Especially now that it looks like you cannot rely on the Justice Department, you never could, or the FBI to take Hillary out of the race. James Comey, the director of the FBI, spoke at some length this morning about some fairly shocking revelations that they turned up in their investigation. And the investigation did turn up a lot of very damaging and shocking material, but then concluded this.
Finally, with respect to our recommendation to the Department of Justice, in our system, the prosecutors make the decisions about whether charges are appropriate based on evidence that the FBI helps collect. Although we don't normally make public our recommendations to the prosecutors, we frequently make recommendations and engage in productive conversations with prosecutors about what resolution may be appropriate given the evidence. In this case, given the importance of the matter, I think unusual transparency is in order. Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case.
Okay, why would no reasonable prosecutor bring such a case? He explains.
In looking back at our investigations into the mishandling or removal of classified information, we cannot find a case that would support bringing criminal charges on these facts. All the cases prosecuted involved some combination of clearly intentional and willful mishandling of classified information or vast quantities of information exposed in such a way as to support an inference of intentional misconduct or indications of disloyalty to the United States or efforts to obstruct justice. We do not see those things here. To be clear, this is not to suggest that in similar circumstances, a person who engaged in this activity would face no consequences. To the contrary, those individuals are often subject to security or administrative sanctions, but that's not what we're deciding now. As a result, although the Department of Justice makes final decisions on matters like this, we are expressing to Justice our view that no charges are appropriate in this case.
Okay, what are those sanctions that could be provided for Secretary Clinton in a case like this? The Congressional Research Service has a report, and it says the agency may impose disciplinary action or revoke a person's security clearance. The revocation of a security clearance is usually not reviewable by the Merit System Protection Board and may mean the loss of government employment. Government employees may be subject to monetary penalties for disclosing classified information. Now, is it possible that they would attempt to impose monetary penalties on Secretary Clinton? They should. And she should be only too happy to pay, by the way, as part of her atonement process. What she did was not treason. It was not espionage. It was, however, a reckless and irresponsible and careless disregard of the rules. And she is also, in the course of responding to this investigation, misstated the facts repeatedly. One of the many, many, many television ads that can be made if the Trump campaign gets together any money for television ads regarding this matter will feature Hillary saying repeatedly there were no classified emails. There were no classified emails. And then later she changed and said, well, there were emails that were up classified. In other words, that weren't designated as secret or top secret at the time, but then later, after the fact, were classified that way. He says, yeah, there are 2,000 that were up classified that were on her server. But in terms of the ones that were classified at the time, there were 8 that were top secret. There are 113 total. That's a lot of exceptions to what she described. All of this led Rudy Giuliani on CNBC to make these observations about the case.
Well, the director of the FBI worked for me as an assistant, and I am shocked at his conclusion for 2 reasons. First of all, he actually clearly concluded that she violated 18 United States Code Section 793 when he said she was extremely negligent. That statute doesn't require intent. It requires just gross negligence. And gross negligence is defined by judges in their charge as extremely negligent. I don't know how he can possibly avoid Section 793, subsection F, which says in pertinent part, whoever being entrusted with or having lawful possession or control of any document relating to the national defense through gross negligence permits the same to be removed from its proper place of custody shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for not more than 10 years or both. She clearly did that. There is no doubt.
Okay, I think that the difficulty here would be intent. Whether she knew that this was not the proper place of custody. And you could say, how could she be so stupid? Intent is a difficult thing to prove, and Rudy is a great prosecutor, and he knows that. He goes on.
Now, this whole idea that you can't prove intent, Jim knows that we usually prove intent through circumstantial evidence. The circumstances of extreme negligence over and over and over again is the best proof of intent. Also, her destruction of 34,000 emails also proves intent. People have been charged under these statutes for far less than this, and it's going to be almost impossible in the future for the FBI to justify a charge under any of these statutes. Right. So I don't know what Jim is doing. This is to me, a extremely hard conclusion to justify. Specifically, Section 793, subsection F, which makes gross negligence a crime.
Right.
And Jim Comey did say she was extremely negligent.
Well, okay.
Well, that's gross negligence.
Okay, the going from extremely negligent to gross negligence is an arguable point, I guess. But the other aspect that Rudy Giuliani didn't bring up that can be used to help prove intent is the fact that she was warned about this. This is in the Inspector General's report. There were people at the time who said, don't do this, who urged her not to set up her private email and to handle any kind of classified information on that private email. Let's go to your calls and to John in Edmonds, Washington. John, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. I have to say that as a Republican who is listening very intently to all this, and I did listen to the director's full statement about this, I think it's important that we get off this, she wasn't indicted, here's the reasons why she should have been indicted, and scream and cry about this for a long time, because I think that chapter may be over, and I think what's important is actually moving on from here with the messaging, which is, hey, there are a lot of, like you mentioned, the security clearances. There are so many reasons that he brought forward within that conference, that press conference, that should completely disqualify her in the minds of the voting public. That, I think a lot of people were waiting for her to be prosecuted, sent to jail, and we could say, yay, the battle's over. She's not a candidate anymore. The reality is that decision should be made in each mind of every voter.
You're exactly right. And the way that I formulated, John, is that if we end up being right now Trump versus Comey, Jim Comey, the FBI director, or Republicans versus Comey, we're going to lose and deserve to lose, Because our job is not to challenge what the FBI has decided. It's not even to challenge what the Justice Department has decided. Well, let you hear what Loretta Lynch had to say about her meeting with Bill Clinton. It has to be Trump versus Clinton. And this is a huge blow to her. There is no way that any Democrat should be celebrating today or should be saying, oh, gosh, Hillary did nothing wrong. She did a great deal wrong, and she is going to have to acknowledge it. It will probably be one of the first questions in any debate she has with Trump. And he better be willing and ready and able and prepared to prosecute that case. Begin in the court of public opinion, which is the court that matters most here. We'll hear what Loretta Lynch has to say coming right up.
Michael Medved.
So here's my question. How many more bad dates is it going to take before you finally try eHarmony? Yeah, eHarmony, that's right. Look, eHarmony has helped over 1 million people in getting married. That's 565,000 marriages to date, right? 565,000 marriages. That means over 1 million brides and grooms. They make over 10 million matches a day. And this 4th of July weekend, you can try eHarmony.com for free. That's right, for free. See, now through Tuesday is eHarmony's free communication weekend. You get unprecedented access to eHarmony, including sending messages to people who interest you. It's truly the first step in finding that perfect someone to make you truly happy. You can have a relationship that's passionate, loving, and long-lasting. Visit eHarmony.com and connect for free this 4th of July weekend, now June 30th through Tuesday, July 5th only. So what are you waiting for? Visit eHarmony.com and you can connect for free this 4th of July weekend, now June 30th through Tuesday, July 5th only.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-881-7171 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-881-7171. That's 800-881-7171. Employees of J.T. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can get it, send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable, it's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just 2 for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280.
Have you checked your Google search results lately? Search results are usually the first impression that people form of you or your business, so make sure that they create a positive impression with ReputationDefender.com. What the internet says about you can have a big impact on your life and your livelihood, even if it's not true. Fortunately, you can now control how you look online and in online search results with ReputationDefender.com. Call 800-651-4888 now. That's 800-651-4888 for your free reputation analysis. If you have negative material from an ex-employee, upset patient, or former client, newspaper article, legal issue, social media, or other source showing up in your search results, you can combat it with ReputationDefender.com. Our dedicated experts in patented technology can help make your online search results look their best. Call 800-651-4888 to learn more. 800-651-4888. That's 800-651-4888. Or visit ReputationDefender.com.
The Michael Medved Show.
Michael, you are the best.
21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Who is going to speak at the Republican convention? That is a question that apparently will be answered tomorrow. There had been rumors. I had picked them up that Donald Trump was planning to speak every night at the Republican convention, not just give an acceptance speech, but he has said that would be egocentric, and no, he won't be speaking every single night. Will Kid Rock speak? Maybe. Hulk Hogan? Maybe. Tom Brady? Apparently not. Don King? Definitely. And who else is definite? Ivanka Trump? Tiffany Trump? Melania Trump? Donald Trump Jr.? And Eric Trump. Barron, who's 11, I think, at this point, not so sure he will be speaking. I don't think the ex-wives will be speaking either. We will get to this issue coming right up. James Comey will not be speaking at the Republican convention, the FBI director, even though he is a Republican. It's not supposed to be a partisan post, FBI director, for obvious reasons, because that's awesome power to investigate people. And they did, apparently, expend a great deal of money and time and many, many man-hours with lots of veteran agents looking over this whole email matter for Hillary Clinton. And the final result? Not a good result for Hillary, but not the disastrous result for her candidacy that many Republicans had hoped to see. Let's go to your calls to Jim in Portland, Oregon. Jim, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael.
Hey.
I was wondering if this whole thing meets what I would call the Michener test. And in his book some 40 years ago, The Quality of Life, James Michener, one of his comments, paraphrase, only a fool would expect absolute justice, but you have a right to expect a semblance of justice. What we have here now, is that a semblance of justice?
Is not a semblance of justice.
Is it or is it not?
You see, when you talk about justice, you have to look at the nature of the offense. And does this offense show incompetence, carelessness, recklessness, arrogance, all of those things? It does. What it doesn't show is criminal intent, and which is why they aren't prosecuting it. Look, the way that prosecutors think, no prosecutor, except if you're the Marilyn Mosby in Baltimore, wants to bring a case where you know you're going to lose, where you don't have either the facts or the law on your side, and where you simply won't be able to win some conviction. And that's what went wrong in Baltimore, right? With those 6 cops who were accused, that those cases never should have been prosecuted. That was just pure politics. And I don't think that Jim Comey, being a good lawyer in addition to being a good law enforcement official, wanted to be involved with that. And I give him credit on that basis. And also for the strength of his statement today in attacking Secretary Clinton, and by the way, leaving the door open for sanctions. Now, will she be sanctioned? And the answer is probably not. Should she be? Definitely. And yes, that can include fines and loss of security clearance. She won't lose her security clearance because she's running for president. But fines? Why not? Appreciate your call. Let's go to Stan in Forest Hills, New York. Stan, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Happy 4th of July, a little late, but I wanted to wish it to you anyway.
Thank you so much.
As you know, I've called a long time in the past. I've been for Mrs. Clinton. I think what has happened today ends it. But I make this point cautiously. I do believe that there should be a fine. But even more important, the mistake Mrs. Clinton made was nobody, or the staff, nobody told her. Nobody told her. Now, if she becomes president, it's the same staff. Well, one day if she's in the Oval Office, will somebody not tell her something that needs to be told? I'm for Mrs. Clinton. I'm going to vote for her. But I think that leaves some little doubt there in terms of the staff.
Well, it does, and
with her.
let me say that in the Inspector General's report, they said that she was told that this was a bad idea, that there were members of the staff, that there were people who worked in the State Department who said, don't do this thing, and she did it anyway. So it really goes to her core competence. What's the main issue that's going to lead you to vote for Hillary, Stan?
Well, I think I will use the experience. She's had the experience. She's worked in the Senate. She has been in the president's office. She knows what the president does. She knows has seen decisions being made, foreign and domestic. I think she's competent. And one other thing, Mike, Barney Frank for vice president. I think he'd be a great VP. She hasn't talked about anybody, but watch out. I think he's been talked to.
I would be very surprised. I don't think that Barney Frank brings her any additional support that she wouldn't receive already. You also have a problem. Barney Frank is a New Yorker. I bet he's a real New Yorker, even though he represented Massachusetts and the Boston area as a member of Congress. Let's go to John, Redlands, California. John, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Thank you, Michael, for taking my call, and I'm glad you're in better health now.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, Michael, I think that Director Comey did the American public a service with his decision. First of all, I don't think there would have been a conviction by a jury of Hillary Clinton, given the jury pool that would have been used. And it would have been a long, arduous trial that would have made her look like a martyr. And second, I think he did a good job in outlining what she did wrong. And thirdly, I feel that a person like Rudy Giuliani, if Trump had to pick somebody for vice president, would be somebody with a strong prosecutorial and security background.
Okay, let me explain to you why that cannot happen. You want to hear? And again, I think Rudy would be a fine candidate for vice president, except for this. He is from New York. He is a New York resident. He represented New York. He was mayor of New York. Trump is from New York. You cannot have two candidates from the same state, or you forfeit under our Constitution, you forfeit the electoral votes in that state. Now, you might say that, well, they're not going to carry New York anyway. I mean, Republicans aren't. I think it's very, very, very unlikely that Mr. Trump could win New York. But still, we've had, and this was a problem potentially with George W. Bush with Dick Cheney, because Dick Cheney had moved from his home in Wyoming and was currently living in Texas, and Bush was from Texas. But it turns out that Cheney was still a registered voter in Wyoming. Therefore, he could run with Bush. You can't have two people from the same state. It's why Mr. Trump, when he has talked about his daughter Ivanka as his running mate, I'm sure that would be a very popular choice, but it's the same problem. Though, actually, I think she lives in New Jersey. I think she may live in New Jersey, which is why Chris Christie is more possible and likely. Also, Chris Christie, so much more athletic and attractive than Ivanka, right? We'll be right back on the Medved Show.
We have a responsibility to say clearly and directly what's really going on in our country.
The Michael Medved Show.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich joining Donald Trump Wednesday for a rally in Cincinnati, Ohio. Tuesday night, Tennessee Senator Bob Corker traveled with Trump to Raleigh, North Carolina. Both are considered to be on Trump's list as potential running mates. Hillary Clinton was in North Carolina as well Tuesday, just after the FBI cleared her of any wrongdoing in her handling of emails. Clinton stepped off Air Force One with President Obama. Connecticut Congressman John Larson says House Democrats aren't going away when it comes to demanding votes on gun curbs they favor. But House Speaker Paul Ryan told WTMU Radio in Milwaukee Tuesday the House won't vote on Democratic measures. He said if Democrats want to make the rules, they should win the majority in the elections. And the TSA plans to test a new CT scanner at a checkpoint in the Phoenix airport by the end of the year. This is SRN News.
After a rough day on the range, a feller can get a bit saddle sore. That's why I use Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. It works fast and penetrates deep to soothe my tired muscles and joints.
And he don't stink.
And I'll tell you one thing, I had no idea this stuff was so darn handy.
Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. Available at all major retailers. It works fast for long-lasting soothing of tired muscles and joints.
And you won't stink.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself going deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a non-profit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment. Put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can tell you that Geico could save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not go straight to the source?
Hey, Harry's Money here. And the day Harry went to Geico.com and switched his car insurance was the day I got to hang around. Finally, boys bonding, bada bing, bada boom. No wonder Geico has 97% customer satisfaction. Personally, I give him 100, but that's just my 2 cents. That was funny.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
"34 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. In the tradition of the 4th of July, resist tyranny. It's hot outside. It shouldn't be hot in your living room. Resist the sun's tyranny with brand new custom blinds from Blinds.com. Now through July 7th, order one blind and get the second for 50% off at Blinds.com. Promo code Medved. Blinds.com, promo code Medved. Rules and restrictions may apply. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. Loretta Lynch was speaking at the Aspen Institute about that meeting, which is now sort of in the backwash of history. The secret meeting with Bill Clinton that didn't turn out to be such a secret. They've both acknowledged now that it was a mistake. Of course it was a mistake. Here is how the Attorney General of the United States handled the question at the Aspen Institute in Colorado.
Now, you've known President Clinton for a long time. He's the one who nominated you and appointed you to U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District in 1999. So I'm wondering, you have a relationship is what I'm trying to get to in terms of just long-standing professional relationship. So you would be well within your right to say, get off my plane. What are you doing here? Do you regret not telling the former president of the United States to leave the premises?
So, well, look, as I've said, I may have viewed it in a certain light, but the issue is how does it impact the work that I do and the work that the Department of Justice does? And I certainly wouldn't do it again. Because I think it has cast a shadow over what it should not, over what it will not touch. And that's why, as I said, I think it's important to talk about how this matter will be resolved and how the review and how the determinations and decisions will be made. I can say, as I have said, it's going to be handled by career people, and then we can make an announcement as to what it is. But unless people have some insight into that process, they're not going to be able to evaluate that. Mm-hmm. And the most important thing for me as the Attorney General is the integrity of this Department of Justice. And the fact that the meeting that I had is now casting a shadow over how people are going to view that work is something that I take seriously and deeply and painfully. And so I think it's important to provide as much information as we can so that people can have a full view of how we do our work and why we do our work, and how this case is going to be resolved, as well as how all the cases that we look at are going to be resolved.
Okay, it helps that she has a very warm, winning quality to her voice, doesn't it? And that she handled the question as well as she did. She is the happiest person in America right now. Because clearly, I mean, she's appointed by Barack Obama. She was appointed before that U.S. Attorney by Bill Clinton. She didn't want to see an indictment of Hillary. And now she can simply follow the recommendations of the FBI. She has said she will follow whatever decision is recommended to her by her prosecutors, the career people, the career prosecutors of the Justice Department, will be making the final decision. But I think it's very unlikely that the final decision will be different from the recommendation that Director Comey announced this morning. Let's go to your calls, to Roger in Temecula, California. Roger, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Mr. Medved, huge respect for you, but I really have to challenge you on the point that you're trying to make, that this ultimately is damaging to Hillary, and that the Trump campaign is probably at this moment working on ads talking about how she lied, and then, said she didn't lie, now they're saying she did. Sir, it's going to make no impact. This is now behind us. The media will completely support the narrative, which will move forward now, starting today, which is, it's decided, Republicans, stop the witch hunt. You're all trying to hold on to something. It's not going to hurt her in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, one of the things that President Reagan demonstrated is Republicans absolutely cannot win if they allow mainstream media to dictate the agenda. I think you're correct. I do believe that there will be a great tendency after this week, probably the rest of the week, this will be talked about. There'll be a great tendency to move forward. But I do think it will be a question at the debates, and if it's not raised by the reporters at the debates and the moderator, it'll be definitely raised by Donald Trump, or it should be. And are you correct that they're not going to make ads featuring this issue by the Trump campaign? The only reason they would not make ads is if they totally run out of money and they have no money to make the ads. They'll have enough to make ads like this, or some super PAC will slamming Hillary Clinton. Meanwhile, no reason to slam Relief Factor. In fact, all kinds of reasons to praise Relief Factor. This came in from Edward. Edward writes, I had constant stiffness and pain from arthritis, inflamed joints, strained tendons. Now, after using Relief Factor for 2 months, I can say I'm pain-free. No wonder this product is promoted by those I trust on AM 870, The Answer. It's great. He listens in Los Angeles to our affiliate there. And you know what, Edward? So many responses like yours. I spoke to a friend of mine who I had given Relief Factor to. And he said that his knee, which had been bothering him, it was definitely better. It wasn't perfect. But after a week of Relief Factor, it was better. His name is Daniel. And you can have the same impact. Go to ReliefFactor.com, $19.95 for 3 weeks. ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. What should we expect from the conventions? What do we want from the conventions? We'll get to that coming up.
July 25th, 2006, we adopted April. She's a purebred, orange and white Brittany. But when she started scratching like crazy, I said to John, it's got to be her food. You know, what you put into a dog is what you get out. We heard this radio commercial, and this woman was so excited about Dinovite. DINOVITE.com.
859-428-1000.
I said to John, I'm getting this. So the Dinovite comes. And I thought, a light bulb moment. She loves her dog food. She always leaves a little bit in her bowl. So we added a huge scoop of Dinovite in it, and then we swished it around like gravy. She dove into that bowl. She licked it clean. She loved it. So that's been the routine for almost 10 years. April gets Dinovite for dessert. Her coat is now soft, it's silky, it's smooth. She even walks like a little princess.
859-428-1000.
On Dinovite, she's Little Miss Hollywood. DINOVITE.com.
Have you ever thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony? Well, now is the perfect time. This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. Right now, our free communication weekend is on, this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free communication weekend means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony. So don't wait. Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
Imagine, the alarm clock goes off and you spring out of bed raring to get to work. Why? Because you own the business and what you make and create is yours. You've dreamt of owning a business for years, but still haven't taken action to make your dream a reality. There are no more excuses. This is the year you become an entrepreneur. Speak to us here at ursop.com. URSOP stands for Entrepreneur Rollover Stock Ownership Plan. We've helped thousands of people use their retirement money to invest in businesses for themselves and their family. It takes only a couple of weeks to finance, it's pre-approved, and it's totally legal. And then 3, 4, 5 years later, you'll put the retirement funds back and have the corporation carry on by itself. You have the business and the security of retirement funds too. Call URSOP at 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. 866-MY-URSOP. Invest in yourself. 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope, with our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
Minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show concerning the conventions. There's a piece by Associated Press. It says candidates' conventions likely to be starkly different, and part of that has to do with the idea that every single Democrat wants to hop aboard the Hillary Express, and I mean, every single Democrat except for Bernie Sanders and some of his supporters. They're going to be at the convention anyway. The Sanders protesters are booking campgrounds for the Democratic convention. This also reported by the Associated Press. They say campgrounds outside Philadelphia, and yes, there are some nice campgrounds outside Philadelphia, are getting booked up by Sanders supporters planning to protest during this month's Democratic National Convention. And there's another story where one of the leaders of Black Lives Matter says they're going to disrupt the Democratic convention. Why? They're unhappy with the platform. They don't think that Hillary has talked enough about race. Oh, that'll help her campaign. Talk even more and more and more and more about race. I mean, given the fact that right now the approval rating for Donald Trump among so-called non-white voters, which includes blacks, Latinos, and Asians, isn't 25%. It isn't 20%. It's 10%. I mean, does Hillary really need to talk even more about race? Well, unless she wants to get protested and disrupted by Black Lives Matter. The Black Lives Matter leader, whose name is DeRoy. Well, there he is, DeRoy of two evils. He told USA Today, I think this is an election potentially between a candidate that people are rightfully really concerned about and a candidate who is evil. Well, which is which? The evil candidate in his mind is Trump. And then he elaborated on his qualms about Clinton. I do not understand the logic or the motivation of protesters. What do you achieve? What do people think they're gaining by going to a Trump rally and disrupting it? What do you think you're gaining by going to either the Republican or the Democratic convention and disrupting it? I'm not sure about that. If you want to try to answer that question, you can give me a call. Meanwhile, the Associated Press says the former reality television star, that would be Donald Trump, plans to feature his high-profile children at the summer gathering in Cleveland, with a hope that they'll be joined by a number of celebrity supporters. Prospects include former Indiana basketball coach Bobby Knight, New England Patriots quarterback Tom Brady, and longtime boxing promoter Don King. Tom Brady apparently has said no, not unless they deflate some of the balloons. They apparently are not planning to do that. I'm going to be involved, definitely, said Don King, who lives in Cleveland and is a passionate supporter of Donald Trump. He's my man. I love him. He's going to be the next president. Meanwhile, Hulk Hogan, maybe, which I'm sure will guarantee positive coverage from Gawker. My children are all going to be speaking, Mr. Trump said in a statement. Ivanka, Tiffany, Don, Eric, they're going to be speaking. That's what he said at the Western States Republican Conservative Summit in Denver. My wife is going to be speaking at convention. We're going to have a great time. Apparently, Melania started working on her speech last week and is working hard on her speech, which I think is going to be epic, huge. Let's go to your calls to Joe in Tacoma, Washington. Joe, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Michael, I'm just outraged as an American citizen because this is such an abortion of justice. Think of it like this. We have ranchers from Eastern Oregon who lit some weeds on fire, who did 6 years of prison. And then we have a Secretary of State who sets up a private email who very possibly was involved in extorting funds from foreign governments by having her husband speak, and she's going to get off scot-free and get to be the leader of the free world. I am outraged.
Well, please understand that those charges of extorting funds from foreign governments, those are still pending. There's nothing that Director Comey said that relates to those charges, because that's a different set of charges than these emails. And I think, by the way, those charges, which Peter Schweitzer has talked about and which are featured in a new movie, which we're going to be talking about Hillary Clinton, which is extremely damning. Those charges, I think, are the most serious charges against her. Did she, in fact, do favors for foreign governments based upon the donations that the Clinton Foundation received? This, again, would be a complicated stretch for prosecutors. You know why? Because they would say, well, the Clinton Foundation is a charity. It's a tax-deductible charity. And they would try to say that the Clintons weren't taking money directly out of it, except for the fact that they were, because the Clinton Foundation was paying them and paying for their expenses, which are very, very high. And by the way, this is one of those problems. It's always easier for a prosecutor not to prosecute than it is to go forward with a case that he or she thinks is shaky. And again, you see that all the time. When you talk about miscarriages of justice, I think maybe the OJ case, which has gotten all kinds of renewed attention, is a fairly famous miscarriage of justice. I think the fact that Scooter Libby was destroyed for doing something far less blameworthy, in my opinion. Scooter Libby was an aide to Vice President Cheney. That was a miscarriage of justice. But in terms of not prosecuting Hillary Clinton for using an unauthorized email server, I think that's that the indignation about that is probably relatively short-lived. But the concern about a pattern of arrogance and rule-breaking by Hillary Clinton has to be a legitimate issue in this campaign. We'll be right back with how it can be.
What I'm hearing is not only offensive and shameful, it's dangerous.
The Michael Medved Show.
I ride with Uber a lot of times when I'm traveling or when I'm home and I don't want to drive or deal with parking. And talking with drivers, they can tell me they love the flexibility and the freedom of working when they want, especially parents with kids who have busy summer schedules. They drop their kids where they need to be, then they start earning right away driving with Uber. Some even enjoy the day with their kids at a park and then drive later after the kids go to bed. Driving with Uber makes it easy to work whenever you want. Just turn on the app, the ride requests come in, and you're off earning extra money. It can help you stay on budget every month or save for a summer vacation. These are just some of the reasons that driving with Uber is a great option. It's easy to get on the road, and it's always there when you need to earn right away on your own schedule. Drive with Uber just a few hours a day, and you can watch the money add up. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are sponsored by Hillary's America. This is the most provocative movie you will see before you vote in November. Go to Hillary'sAmerica.themovie.com.
Okay, this is another movie by Dinesh D'Souza. He had a smash hit, one of the most successful documentaries ever released, which was called Obama's America 2016. And it was about the way that Barack Obama was trying to change America. That was a smash hit. And then he did America, What Would the World Be Without Her, which is a film that I liked particularly. Now he has Hillary's America, which is subtitled The Secret History of the Democratic Party. And if you're one of those people who has believed the propaganda that from its very beginning, the Democratic Party was the party of the little guy, the party of the downtrodden, the party of the left out, the party of the left behind, this movie is very much worth seeing because it corrects some of that history and does so very effectively. It also redeems in very serious way the history of the Republican Party and shows you why people who say, well, all the old racist Southern Democrats, they're now Republicans, particularly on the issue of race. This is a very hard-hitting film about what Democrats have done and who they really are. In terms of bringing up aspects of Hillary's background, it's just fascinating to see some of the old footage. And they have some extremely, extremely compelling and damning old footage. This is the new movie, Hillary's America. By the way, it has some very funny musical numbers. The music is by a young, crazy pianist named Stephen Limbaugh, and I don't know, I will find out soon, whether he's any relation. In any event, go to Hillary'sAmerica.com. Go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. It starts in theaters July 22nd. You can start getting tickets in advance. I think it's going to open very, very big. Let's go quickly to Pat in Palos Verdes, California. Pat, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Good afternoon to you, Michael. Regarding Hillary and the lack of intent, let's give her a break. Come on. If I get drunk and get in my car and run over and kill somebody and I didn't have the intent to do that, I agree. Let me go. I want to go home.
Well, again, they draw those statutes differently because driving while you're drunk itself is criminal, and it's more serious if you have a history of drunk driving. The point about all of this and the intent is that's the way the statute is drawn. The statute has to show either clear indication of intent to get a felony conviction, clear indication of intent, or a gross negligence. But for a lesser negligence, you could have tried to prosecute her for a misdemeanor. They're not doing that, but that doesn't mean that she can't be convicted in the one court that matters most, which is the court of public opinion in this greatest nation on God's green earth.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for? Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a four-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy. And you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure, or pick the wrong color, or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
The Blinds.com 4th of July sale is on. When you buy one blind, you'll get the second for 50% off. Go to Blinds.com and use promo code MEDVED to get 50% off your second blind, but only until July 7th. That's Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRocha. The FBI says Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server was, quote, extremely careless but not criminal.
Director James Comey concluding that although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. Comey insisting the department's investigation was thorough and independent, and he added that no one knew of his decision before it was announced.
Correspondent Wally Hines reporting. Within hours of Comey's statement, the presumptive Democratic nominee stepped off Air Force One with President Obama at a campaign stop in North Carolina. Donald Trump is also campaigning in the Tar Heel state, says the president should be at home doing what he was elected to do.
We have a president who's out campaigning for crooked Hillary Clinton, and he should be home working on ISIS, where the threat is getting worse and worse. He should be working on trade. He should be working on the borders.
Top European Union officials have launched a tirade against leaders of the campaign to get Britain out of the EU, saying they devastated the country, then resigned like cowards. European Council President Donald Tusk made it clear that the British government must formally notify the EU of its intention to leave before any talks on terms can take place.
There will be no negotiations of any kind until the UK formally notifies its intention to withdraw from the EU. It is now up to the British government to submit such a notification to the European Council.
Meanwhile, Home Secretary Theresa May scored extremely well in the first round of voting for the next leader of the Conservative Party, who will become Prime Minister and succeed David Cameron. May got 165 votes. Coming in second was Energy Minister Andrea Leadsom, who received 66 votes. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Doctors are getting another tool to help heart patients lead healthier lives.
A slowly dissolving medical implant for treating clogged arteries has won approval from the FDA. The agency okayed the absorbed stent for patients with coronary artery disease, which causes a buildup of fatty plaque in the arteries, resulting in about 370,000 deaths in the U.S. each year. The new stent is designed to dissolve over 3 years. Older stents are permanent mesh wire tubes that hold open arteries after a procedure to clear plaque.
Correspondent Rich Thomason. S.C. Johnson says its Off-brand has been named the official insect repellent supplier for next month's Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro, where they're concerned about the mosquito-borne Zika virus. The Wisconsin-based company says the repellent will be provided to athletes, volunteers, staff, and media at the Games. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. Egyptian investigators are learning more about what happened aboard Egypt Air Flight 804 before it crashed into the Mediterranean last May.
The Egyptian investigators said that the cockpit voice audio recorder that they've recovered, for which they now have the audio recordings, shows that the pilots had gone back to try to put out a fire on the plane at some point in its final moments. Now, they don't say exactly what transpired in the cockpit, but they do say that the voices indicated that there had been a fire that the pilots tried to put out.
Correspondent Brian Rohan reporting from Cairo. Egypt Air Flight 804 disappeared May 19th between the Greek island of Crete and the Egyptian coast. All 66 on board died in the crash. The European Central Bank unveiling a new 50-euro note as part of a program to make it harder to counterfeit the currency shared by 19 European countries. The new banknote will come into circulation in April of 2017. It'll contain a hologram of Europa, a figure from Greek mythology. News and analysis at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, scattered showers, a low around 72. Isolated showers and a high 93 and a low 72 Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, a high 93. And Friday, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, high around 95. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is The Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day when the overwhelming majority of Americans feel proud of the nation in which we live. But a new Gallup poll says that Americans, particularly liberal Americans, feel less proud of the United States than they once did. What happened to that Obama administration and the hope and change and all the glories that the President of the United States was supposed to bring to us during his 8 years in office? 1-800-955-1776. Why would it be that people would be dramatically less proud to be American on this day after the 4th of July? I hope you had a wonderful 4th of July, as we did in the Medved family. We did something that's become something of a tradition for us. We drove up to a beautiful town on what looks like a fjord on Puget Sound, but it's in Poulsbo. It's you can either take a ferry or you can drive around Puget Sound, and they do a fireworks display on July 3rd rather than July 4th. So on Sunday night, July 3rd, we drove up there and we had dinner with some friends on a boat that they had anchored there, and then watched the fireworks display, and then drove home in the middle of the night after the crowds and really spectacular lighting of the sky in a spectacular part of the country. And it was all great. It was a wonderful family time, and this 4th of July, despite the horrors around the world, I mean the horrors of Islamic terror on a rampage, celebrating the concluding days of the holy month of Ramadan, which are supposed to be particularly holy, by slaughtering at least 150 people in Iraq, by 4 different attacks in Saudi Arabia, by the horrific attack in Turkey, the attack in Orlando, attacks around the world, but particularly another one in Bangladesh, another Islamic country. What is so striking about this is the main victims of these attacks are other Muslims, and it's an outrage. And the idea that you celebrate a holy time or a holiday by killing people, that's not part of Islamic tradition. Really, it's not. It's a terrible, terrible distortion, and it's an illness. And thank God, one of the things that we have proud of, we can be proud of in the United States is, okay, we celebrate our big national holiday. In Thanksgiving, one of our big national holidays, we celebrate often by eating too much, which may not be a good thing. And sometimes people celebrate by blowing themselves up with fireworks or blowing off parts of themselves, but that's very, very rare. Mostly the 4th of July is good, clean fun. And it is for Americans everywhere. And there's something kind of amazing, especially here in this part of the world where it turns dark very late. It only gets dark around 10 o'clock here. So the firecrackers and the fireworks and the noise of the explosions were going on till relatively late at night. And yeah, I'm proud of the country. I mean, basically, what the Gallup poll says, it says, headline, new low of 52%, extremely proud to be Americans. And then it says, as the nation prepares to celebrate Independence Day, 52% of U.S. adults said they are extremely proud to be Americans, a new low in Gallup's 16-year trend. Americans' patriotism spiked after September 11th, peaking at 70% in 2003. That was the year we went into Iraq. But it's declined since, including an 8-point percentage drop in early 2005 and a 5-point drop since 2013. Actually, pride in the United States, measured by that percentage who say they're extremely proud, has gone down spectacularly since Barack Obama became president. In 2008, the last year of President Bush, 58% said they're extremely proud. It's now 52%. That's a decline of more than 10%. It's significant. So where is the decline? The decline is not, as you might think, among Republicans. Republicans continue to be among the most patriotic, at least measured by the people who say they're extremely proud of the country. It's among other groups in the population that you would think would be much happier with Barack Obama. And the other thing about this study, and I think it's worth noting for people who say, oh my goodness, this is just another indication that America's on the wrong track, we're going in the wrong direction, Americans aren't even proud of their country anymore. The total number of people who say they are at least somewhat proud, here's the way they break it down. Are you extremely proud to be an American? Are you moderately proud to be an American? Are you somewhat proud to be an American? Or only a little proud to be an American? You can also choose I'm not at all proud. What percentage said they were not at all proud to be Americans? 1%. By the way, if you're part of that 1%, we want your calls. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. And in terms of the people who say they're only a little proud, that's 5%. So 94% say either I'm extremely proud, I'm somewhat proud, I'm moderately proud. They're proud. So really this entire story that Gallup is promoting is just another example, it seems to me, of a pollster taking an expensive call and wanting to make, taking an expensive poll and wanting to make some news based on it. And what they report as part of this is they report that Americans' declining patriotism, and they measure that by the number who say they're extremely proud to be Americans, is likely related to broader dissatisfaction with the way things are going in the U.S. Could some of that have to do with our choices for president? Does anybody think, wow, the choice between Hillary Rodham Clinton and Donald J. Trump, that makes me so proud to be an American? Anyone think that? It's almost depressing to spend so much time on this crucial presidential election because the choices are, well, people describe it as a dog's breakfast. I mean, it's just not something that's enormously appetizing, right? Is that why the percentage who say they are extremely proud has gone down? The high point for people who said they were extremely proud in 2003, with America having just won, basically, the war in Afghanistan, having uprooted the Taliban and getting ready to go into Iraq, in 2003, 70% of Americans under President Bush said they were extremely proud. It's now down to 52%. So it's down by 18 points. It's gone down particularly among people 18 to 29, many of whom have very dim memories of what the situation was in 2003. By the way, it's interesting. It's a different group of people because when they asked in 2003, the group 18 to 29 who said they were very proud, was extremely proud, was 60%. Now it's down to 34% among that group. That's low. Does this have to do with President Obama's leadership? 1-800-955-1776. If it is, then why are some of the groups that are least proud the ones that supported Barack Obama the most? Christine in Seattle, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. Long time no talk.
Well, thank you.
Apparently, I just fall right into that statistic. I'm going to be 27 next month. And I used to be very America, hoo-ha-ha, in the corner, cheering and all that. But as I've gotten older and just the more I've seen people, especially in this culture, especially in my age group, I'm so embarrassed. Like, even in some of the things that I've done and choices I've made in my own life, I'm like, what the heck? But I see that it's coming from this culture of entitlement. It's coming from this culture of just somebody else is going to pick up the slack because everybody's always expected that out of people in America. I don't know. I'm really embarrassed.
Don't you know? Do you know?
I was going to say not compared to other countries per se. Like I know that there's things in the Middle East that are horrible, but just compared to how I know that we could be if we were more responsible and more dedicated to. I think it comes from a lack of knowing who the true God is.
Christine, all I can say is as long as we have young people like you who can lead us to do better, we should be okay. Your pride or lack thereof, coming up.
Michael Medved.
This is Michael Medved. If you're looking for care for a loved one in order to maintain independent living at home, Visiting Angels is ready to serve. Visiting Angels franchises provide the compassionate professional caregivers who are needed to deliver the best home care available anywhere, and you may select your caregiver before the service even begins. Services include bathing, dressing, errands, light housekeeping, and meal preparation, and much more, up to 24 hours each day. With over 500 franchised offices nationwide, Visiting Angels is America's choice in senior home care. Employment opportunities in caregiving for Visiting Angels are available. You'll receive the support needed to fulfill your goal of achieving a caring career. Franchise opportunities also available. Call today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. That's 877-374-LIVE. Visiting Angels at 877-374-LIVE. Each office independently owned and operated. This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can get it, send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable, it's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280.
Have you ever thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony? Well, now is the perfect time. This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. Right now, our free communication weekend is on, this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free Communication Weekend means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony. So don't wait. Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
You've had enough of your back pain. You're tired of it. Find your nearest Walgreens or CVS and look for the Australian Dream, makers of the trusted arthritis pain relief cream, now with a formula to ease back pain. Australian Dream Back Pain Cream is real medicine, and it can effectively relieve your simple backache. It absorbs easily and it isn't greasy. Australian Dream is backed by the empty jar guarantee. No more pain for you. Pull into your Walgreens or CVS now. Get Australian Dream Back Pain Cream in the purple and white box in the pain relief aisle.
21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Being proud to be an American should involve some knowledge of U.S. history. And by the way, I want to thank all the folks who took advantage of our special flash sale, really with a tremendous response at Medved History Store over the 4th of July weekend. Thank you very much. Today we have another one of our daily discounts. Today it's on a special program about the War of 1812. And you can get that at 20% off if you go today to michaelmedved.com. That's michaelmedved.com. The War of 1812 has been called the Second War of American Independence, and we lost more battles in the War of 1812 than we won. But the one battle at the end of the war, well, okay, technically it was after the war was already over. They just hadn't gotten the news yet in New Orleans. That battle changed everything and made a big difference to the young nation. Gave us a national hero named Jackson. You can find out all about that at the special discount program at medvedhistorystore.com. Meanwhile, proud to be American? Here are the numbers. 52% say they're extremely proud in this poll that was taken last month by Gallup. 29% say they are very proud. 13% moderately proud. Okay, so we can add that up. Moderately proud, very proud, and extremely proud. Extremely proud. See, I think one of the reasons that this is a confusing poll is if somebody came up to you and said, are you extremely proud or very proud? Which sounds more like, I mean, some people may think that very proud is better than extremely proud. They consider extremely proud the highest ranking. That's 52%. So you add on, it's 81% say they're very proud or extremely proud. Another 13% are moderately proud. That's 94% who say they're moderately, very, or extremely proud. We're a pretty patriotic country. And most Americans do appreciate what we have. If you're one of that 5% who say you're only a little proud, or that 1% who say, no, I'm not at all proud. I'm not at all proud to be an American. Then what do you stick around for? You can find your way to Liechtenstein or Swaziland or some other place. Meanwhile, what is striking about this is the least proud part of the population is the part of the population that most enthusiastically supports Barack Obama. There's a huge difference between Republicans and Democrats. 68% of Republicans, even after 8 years of Obama, say, yep, I'm extremely proud to be an American. Only 44% of Democrats. Among conservatives, 61% say I'm extremely proud. Among liberals, only 36%. Why are liberals so unlikely to say they're proud to be American? Could it be that part of that liberal mentality says you shouldn't be proud of any national group, that somehow distrusts nationalism? I mean, when it shows that it's amazing, 66%, that 64%, pardon me, 2/3 of self-described liberals are not extremely proud to be Americans. And by the way, college grads are less likely to be proud of America than non-grads. Does that tell you something? Could it be that part of what they learn in college is to feel guilty rather than grateful? And how does that help our country? 1-800-955-1776. Let's go to Donald in Columbus, Ohio. Donald, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Medved, for taking my call. I have a question for you and all the people that support Donald Trump. Why do they think that Donald Trump, of all people, can say anything about Hillary Clinton's situation, given the fact that Donald Trump is being investigated or sued for fraud himself? So, I mean, what kind of high moral ground does he have to say anything about Hillary Clinton? And I think, it seems to me, Republicans think voters are stupid, and that's why they keep losing elections. You can't have one candidate saying something about another candidate when he, in fact, basically did the same thing.
Well, it's not the same thing. I mean, in fact, I would make the argument that it's probably worse, because Hillary Clinton, it's kind of tough to find specific victims of what she did. With Trump, there are 5,000 victims who are part of a class action suit that said you stole our money. So, look, Hillary Clinton's problems don't go away because she's running against a deeply troubled candidate. Donald Trump's problems don't go away because he's running against a deeply troubled candidate. Don't you feel, Donald, as an American and probably on the other side of the divide, that we can do better in this country than having to choose between these two extremely flawed leaders?
Yes, sir. I think, if I had my choice, a perfect candidate, I would definitely pick a perfect candidate, but my ideal of a perfect candidate and your ideal of a perfect candidate is probably two different things, because I'm a Democrat. All I'm saying is, it seems to me that when you say, well, Donald Trump should say this or he should do that, when his problems seem to be far more damaging.
Well, I'll tell you that part of the difficulty is that Donald Trump just has no record in government, and his only record in politics, unfortunately, is being associated with idiot positions like the birtherism, claiming that President Obama was born in Kenya, which was basically how he established sort of as his core popularity out in the fever swamps. And of course, now he says he won't talk about that. I wonder if anyone will say anything about that at the convention. Donald, I appreciate your call and your perspective. Let's go to Mark in Los Angeles. Mark, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Michael, I'm a conservatarian. I guess I kind of self-identify as that. Not a Republican, but I have conservative ideals and kind of libertarian leanings sometimes. I'm one of those people that I should be really proud of my country, and I'm really not, especially when I see clowns like Sarah Palin. Okay, I just cringe, and I know what the left is talking about when they mention her. Okay, and then now we have Donald Trump, and I just don't. Yeah, I was proud to be an American as a kid, a young man, but I don't know what we really stand for at this point. And I don't know what there is to be prideful about.
Well, I think again, you should look at some of the efforts in your local community, even in Los Angeles, to make the city better, to deal meaningfully with the homeless crisis that's afflicting Los Angeles. Unfortunately, the best part of the country is not the government. It never really has been. So where is that centered, the best part of the country? We'll get to that and more of your calls about American pride coming up.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstrip. Presumptive Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump's accusing Democratic rival Hillary Clinton of bribing Attorney General Loretta Lynch following a report that said Clinton would consider keeping Lynch if she's elected president. Trump told a Raleigh, North Carolina rally that it's a bribe. Earlier Tuesday, the FBI said it would not recommend charges against Clinton over her use of a private email server while she was Secretary of State. Interest paid on the 10-year Treasury notes reached 1.38%, just below the previous record set in 2012. Fear and uncertainty about the global economy are leading investors to turn to the relative safety of U.S. government debt and slashing yields to record lows. And the math is staggering. In the first 96 hours of free agency, NBA teams committed about $3 billion toward contracts that can start becoming finalized later this week. This is SRN News.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
I'm Val Dior for the Vacationing Lou Dobbs. Trading resumed today after the holiday weekend. More fallout from the Brexit vote. McDonald's German makeover. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993 or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
This holiday shortened trading week got off to a negative start as stocks closed down on the day. The Dow Jones Industrials lost 109 points. Earlier today, global stocks turned lower, as did the British pound. Investors continue to have concerns about fallout from Britain's decision last month to leave the European Union. The Bank of England today freed up more money to lend to businesses and households following the Brexit vote. After hundreds of makeovers here at home, McDonald's announced it is now investing $557 million to modernize its restaurants in Germany. Facing German competition, the chain will also introduce Make Your Mac customized burgers. McDonald's says its redesigned restaurants will be completed by 2019. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Michael Medved, I love you, man. You're my favorite analyst. I listen to you all the time.
Michael Medved.
34 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, and you can go to michaelmedved.com, download our brand new app, which makes it easier and free, completely free, to listen to the Michael Medved Show anytime you want, anywhere you want. Go down to michaelmedved.com. and you can download the app at no charge at all. Meanwhile, when it comes to charges against the United States, some of the charges that would make people feel less proud of the country have to do with racism. Some of the charges have to do with political correctness. And those two things seem to come together in a horrifying story that was published in the Philadelphia Inquirer, which is not to be confused with the National Enquirer. It's the traditional newspaper in Philadelphia. It used to be there were two newspapers, the Bulletin, which was Republican, and the Inquirer, which is Democratic, and the Inquirer is still publishing. In any event, they had an article reporting that police had been called to a Collingswood, New Jersey, where an elementary school student had felt offended because they were having a celebration in school, and the child, one child, heard another child talk about, these brownies are really good. Something about the brownies. And the child heard it and was offended and called it racist and called the police. It sounded completely outrageous. And the entire story, apparently not true. Someone went to the trouble over at Snopes of checking with the local police, and they said no, they were not called because someone had used the term brownies. So I guess that means by the way, do we need to change that? Should we call them fudgies, or is that problematic too? And what happens to that the female equivalent of Cub Scouts? Can they still be brownies? My daughters were brownies. Is that racist too? Let's go to your calls to Mary in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Mary, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yeah, hi, Michael. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
Just wanted to comment on being proud to be an American. I'm extremely proud to be an American, but I have noticed, actually several years ago, when I was helping my children do homework, that most of, if not all, the history books, they say nothing positive about America. Nothing. It's all negative. It's almost like back in the 80s and Reagan, where the Soviet Union was an evil empire. I mean, they're falling short of saying that, but that's the impression you get. And I find myself having to explain to my children, well, there's another side to this, where there's, here's the positive that America did. And I'm constantly defending, America, because they're not learning anything positive.
You are so right, and it is such a huge problem. This is one of the reasons that I wrote my new book, which is called The American Miracle. And that book, by the way, people are ordering it already on Amazon. The book doesn't even exist yet. I don't even have a copy in my hand, but it will be available and being sent out to people in October. So people can check it out. We'll link to the Amazon site at the website. But the whole point of my book, Mary, is that the reason people believe that America is uniquely guilty is because they don't believe they have reason to be uniquely grateful. In other words, we have become so powerful. We have become so dominant in the world. We have been such a successful country for such a long time. You're either left with one of two explanations. And one explanation is the traditional explanation, which is God has allowed his will to work in the world, and divine providence has seen to it that this nation succeeds. That's one alternative. The other alternative is we're the most guilty, rapacious, badly behaving, uniquely guilty for slavery and for exterminating Indians, etc., etc. And since people have rejected the idea of God shedding his grace on the United States, they've embraced the other idea. The problem is if you want to think anything else, you think it's just a collision of happy accidents. Even a regular pattern of happy accidents is still a pattern. And that's the argument I make in The American Miracle. And not a miracle, perhaps, but miraculously successful is a Relief Factor. Jill wrote up back to us. She says, I don't usually give feedback on products due to my busy lifestyle. However, I have to comment on this product. I'd scheduled for back surgery for the month of June. I've been taking Relief Factor for over a month, 3 packets a day, and I just canceled my surgery. I'm almost pain-free. I was previously taking 2 Celebrex a day, along with 4 gabapentin a day. I no longer take these meds, and I feel like I've finally gotten my life back. Thank you, Relief Factor. I am a believer. All right, you can believe too, and you can relieve too with Relief Factor. $19.95 gets you set up for their quick start. You're all taken care of. $19.95 gets you 21 days to get started on Relief Factor, and you'll feel this all-natural, all safe, 100% safe product working for you. Relief from joint pain, back pain, arthritis pain, and more. ReliefFactor.com. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Where does Sarah Palin turn for relief from some of her political frustrations? We'll get to that and more coming up on the Medved Show.
Michael Medved.
You is the grooviest.
Say goodbye to thieves. Say hello to CUDACAM by Barracuda Networks, the leader in cloud security and storage solutions. CUDACAM is a complete cloud-hosted video surveillance solution that captures high-quality footage when motion is detected. Just plug in one or more CUDACAM cameras with no network or camera configuration. Video evidence is automatically encrypted and stored in the Barracuda cloud for secure access from any web browser or mobile device. Visit CUDACAM.com to learn why CUDACAM is so easy on your wallet, yet so hard to avoid.
Have you ever thought, I wonder if I should finally try eHarmony? Well, now is the perfect time. This is eHarmony founder Dr. Neil Clark Warren. Right now, our free communication weekend is on, this Thursday through Tuesday only. Free communication weekend means you get unprecedented access to eHarmony. So don't wait. Visit eHarmony and connect for free this Thursday through Tuesday only.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
If you're a Christian and own or lead a business, you're in a unique position. You strive to serve God, your customers, and your employees. You may even wonder if there are other Christians who own businesses trying to achieve these same goals. There are, and FCCI has found them. FCCI, the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International, has spent the last few decades building a network of some of the nation's strongest CEOs who share your faith. We want to connect you with them. Join us September 18th to the 22nd at the Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota and meet well-known leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founder of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr. Learn how to better steward your company for God with hundreds of other Christian CEOs at this year's FCCI Business Conference in September. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. There are only 100 seats remaining. Reserve your place today at fcci.org. That's fcci.org.
Minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. Apparently, Sarah Palin is not going to be selected as the running mate for Donald J. Trump, even though she will be speaking at the Republican convention, of course. I mention that because we had a caller who made some unkind comments about Governor Palin. She continues to promote her television career. She apparently is appearing in a new version of The Match Game, that old 70s game show. You know who the host of that show is? It's Alec Baldwin. And I am sure that when the two of them talk policy and politics off camera, that would be interesting. A Baldwin-Palin debate? Why not? Let's go to your calls to Mark in Columbus, Ohio. Mark, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Afternoon, Michael. I'm just wondering, what do you think are the odds that kind of a Lois Lerner wannabe in the IRS is going to release Trump's tax returns, so let's say a New York Times reporter, about a week before the election? The New York Times reporter could then say they got it from a Trump company disgruntled employee, and there'll be some information there that'll be embarrassing, and you get that about a week before the election, and that puts the final nail in his coffin.
I agree with most of what you're saying. I just don't think it'll wait till the week before the election. I think it'll come soon after the convention. In other words, I assume that Democratic partisans and people who are working for Hillary Clinton already have Trump's tax returns. And the reason I assume that is because Trump very stupidly sued some folks for saying that he wasn't really rich, that he was lying about being a multi-billionaire. And during that lawsuit, which he lost, by the way, because he wasn't able to show what you need to show for that kind of libel lawsuit, he had to show his tax returns to the defense. And they were, in terms of the settlement that was eventually made, which was the people didn't pay Trump any damages, but they had to keep that confidential. However, enough people have seen it who are not part of Team Trump, so that I assume the tax returns will become known. Now, what's damaging in the tax returns? Who knows? But I think the main damaging thing would be the indication, which has already been reported, that despite the fact that he claims to be worth $10 billion, that he had qualified in the state of New York for a special tax break that is only available to people earning below $500,000. And that would be very dubious based upon stuff that he said. In other words, if he is reporting to the state of New York that he's earning less than $500 million, and yet he's worth $10 billion, and this consistently to qualify for that kind of tax exemption, this could hurt him a lot. And also the idea is the Washington Post has said they found evidence that he does not pay his charitable pledges, which also could be embarrassing. Because what evidence would he give that, hey, I really, really deeply care about the less fortunate. I really care about people who are hurting around me. Okay, what have you done to demonstrate any of that? Let's go to Charles in Columbus, Ohio. Charles, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Doing well.
Good. I want to piggyback on what your last caller said about being proud of her country. I am very proud of my country. But as a black American, I am not proud of how my country, your country, our country has treated us historically and to some points still today. Now, let me also say this, that understanding what my family, my descendants have gone through, it has humbled me, and it has also made me accountable in terms of people suffered so that I could achieve. And I've always kept that at heart. So when I go out to do things, I always put my best foot forward, because I know it didn't come like other Americans came. I know that people paid a price where I could be where I am today. And I have a responsibility to pass that on.
Hey, Charles, I love what you're saying, and I think it's profound, and I think it's noble. The only thing I would disagree with you about is that other Americans also had people who suffered for them. Yes, it was much more cruel to come here in slave ships, but even to come here in immigrant ships with nothing, giving up everything you left back home, whether you came from Ireland or Germany or Russia or Mexico for that matter. Yeah, people sacrificed so we could be Americans. People also sacrificed to make a pretty ambitious movie, which had a so-so opening, but it's worth considering in this Movie Minute.
Now, it's time for Medved on Movies.
At an orphanage in London, a lonely little girl is visited at night by a huge but mysterious figure that she later identifies as the Big Friendly Giant, or the BFG.
The girls say the witching hour arrives at midnight. I think it comes at 3 in the morning when I'm the only one left awake.
Based on the children's classic by Roald Dahl and boasting an expert screenplay by the late Melissa Matheson, who also wrote E.T., the BFG really takes off when the little girl's new friend takes her to an amazing but dangerous wonderland.
Where am I?
Giant country. Run, Sophie. Hide.
Why did you take me?
Because I hears your lonely heart.
That's Mark Rylance, who won an Oscar with Spielberg in Bridge of Spies, here giving voice to the big friendly giant. In a movie that delivers some of the most glorious, glowing, artistically dazzling, computer-generated animation ever brought to screen. Director Spielberg creates a dreamlike, childlike atmosphere that can only be described as enchantment, while an extended sequence involving Queen Elizabeth, her, is both touching and hilarious. The movie's rated PG because some cannibalistic giants who live nearby may be a bit scary for very young moviegoers. But for anyone over the age of 4, this should be an unmitigated delight. 4 stars for the BFG, which could stand for brilliant, fantastic, and great.
From politics to pop culture and from coast to coast, this is the Michael Medved Show. Sign up today for our free weekly newsletter at michaelmedved.com.
Michael Medved here for American Federal Rare Coin and Bullion. When it comes to precious metals and the word trust, I don't typically use those words in the same sentence. Like many of you out there, I too have been burned a little bit by certain dealers who do not protect your best interests. But I can now tell you that American Federal is the dealer that I personally trust with my precious metals portfolio. American Federal will not only sell you the gold, silver, or platinum that's right for your investment goals, they'll go a step further and actually educate you on the proper way to maximize the value of your holdings. I'm confident that through American Federal's expertise and personal attention, I'm getting the best and most correct advice that I've ever gotten, and that I've gotten the proper coins. I know you'll feel this way too. If you're concerned about the growing global economic problems and you want to protect yourself with some security by owning precious metals, call my dealer of choice. That's American Federal, 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. Ask for their free coin performance review. AmericanFederal.com.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
"55 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show. If you're looking for politically correct entertainment, be sure to avoid Hillary Clinton's America. Hillary's America, themovie.com. You can find out all about it. It could be the most politically correct movie of the year, and a politically incorrect movie of the year. No, it is a how do I put it? As harshly as you may feel about Secretary Clinton, the movie's tougher than that. So if you are ready, and particularly if you're a supporter of Secretary Clinton, you might want to see this movie and figure out how you answer some of its charges. It's by my friend Dinesh D'Souza. You can find out about it at Hillary's AmericaTheMovie.com. It's in theaters July 22nd, nationwide. Let's go directly to David in Linwood, Washington. David, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
I wanted to respond to something you said earlier when somebody was trying to say that Hillary was better than Trump and couldn't believe it. I'm not a big Trump supporter. I never have been. But when you said that it was a big deal and Trump was probably worse because people could sue him.
No. I said that the Trump lawsuit with Trump University, and there are many others. There's Trump Institute. There's that his various lawsuits could end up hurting him even more than Hillary's experience with emails. Go ahead.
Okay, well, it may have been just that what I heard, because I heard you saying that he was worse because of that, and it's like, hello, all of our enemies will never announce how pleased they are with what they gleaned out of her emails. People will sue Trump, and it will become very popularly seen, but she has really put the entire nation at danger and damage from what she released in those emails.
I am not sure that that's provable. And again, you don't have to argue because they're both such terribly flawed candidates. And the problem with the Hillary emails is it's not the first time. This is somebody who has shown a great disregard for basic rules of ethical political conduct. And by the way, so has Mr. Trump. And one of the questions I think that he has to answer is, given the fact that Hillary is so corrupt and is such an arrogant political operator, why did he give her all that money? And he's contributed to her campaigns. He supported her. He paid to have her come to his wedding. If he knew that Hillary was that corrupt, and he must have known, why'd he do it? Answer, he was trying to buy a corrupt politician. Now, yes, the politician who gets bought looks terrible, but so does the person who buys her. So basically, I don't think we have to decide which one of these two is the most corrupt, because they both are. What we do have to decide is, what are we going to do about choosing a worthy president of this greatest nation on God's green earth?
The angels from Visiting Angels are standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care, at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. After presenting a searing description of her, quote, extremely careless handling of classified information, FBI Director James Comey Tuesday says his agency won't recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email server while Secretary of State.
Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case.
In Raleigh, North Carolina, during a campaign stop Tuesday night, Donald Trump says the assessment just shows Clinton can't be trusted.
We've got Hillary Clinton, who's weak, who's ineffective. She'll never be able to do the job.
Her judgment is horrible. Look at her judgment on emails. Who would do it? Look at her judgment. Her judgment is horrible.
Meanwhile, Iowa Republican Party Chair Jeff Kaufman says the FBI findings contradict Clinton's contention she never sent or received emails that were classified at the time.
Despite Clinton's claiming there was, quote, no classified material, unquote, the FBI found Clinton sent or received over 100 emails containing material that was classified at the time these messages were transmitted.
A federal judge has blocked Kansas from cutting off Medicaid funding for 2 Planned Parenthood affiliates. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment planned to cut off funding Thursday for services like exams and cancer screenings for poor patients receiving health coverage through Kansas Medicaid program. Federal courts have prevented other states from cutting Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood. Overseas, British Home Secretary Theresa May scored a substantial victory in the first round of voting to determine who will follow David Cameron as party leader and prime minister. She garnered just over half the votes cast, with 165 Conservative Party members of Parliament backing her. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
2 Canadian pilots who crisscrossed Antarctica in June to rescue 2 sick Americans from a remote South Pole station said it was really no big deal, but they were grateful to learn that both are home and on the mend.
Lots of us here have something in common, and it's all that we like this kind of work, and we're a bunch of different personalities, but the fact we have that in common just make us work really good together.
First Officer Sebastian Trudell says he and Chief Pilot Wallace Dobchuk flew 9 hours each way in an overloaded bush plane to pick up and drop off the pair. Dobchuk credited proper planning so as not to get caught off guard. Tennessee is paying $2.48 million to settle a lawsuit filed by 8 unidentified women who said the school created a, quote, hostile sexual environment through a policy of indifference toward assaults by athletes. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. Philadelphia's main transit agency is looking to lease equipment from other states after sidelining 120 regional rail cars due to structural problems.
With a third of the fleet out of service, commuters Tuesday had to cope with delayed and packed trains. The Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority says cracks were discovered Friday in beams in the suspension system on its fleet of Hyundai Rotom-made Silverliner 5 rail coaches. The transit union claims the agency knew about the problem for at least a month, which the authority disputes. Transit officials say the problem could be a design flaw, bad materials, or faulty workmanship. Keith Peters reporting.
Apple wants to encourage millions of iPhone owners to register as organ donors through a software update that will add an easy sign-up button to the health information app that comes installed on every smartphone they make. The new software is set for limited release this month. More news and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, scattered showers, a low around 72. Isolated showers and a high 93 and a low 72 Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, a high 93. And Friday, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, high around 95. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call-Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call-Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. A congressional commission says the Department of Veterans Affairs still has, quote, profound deficiencies in delivering health care to millions of veterans. A report to be released Wednesday by the Commission on Care says the VA delivers high-quality health care, but is inconsistent from one site to the next, and problems with access remain. Federal officials say they're expanding tests to speed up airport lines and improve security. The Transportation Safety Security Administration says it plans to begin using CT scanners to inspect carry-on bags at one checkpoint in the Phoenix airport by the end of the year. A Mississippi man has been indicted for manslaughter several weeks after his 8-month-old daughter died in a hot car while he worked. 25-year-old Joshua Blunt's being held on $15,000 bond. This is SRN News.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. The FBI will not recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email server while Secretary of State.
Director James Comey concluding in his words, no charges are appropriate. Comey did call Clinton's actions extremely careless. Out of 30,000 emails that were studied, the FBI found 110 were classified at the time they were sent. And while he said there was no evidence the private servers have been hacked, he did not rule out that possibility.
Correspondent Wally Hines. And because Comey prefaced his announcement with the thought of the critique of Clinton's use of the server, Donald Trump said Tuesday night at a rally in North Carolina, it just shows that Clinton's been misleading the American public.
We now know that she lied to the country when she said she did not send classified information on her server. She lied.
Trump continually repeated his claim that the system is rigged and also alleged that Clinton bribed Attorney General Loretta Lynch to avoid charges. A Noah's Ark attraction opens Thursday in Kentucky. Ken Ham is president of Answers in Genesis and says 2 million people are expected to visit the Ark Encounter in its first year.
People are going to come from all over the world. I believe this is going to be one of the greatest Christian outreaches of this era of history.
Ticket prices to the park start at $40 for adults, $28 for children 5 to 12. Overseas, correspondent Lori Hinnant reporting that Islamic State extremists continue to their brutal control of kidnapped Yazidi women.
The Islamic State extremists are increasing their control over about 3,000 Yazidis women and girls who were kidnapped in 2014 as sex slaves.
Hinnant reports a photo database makes it easier for the extremists to recapture Yazidi women and the girls who do manage to run away. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-936-5348.
Orders at U.S. factories dipped in May, dragged by less demand for steel, aluminum, furniture, electrical appliances, and military aircraft.
The Commerce Department says factory orders fell 1% in May after gains in the 2 prior months. The decline suggests U.S. manufacturers have yet to fully recover from the sting of weaker economic growth worldwide. Measures of factory activity increasingly look mixed, with some still showing the pain caused earlier this year by a stronger dollar hurting exports and lower oil prices, leading to cutbacks in orders for equipment and pipelines.
Correspondent Jeremy House reporting. Demand in a category that serves as a proxy for business investment, the non-military goods that exclude the volatile aircraft category, slipped 0.4% in May. U.S. stocks slumped Tuesday as investors grew fearful over the health of the British financial system. Investors were jolted after 3 UK financial firms stopped trading in their commercial property funds. This is townhall.com. Orders at U.S. factories dipped in May, dragged by less demand for steel and furniture. And we also find that fast food chain McDonald's now says investing $557 million to modernize its restaurants in Germany is a future plan.
The company says 72 restaurants of the future will start offering custom-made burgers, children's play areas, and even table service. Some of the novelties, such as the new Make Your Mac option, where customers can pick their own ingredients, are already available in Asia and some North American cities. McDonald's says most of its 1,472 sites in Germany will be redesigned by the end of 2019.
Correspondent Jeremy House reporting. A South Africa judge has convened court to begin reading out Oscar Pistorius' sentence for murdering girlfriend Reva Steenkamp. He faces 15 years in prison. News and analysis at Town Hall.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, scattered showers, a low around 72. Isolated showers and a high 93 and a low 72 Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, a high 93, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, high around 95. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. The Commission on Care releasing a report later today that says there are still, quote, profound deficiencies in delivering health care to millions of military veterans at VA facilities around the country. The commission was formed after the scandal over long wait times for vets. At least 10 people are dead after a suicide car bombing targeted a security compound in the international airport at the southern city of Aden in Yemen. Lawmakers and staff on Capitol Hill being offered blood testing after lead levels slightly above the Environmental Protection Agency standard were discovered in water in the drinking fountains. And crews trying to get a handle on a wildfire that's burned more than a square mile at the Bosque del Apache National Wildlife Refuge in southern New Mexico. The refuge is an important stop for migratory birds in that region. This is SRN News.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-936-5348.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. House Speaker Paul Ryan says the FBI's decision not to prosecute Hillary Clinton defies explanation.
And he adds that no one should be above the law. Ryan says failing to prosecute Clinton for what he calls recklessly handling and transmitting national security information will set a terrible precedent. And he called for more information on how the Bureau arrived at its decision.
Correspondent Wally Hines reporting. At a campaign stop in Raleigh, North Carolina Tuesday night, Donald Trump wasted no time weighing in on the FBI's decision, saying the fix was in.
It turned out that we're not going to press charges. It's really amazing. But I'll tell you. Look, we have a rigged system, folks.
Trump alleged Clinton bribed Attorney General Loretta Lynch to avoid charges. The comment came after a New York Times report that Clinton said she would consider keeping Lynch if she's elected president. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Newt Gingrich will join Trump today for a rally in Cincinnati. Yesterday, Tennessee Senator Bob Corker traveled with Trump to Raleigh, North Carolina. Both men are considered potential running mates. A Noah's Ark attraction opens tomorrow in Kentucky. Kentucky Lieutenant Governor Janine Hampton says the Ark encounter will be good for the state.
We are so blessed that this great attraction was built here in Kentucky. It's just an honor to have this here. So thank you for doing that.
Ken Ham, president of Answers in Genesis, says he expects 2 million people to visit the Ark encounter in its first year. A congressional commission says the Department of Veterans Affairs still has profound deficiencies in delivering health care to millions of veterans. The report to be released later today. And South African sprinter Oscar Pistorius sentenced to 6 years in prison for the murder of girlfriend Reva Steenkamp. News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
The Islamic State group is tightening its grip on the estimated 3,000 Yazidi women and girls that it holds as sex slaves.
The Islamic State extremists are increasing their control over about 3,000 Yazidi women and girls who were kidnapped in 2014 as sex slaves.
From Paris, correspondent Lori Hinnant reports the Islamic State is targeting men who try to smuggle the Yazidi women and girls to freedom. Asian stock markets slumped today while the British pound hit a new 31-year low. Investors worried about the effect of Britain's decision to leave the European Union on the UK real estate market following the Bank of England governor's remarks. Tokyo's Nikkei 225 finished down nearly 2%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index slid 1.7%. Stocks in mainland China and Thailand were flat, while the key index in Taiwan fell. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. Apple wants to encourage millions of iPhone owners to register as organ donors.
The iPhone maker will release a software update that will add an easy sign-up button to the health information app that comes installed on every smartphone the company makes. CEO Tim Cook says he hopes the new software will help ease a critical and long-standing donor shortage. The software will come to all U.S.-based iPhones this fall when the company releases the next major update to Apple's mobile operating system.
Correspondent Greg Clugston. Roscoe Brown Jr., a member of the legendary Tuskegee Airmen and an advisor to New York politicians, has died. He was 94. Michel Rocard, former Prime Minister of France from 1988 to 1991, died over the weekend. He was 85. And Teddy Rooney, who was an actor, a musician, and son of the late actor Mickey Rooney, died after a long illness. He was 66. News and analysis at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Wednesday. Partly cloudy, scattered showers, a low around 72. Isolated showers and a high 93 and a low 72 Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, a high 93, and Friday, partly cloudy, isolated thunderstorms, high around 95. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jim Bishop at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music, Lou Gillen midday. I'll be in the afternoon with yesterday's memories and the afternoon Call Around Report here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstrup. A congressional panel set to report that while the Department of Veterans Affairs delivers high-quality health care, quote, profound deficiencies still exist. The Commission on Care says the VA needs to improve service to veterans. The report is to be issued later today. A judge in South Africa has sentenced sprinter Oscar Pistorius to 6 years in prison for murdering girlfriend Reva Steenkamp. The double amputee Olympian had faced a possible 15-year jail term for shooting Steenkamp in 2013. Yemeni officials say at least 10 people are dead after a suicide car bombing targeted a security compound near the international airport in the southern city of Aden. Officials say the death toll is expected to rise. No group has claimed responsibility for today's attack. Yemen has recently been hit by attacks from an Islamic State affiliate. And this is SRN News.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
With SRN Sports, I'm Michael Harrington. Let's start with Major League Baseball's All-Star Game coming up next week. The Cubs have become the first team since the 1976 Reds to have 5 players voted to the squad. The Cubs' entire infield, first baseman Anthony Rizzo, second baseman Ben Zabriskie, shortstop Addison Russell, and third baseman Chris Bryant elected to the National League squad, along with outfielder Dexter Fowler. Boston has 3 first-time starters and 4 overall on the American League starting All-Star squad. Let's go to the ballparks. Last night in the American League, Toronto beat Kansas City 8-3. Indians over the Tigers again 12-1. Texas 7, Boston 2. The Angels too much for Tampa Bay 13-5. Minnesota 11, Oakland 4. The Yankees got the better of the White Sox 9-0. Houston 5 and Seattle 2. In the National League, Reds 9, Cubs 5, Phillies over Atlanta 5-1. This is SRN Sports. More baseball scores here. Brewers 5, Nats 2. Miami over the Mets 5-2. It was Pittsburgh beating the Cardinals 5-2. Arizona 7, Padres 5. Colorado down to San Diego 7-3. In interleague play, Orioles 4 and the Dodgers 1. NBA news, the Charlotte Hornets are adding center Roy Hibbert and point guard Ramon Sessions to their roster. A person familiar with the situation tells the AP that Hibbert will receive a 1-year deal worth $5 million. Sessions will get a 2-year $12.3 million package with a team option for the second season. The Mavericks and Dirk Nowitzki have reached agreement on a 2-year contract that could get the star forward to 20 seasons in Dallas. The deal would be worth roughly $20 million per season with a player option in the second year. The Philadelphia 76ers have agreed to terms with guard Gerald Henderson on a 2-year deal worth $18 million. Henderson averaged nearly 9 points his first season with Portland. This is SRN Sports.
The water, way down a little bit deeper. Wet your feet in the water of His love. Oh, step into the water, way down a little bit deeper. Come join angels singing praises to the Lamb of God.
It's time we the people stand up for what is right. It's time we squared our shoulders back and raised our souls to fight. For the Bible is my weapon, and the Spirit is my shield. The church needs more of its members to be workers in the field.
Step into the water, way down a little bit deeper. Wet your feet in the water of His love. Oh, step into the water, way down a little bit deeper. Come join angels singing praises to the Lamb of God, to the Lamb of God. There is victory for the Christian who walks the narrow way. There has been a prize appointed for the soul who does not stray. Oh, I want to live for Jesus and be all that I should be, so that I can rest with Him forever, live eternally. Step into the water, wade out a little bit deeper, wet your feet in the water of His love. Oh, step into the water, wade out a little bit deeper, come join angels singing praises to the Lamb of God. Step into the water, wade out a little bit deeper, wet your feet in the water of His love. Oh, step into the water, wade out a little bit deeper, come join angels singing praises to the Lamb of God. Come join angels singing praises to the Lamb of God.
When I walked through the door, I sensed His presence, and I knew this was the place where love abounds. For this is the temple, Jehovah God abides here. We are standing in His presence on holy ground. We are standing on holy ground. There is joy beyond measure, and at His feet peace of mind can still be found. If you have a need, I know He has the answer. Reach out and claim it, for you are standing on holy ground. We are standing mountain, and you've got peace of mind like you've never known. But then things change and you're down in the valley. Don't lose faith, for you're never alone. For the God on the mountain is still God in the valley. When things go wrong, He'll make them right. And the God of the good times is still God in the bad times. The God of the day is still God in the night. We talk of faith when you're up on the mountain. Oh, but the talk comes easy when life's at its best. But it's down in the valley of trials and temptation. That's when faith is really put to the test. For the God on the mountain is still God in the valley. When things go wrong, He'll make them right. And the God of the good times is still God in the bad times. The God of the day is still God in the night. The God of the day is still God in the night.
Oh, to be there when the Savior spoke a great command, and to witness in the wonder of His wonder-working hand.
No miracle has touched my eyes to cause my heart to see, but the faith I now can realize there's a miracle in me. I have never seen the thousands fail, or the blind made to see. I have never watched Him raise the dead, but I know when He lived in me. There's a wonder right before my eyes, close enough to see. In my heart is where this wonder lies. There's a miracle in me.
If we have a faith that's measured by the smallest mustard seed, our mountains will be mastered by the master of our needs.
When we have a childlike trust, He said He'd do the greatest thing, to heal the sick and to raise the dead and be a miracle in
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I want to introduce to you, in this corner of the good and the right, stands a champion robed in white. His height exceeds the heaven, his weight outweighs the world, his reach reaches everywhere, his age is evermore. He is higher than the highest, greater than the great. No one will ever take his crown away. He's more mighty than the mightiest. He reigns from above. He's the all-time undisputed, undefeated champion of love. He left his hometown to enter this arena, to raise his hands in victory for me. An angry crowd crucified this king who wore their crown, and they gladly watched the champion going down. But I will never count him out, for I'm a witness of the day he rose to retain the title, champion of love. He is higher than the highest, greater than the great. No one will ever take his crown away. He's more mighty than the mightiest. He reigns from above. He is higher than the highest, greater than the great. No one will ever take his crown away. He's more mighty than the mightiest. He reigns from above. He's the all-time undisputed, undefeated champion. All-time undisputed, undefeated champion. All-time undisputed, undefeated champion of
NCN News. I'm Mike Rayleigh. President Barack Obama was in Charlotte on Tuesday in a joint appearance with presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton. Clinton paid compliments to her former rival and boss.
As we went from political rivals to partners to friends, my esteem for him just kept growing.
Meanwhile, Republican presumptive nominee Donald Trump appeared in Raleigh on Tuesday. He criticized the FBI for its decision not to recommend criminal charges against Hillary Clinton in the emails investigation.
Everybody thought, based on what was being said, she was guilty. She was guilty. And it turned out that we're not going to press charges. It's really amazing.
Oscar Pistorius was sentenced to 6 years in prison today for the murder of girlfriend Reva Steenkamp, with the judge who decided the punishment calling the double amputee Olympian a fallen hero. CBS News correspondent Deborah Patter reports both families were in the courtroom.
The families for both Oscar Pistorius and Reva Steenkamp, the young woman that Oscar Pistorius killed, were both in court today. The family looked rather stunned. I think they were obviously hoping for a lengthy jail term. They testified in court about the pain that this has caused.
Britain is releasing its official analysis of the decisions that led to its participation in the 2003 Iraq invasion. The inquiry is expected to review whether Prime Minister Tony Blair exaggerated the threat posed by Saddam Hussein. Sir John Chilcott, a retired civil servant, led the inquiry. He says a 2.6 million word report aims to put to rest the public questions about the report.
The families have been very much in our minds right from the outset. The first meetings the committee had were with family members.
You're listening to NTN News.
When you or a loved one gets a cut, scrape, or burn, use Bactine. Bactine doesn't sting, and it cleans and protects the area from infection. Relieves pain on contact. Bactine. First aid relief for over 60 years. Learn more at Bactine.com.
When just the thought of travel holds you back, choose Once Daily Bonine. Bonine Special Formula treats and prevents the symptoms of motion sickness, but with less drowsiness than original Dramamine. Bonine chewable tablets. Same relief as original Dramamine, less drowsy.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique, but you are not alone. MAD is here to help. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. That's MADD.org. Mothers Against Drunk Driving supports victims of drunk driving, drug driving, and underage drinking at no charge. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org. That's MADD.org.
A decorated Army Reserve officer who left bacon at a North Carolina mosque and threatened to kill its members will appear in court for the first time today since he posted bail last month. Hoke County Court has scheduled a hearing for Russell Thomas Langford of Fayetteville this morning. One of the hottest new tickets is for a luxury sleeper train that won't even start running until next May.
East Japan Railways is unveiling an over-the-top train styled like an opulent traditional Japanese inn. It will accommodate just 34 passengers. It features sunken baths made of cypress, tatami mat rooms, and lacquered interiors created by a designer for Ferrari. Despite the hefty price tag, over 1,000 people applied for the first batch of 180 tickets. Lucy Kraft, CBS News, Tokyo.
Now this.
Rhonda Garrison from the Southern Farm Network with your Ag Minute. An American Farm Bureau official says GMO labeling legislation to preempt a patchwork of state labeling laws received an unexpected boost last week. More than 100 Nobel laureates are asking Greenpeace to end its opposition to GMOs. The story broke just as the U.S. Senate began moving bipartisan legislation to preempt state GMO labeling laws. American Farm Bureau Executive Director Dale Moore feels the letter to Greenpeace could boost the Senate bill's chances.
When you get over 100 Nobel laureates, not just any group of scientists, but these are folks that have been recognized for their expertise, for the work that they contribute to the body of science. And if they're telling folks, Greenpeace and otherwise, that GMOs are safe, I think I am going to find some way to thank those that had started this process.
The scientist wrote to Greenpeace stating that scientific and regulatory agencies around the world have repeatedly found biotech foods as safe as or safer than conventional foods.
Mike Rayleigh, NTN News.
We are country at its best with a blend of yesterday's memories. WCAB, Rutherfordton. ABC News. Sherry Preston protests in Baton Rouge over a police-involved death. That's a sound from Louisiana's capital city following the death of Alton Sterling, a black man who was selling CDs outside a convenience store and was caught on witness video being shot and killed by police who had responded to a disturbance. Sterling's sister has seen the video.
That was not the way to handle the situation. I mean,
You should have been doing what you was trying to do, not take somebody's life away.
The officers who have been placed on administrative leave say Brown had a gun. The police chief tells a local lawmaker both the officers' body cams fell off and did not record. Pope Francis meets with the parents of an American college student who died in Rome last week. A judge in South Africa sends Oscar Pistorius away.
The sentence that I impose on the accused for the murder dolus eventualis of the deceased, that is Riva Steenkamp, is 6 years imprisonment.
6 years in prison for the former Olympian known as the Blade Runner, convicted in the 2013 murder of his girlfriend, Riva Steenkamp. Reaction from the Clinton camp to Donald Trump's latest comments in regard to Saddam Hussein.
Yes, the presumed GOP presidential nominee acknowledges
Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, right?
But in the same breath, Donald Trump offers Saddam some props.
But you know what he did well? He killed terrorists. He did that so good.
Republican House Speaker Paul Ryan was caught off guard by Trump's remarks, calling Saddam one of the most evil people of the 20th century. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Another reason for a road trip nationwide, the price of gas, regular unleaded, falling again. It's now 50 cents below where it was a year ago at this time. Won't matter if you win this, though. The Mega Millions jackpot soars even higher, over $500 million for Friday's drawing because no one matched last night's $454 million prize. You're listening to ABC News.
Homes destroyed, roads destroyed, bridges, homes burnt down, homes floating down the streets.
The historic flooding has left thousands of West Virginians devastated. Hundreds of homes and businesses damaged or destroyed. Now the cleanup is underway, and we need your help. West Virginia Radio Corporation and Metro News are asking those who can to please donate to the American Red Cross. The Red Cross is operating shelters and providing cleaning supplies, meals, snacks, water, and hope. More than 400 Red Cross disaster workers are on the ground, helping thousands of people who've been impacted by the flooding. Please donate today by visiting redcross.org, calling 1-800-RED-CROSS, or make a $10 donation by texting the word WV Floods to 90999. All donations for the West Virginia flood relief will be put to use here in our state. It's time for all West Virginians to come together and help our friends in need. Please donate today by visiting redcross.org, calling 1-800-RED-CROSS, or make a $10 donation by texting the word WV Floods to 90999.
Among the speakers at the GOP convention the week after next, Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, who was rough on the presumptive nominee Donald Trump back when he was running for president. Walker with more on what he will say at the gathering.
There's only one alternative. If someone doesn't cast a vote for the Republican nominee, they effectively are casting a vote for her, and that's part of what I'd be willing to talk about.
Her, of course, Hillary Clinton. The Justice Department asking a court in North Carolina to halt the state's legislation on bathroom usage. State lawmakers voted in favor of the law, but left in provisions such as the requirement that in government facilities, people must use the bathroom that corresponds to their birth certificate.
The Justice Department claims it's a violation of federal civil rights laws to prevent transgender people from using bathrooms of their choice. North Carolina says the request for an injunction is flawed because the federal ban on sex discrimination does not include letting citizens use public facilities based on how they identify themselves.
That's ABC News legal analyst Royal Oakes, who says the Justice Department is asking that court to halt the state's legislation. Guess who is 70 years old today? That's right, Sylvester Stallone. Believe it or not, the man who immortalized Rocky and Rambo is officially 7 decades old. He was just nominated for an Oscar last year for his work in Creed. This is ABC News.
Here's a special message for those of you who owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes. The IRS has special programs in place that could eliminate or reduce your tax debt by thousands of dollars. With a call to National Tax Helpline, you can stop the wage garnishments, levies, and tax liens now. Take down the number now for the Tax Helpline. 800-805-1055. That's 800-805-1055 for free information. 800-805-1055.
The following is a Medical Minute brought to you by Rutherford Regional.
More than 1 million Americans have heart attacks each year. And if you are a loved one that experiences symptoms of heart attacks, every second matters. Heart attack symptoms include discomfort, heaviness or pain in the chest, arm or below the breastbone. You may also experience sweating, nausea, dizziness, extreme weakness, anxiety or shortness of breath. At the first signs of a heart attack, you should call 911 and be treated immediately at the nearest hospital.
The best time to treat a heart attack is within 1 to 2 hours of the first onset of symptoms. That's why the emergency department at Rutherford Regional Health System is becoming a chest pain accredited facility. What does this mean to you? It means quality care here at home that could save precious seconds when treating the symptoms of heart attack. To learn more about Rutherford Regional and its commitment to save quality care, visit myrutherfordregional.com.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
From ABC Sports, I'm Dave Packer. MLB All-Star Game lineups are out, and the Cubs became just the second team ever to have its entire infield start an All-Star Game. Chris Bryant said it'll be exciting to play with his teammates.
Fun to look over and see some familiar faces with Anthony, Ben, and Patty, and Dex in center field. Hopefully, I think it'll be a lot of fun.
The outfield will have reigning MVP Bryce Harper alongside Johannes Cespedes and Dexter Fowler. For the AL, Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts, Jose Altuve, and Eric Hosmer round up the infield. Jackie Bradley Jr., Mookie Betts, and former MVP Mike Trout are in the outfield. And David Ortiz will also bat DH in his last All-Star game. Staying on the diamond, the Mets faced off against the Marlins.
Pitch to Stanton is hammered toward the gap. Left center field, he hit it well, and it's going to get out of here. A home run for Stanton to put Miami on top in the 7th.
On WINZ, the Marlins beat the Mets 5-2. This is ABC Sports. Sticking with the diamond, the Indians continued their winning ways.
Swung on, it's looped down the right field line. Fair ball. It heads toward the corner. Napoli scores easily. On his way to third is Ramirez. He'll be held right there as Chisenhall cruises into second with an RBI double.
On WTAM, the Indians now have won 16 of the last 18 games. The Rangers faced off against David Price, and the game was close until Robinson Chirinos stepped up in the 9th.
And here's the pitch. Chirinos is swinging a high fly ball to deep left field. This one is way back. Hold at the wall. That ball is off the top of the wall. And history.
The call on KRLD. The Rangers now have the best record in the MLB with 53 wins. Josh Donaldson and the Blue Jays continued to use the long ball for their offense as the reigning MVP went yard again.
Yes, sir. There goes another one. 2 tonight for Josh.
The call on Sportsnet 590. Donaldson now has 22 home runs on the season. To the NBA we go. Is Dwayne Wade considering leaving Miami to join former teammate LeBron James in Cleveland? ESPN's Brian Windhorst explains why.
He's playing hardball with the Miami Heat. He has told teams, if you want to sign me, 2 years and $50 million. Very close to the Kobe Bryant contract with the Lakers.
Moving to the tennis court in the upcoming semifinals of Wimbledon, Roger Federer and Andy Murray are in action as the women have the day off. Dave Packer, ABC Sports.
Eggers Funeral Home of Cliffside is now open to serve the wonderful people of Rutherford County. And they pledge to you outstanding services at affordable prices and friendly and courteous staff. Eggers Funeral Home of Boiling Springs and Chesney have now added Eggers Funeral Home of Cliffside to their family of funeral service. Eggers family of funeral homes are family owned and operated. Eggers stands out for long history of personal service. They invite you to stop by and see them when you're passing. Eggers Funeral Home of Cliffside, 221A in Cliffside. Hello, folks. If you like eating as well as I do, then Fat Tracy's Barbecue is the place. Not only their pulled pork barbecue sandwiches and baskets, but the ribs on the weekend will cause you want to come back again and again and again. Check on their daily specials, and I know you'll enjoy the smoked chicken. All their beef is certified Black Angus. And remember, if you have a big appetite or just need a snack, let Fat Tracy's Barbecue go to work for you. Tracy would be happy to handle your Boston Butt fundraisers for you and your organization. It can help you make some money. Tracy will work with you. Got a meeting planned, need a room, or if you want it delivered to your location, leave it in the hands of Fat Tracy's Barbecue, right on Main Street in Spindale. If you like good, then Fat Tracy's Barbecue is the place.
Skies should be mostly sunny morning to midday today. After that, variably cloudy in the afternoon. A few hit-and-miss showers and thunderstorms around as highs reach about 86 to 92. Tonight, we can't rule out an isolated evening storm or two. Otherwise, fair to partly cloudy and muggy with lows in the upper 60s to low 70s. Then we'll see a mix of sun and clouds Thursday. A small chance of an afternoon or evening thunder shower. Hot and humid tomorrow. Highs about 90 to 96. I'm meteorologist Mike Moss in the Weather Center.
Thanks very much, Mike. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Hump Day Wednesday. This is the 6th day of July, 2016. It's 10 minutes after 6. We're waking up to cloudy, overcast skies, and it's 71 right now, getting up to around 93 for a daytime high with a heat index around 99. You believe that too, right? Yes. Got about that yesterday, I think. We're being kind to Shane Early today. Shane's 53, works at Pageant King Mortuary. He's celebrating a birthday. So, Shane Early, happy birthday. Now, rise and shine, everybody. It is showtime.
Now, Jim Bishop, AM 590, WCAB.
One of these days when I retire from this life, there'll be no heartache, there'll be no more strife. It's just across the river to a land so fair. It's a place that they call Hallelujah Square. When I move to Hallelujah Square, all of my loved ones gonna wait for me there, and then I'll never have a burden to bear. When I move to Hallelujah Square, yeah, when I move to Hallelujah Square, there'll be no sorrow, there'll be no pain. The weather never changes, it's always the same, and I'll never have a burden, I'll never have a care when I move to a place called Hallelujah Square. Move to Hallelujah Square, all of my loved ones gonna wait for me there, and then I'll never have a burden to bear when I move to Hallelujah Square. Yeah, when I move to Hallelujah Square.
When I move
to Hallelujah Square, all of my loved ones gonna wait for me there, and then I'll never have a burden to bear when I move to Hallelujah Square. Yeah, when I move to Hallelujah Square. Yeah, when I move to Hallelujah
this world is coming to, I can see how folks might be depressed. Everybody's saying what they think we ought to do about the war and crime and all the rest. The answer to these questions can be found inside a book, the only truth the world has ever known. The future's written down for those who know just where to look. I found the promise I'm depending on. Oh, I'm not worried, not forever. There's a mansion with my name on the door. I've got a big house, no down here, but the one in heaven's paid for. Jesus gave me life eternal, from now beyond the end of the way. I'm not worried about forever, and God's got me covered today. Jesus prophesied about the days we're living in, famine, fear, and failure on the rise. The things he said are playing out each night on CNN, coming true before our very eyes. But God God's already planned it so His children can find peace by holding on to His unchanging hand. In this life and the next, I know He's taking care of me. He's the solid rock in this world's sinking sand. Oh, I'm not worried, I'm forever. There's a mansion with my name on the door. I've got a big house, no down here, but the one in heaven's paid for. Jesus gave me life eternal, from now beyond the end of the way. I'm not worried about forever, and God's got me covered today. Oh, I'm not worried about forever. There's a mansion with my name on the door. I've got a big house, no down here, but the one in heaven's paid for. Jesus gave me life eternal, from now beyond the end of the way. I'm not worried about forever, and God's got me covered today. No, I'm not worried about forever, and God's got me covered. He's got me covered. God's got me covered today.
Not worried about forever. It's 17 now past 6 o'clock. Beautiful, great getting up morning, although cloudy out there. And right now we have 71 degrees. We are being kind to Shane early today. Shane's 53 over at Paget King Funeral Home there in 4A City, celebrating a birthday with us today. Well, the Braves lost to the Phillies last night. Phillies 5, Braves 1. Phillies 5, Braves 1. And they'll be at it again this evening. Now, our normal Wednesday night Owls broadcast will be tomorrow night. We'll have the Owls game tomorrow night. They'll be at home, but we're going to carry that game tomorrow night for you anyway. Give you a chance to support the 4A City Owls for the rest of the season. Here's a brand new one from the Hoppers. If we ever got a look.
God had a plan for His children down here to serve Him. Live every day, help people get saved and go to heaven. But He can't reveal, He must conceal the land of no more tears. If we ever got a look at what's waiting up there, we wouldn't want to stay down here. If we could open up the door, look at the floor of the street that is paved with gold. Pass through the walls, look down the hall, see the half that's never been told. We never could imagine all the splendor of the mansions or the river that is crystal clear. If we ever got a look at what's waiting up there, we wouldn't my soul like I never felt. Heaven came down, there was glory all around when he saved my soul.
I remember the day.
I remember the day when the Lord saved me.
All of heaven came.
All of heaven came down. I was happy and free.
Glory filled my soul.
Glory filled my soul. For I knew the Lord had made me whole. I shall never forget the day when the Lord saved me.
Oh, how many remembers the day that the Lord saved you? Amen.
Now a life of peacefulness deep within my heart abides since the day that Jesus took my sins away. And to heaven I will go to spend the endless ages smiling evermore.
Praising His name for the glorious day that He saved my soul.
I remember the day.
I remember the day when the Lord saved me. Yes, I did.
All of heaven came.
All of heaven came down. I was happy and free.
Glory filled my soul.
Glory filled my soul. For I knew the Lord had made me whole. I shall never forget the day when the Lord saved me. I remember the day when the Lord saved me.
All of heaven.
All of heaven came down. I was happy and free.
Glory filled my soul.
Glory filled my soul. For I knew the Lord had made me whole. I shall never forget the day when the Lord saved me. Glory filled my soul. Glory filled my soul. For I knew the Lord had made me whole. I shall never forget the day when the Lord saved. When the Lord
WCAB, giving the foothills of the Carolinas. Today's country hits and yesterday's memories. 24 hours a day. We're WCAB. WCAB.
Stand by. All the latest sports news is coming up next, and we'll do some trading time.
NCN Sports. I'm Josh Zach. The Charlotte Hornets have added some depth, with a person close to the situation saying the team's agreed to terms with center Roy Hibbert and point guard Ramon Sessions. Hibbert's one-year deal will be worth $5 million, while Sessions will get a two-year, $12.3 million contract with a team option for the second season. Meanwhile, the ageless one may be pondering retirement. Tim Duncan leaning toward his golden years, according to The Vertical. The 40-year-old former Wake Forest star spent 19 years with the Spurs, leading them to 5 titles. In Wimbledon, 10th seed Tomas Berdych won his fourth-round match at Wimbledon yesterday, outlasting fellow Czech Yuri Vesely in 5 sets. Berdych faces Lucas Pouille in today's quarterfinal. The other quarterfinal matches have Roger Federer battling Martin Schilling, second seed Andy Murray against Joe Wilfred Tsonga, and American Sam Querrey will be matched up against 6th seed Milos Raonic. In the women's bracket, sisters Serena and Venus Williams remain on course for a showdown in the final after both logged quarterfinal wins on Tuesday.
Serena made the final four for the 8th time after a 6-4, 6-4 win over Anastasia Pavlyuchenko, and she now takes on surprise semi-finalist Elena Vesnina from Russia, who is ranked 50 in the world. The 36-year-old Venus won through to her 6th semi-final at the All England Club with a 7-6, 6-2 win over Yaroslava Shvedova, and she now takes on the Australian Open champion Angelique Kerber after she beat Simona Halep. Graham Agars, London.
Wake Forest defensive tackle Zeke Rodney is taking a leave of absence from the school this year, with Coach Dave Clausen saying he's dealing with some personal issues. The junior is expected to return in 2017. He started all 12 games last year for the Demon Deacons. Longtime Duke radio play-by-play man Bob Harris announced he'll retire at the end of the coming men's basketball season. He's called almost 1,360 basketball games over 4 decades, including all 5 of the Blue Devils' national championships in men's basketball. This is NCN Sports.
When you or a loved one gets a cut, scrape, or burn, use Bactine. Bactine doesn't sting, and it cleans and protects the area from infection. Relieves pain on contact. Bactine. First aid relief for over 60 years. Learn more at Bactine.com. When just the thought of travel holds you back, choose Once Daily Bonine. Bonine Special Formula treats and prevents the symptoms of motion sickness, but with less drowsiness than original Dramamine. Bonine chewable tablets. Same relief as original Dramamine, less drowsy.
Mom! Our school tour goes at camp today!
That's great! You also got too much sun. The sun takes its toll, drying and burning. We use Sunburn Advanced After Sun Gel. It soothes and rehydrates skin to reduce pain and help healing. Unlike plain aloe, Sunburnt also adds nature's best hydrating and healing ingredients. And it's non-sticky.
Guess who got 2 birdies today?
That's great! Sunburnt Advanced Sun Recovery. Much more than aloe.
The NL Central leading Cubs will be well represented in next Tuesday's MLB All-Star Game.
7 different Cubs were announced to the National League All-Star team, including the entire infield from 3rd to 1st. It will be Chris Bryant, Addison Russell, Ben Zobrist, and Anthony Rizzo. Dexter Fowler, currently on the disabled list, will be one of the outfielders, and Jake Arrieta and John Lester are part of the pitching staff. The 5 positional starters from the Cubs is the first time a team has had 5 since the 1985 San Diego Padres, and either Arrieta or Lester could get the starting nod on the mound. David Schuster, Chicago.
The Boston Red Sox have 3 first-time starts and 4 overall. Designated hitter David Ortiz, shortstop Xander Bogaerts, and outfielders Jackie Bradley Jr. and Mookie Betts. Josh and Zach, NCN Sports.
A lot of stations can play great music, but it's what we do between the music that sets us apart. Serving the foothills of the Carolinas, we're family-friendly radio, WCAB.
Are you tired of long lines and terrible service? The solution to both is only 5 minutes away at Spindale Drug. Let us treat you the way that you would like to be treated as we personalize our service just for you. We are located at 109 West Main Street in Spindale, and remember, with every prescription filled, you get a complimentary cup of coffee. Call us at 828-286-3746 to transfer your prescriptions today and receive $10 off each transferred prescription. Spindale Drug, now that's service.
Duffy's Copier Consultants is locally owned and family operated, serving Rutherford and surrounding counties since 1973. With a wide selection of copiers, facsimiles, printers, calculators, shredders, and beautiful office furniture, Duffy's Copier Consultants can be your source for your office needs. Stop by the office and showroom at 614 Oak Street, Forest City, behind Don Ramon's restaurant. Depend on the professional staff to find the best solution to your office equipment needs. For repair work, call on Duffy's Copier Consultants. They're open Monday through Friday from 8 until 5. You get homegrown service at Duffy's Copier Consultants in Forest City. You know, it's good to have a full-service barbershop that serves the family. That's Haircutters in Rutherfordton. At Haircutters, you get the cut or style you want, from a short military cut to the perfect style. From that very first haircut to the longest locks, the professionals at Haircutters understand how important that is to you. No harsh chemical smells to irritate allergies, and convenient hours are important. Call for an appointment or drop in. Either way, you get quality service at Haircutters. When looking your best is important to you, trust Haircutters. Go see Glenn, Pat, or Kelly. Haircutters, Main Street, Rutherfordton. There's a new business in Rutherfordton I've been telling you about. That's a must that you visit, my friends. It's called Open Box Wholesale Store. They have loads and loads of overstock merchandise and tons of products and merchandise like brand name clothing, brand name shoes, household items, furniture, beautiful and stylish home decor items, and a lot of accessories, toys, and so much more. All at an incredible low price that you won't believe how low they are. They are located at 370 Charlotte Road in Rutherfordton, beside the VA clinic there in the Rutherford Square Shopping Center. The hours are Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 to 6, Tuesday and Thursdays 9 to 7. Today's Wednesday, so they'll be there from 9 to 6. And Saturdays are open 10 to 4. Make plans to visit the Open Box Wholesale Store in Rutherford. And I know you'll be as impressed with it as I have. Open Box Wholesale Store. There in the right beside the VA clinic in Rutherford.
Skies should be mostly sunny morning to midday today. After that, variably cloudy in the afternoon. A few hit-and-miss showers and thunderstorms around as highs reach about 86 to 92. Tonight, we can't rule out an isolated evening storm or two. Otherwise, fair to partly cloudy and muggy with lows in the upper 60s to low 70s. Then we'll see a mix of sun and clouds Thursday. A small chance of an afternoon or evening thunder shower. Hot and humid tomorrow. Highs about 90 to 96. I'm meteorologist Mike Moss in the Weather Center.
It looks like all the way this week we're going to have warm temperatures. 93 for the daytime high today. The heat index around 99. Looking towards Saturday, a partly cloudy condition with isolated thunderstorms. Highs around 95 and the wind gusting to about 40 miles per hour. Precipitation possibilities on Saturday, only 20%. And then on Sunday, 20% with highs around 91. So we're up in the 90s all week. Down around 70, 75 for the lows overnight. That heat index, it's warm. Right now it is 70 degrees here at WCAB in Rutherford. 70 degrees, 70. All right, 70. We're being kind to Shane early today. Shane's the owner and operator of Paget King Mortuary there in Forest City, and he's celebrating a birthday today. Turns 53. Young kid. Trading time. We have for sale 200 channel scanner by Radio Shack. Is only a month old. $50 on the best offer. Call 289-3701. 289-3701. For sale, Whirlpool washing machine, $150. That phone number is 289-0574. 289-0574. Want to buy an antique oak corner hutch? The phone number to call is 395-5315, 395-5315. DVDs for sale, and they want to buy a 40-channel scanner. That phone number is 287-7685, 287-7685. For sale, gold couch with removable cushions. Call 245-8554, 245-8554. Free wood, it's maple, and you just have to come and get it. 429-6031, 429-6031. For sale, 2 3-piece Little League catcher sets, 286-7692 and 429-0887. Mixed square bale of hay, $5 each. 245-9247 or 429-4323. Want to rent a house in Rutherford or the Spindale area? Phone number is 429-6031, 429-6031. Looking for a dorm-sized refrigerator? That phone number is 429-2640, 429-2640. For sale, 42-inch cut riding mower with 18 horsepower engine. Let me back up. For sale, 42-inch cut riding mower with 18 horsepower engine. There we go. $350. Call 223-0899, 223-0899. Camper tops for sale, and they want to buy camper tops. That's 9800881, 9800881. For sale, a used GE refrigerator, $35. 245-9247, 245-9247. An aquarium for sale. It has a stand and accessories with it for $20. 223-0899, 223-0899. Electric stove for sale, and they have a washing machine for sale. The washing machine is $100, 287-7435, 287-7435. Looking for a wheelchair ramp that goes on the back of a car? Call 429-5008, 429-5008. Well, if you'll make your plans to shop up at Green Hill Store and you want to cool off, they've got some hand-dipped ice cream up there. They got the soft-served ice cream up there and plenty of cold drinks in the cooler and plenty of bagged ice for your coolers. If you want to make it cool it, then go to Green Hill Store. If you get really hungry, go into the Mason Jar Restaurant for lunch or supper tonight. They always have great specials each day, different special each day for lunch and for supper at night. And keep in mind, they always have pizza going all the time. Hunt Brothers Pizza is good anytime, but it's especially good when you get it at Green Hill Store. Highway 6474, there in Green Hill.
There are some days when I think I can't take all the worrisome things that I face. Find myself wishing I could just vanish, let somebody else take my place. My heart is so heavy, my mind's filled with problems. Can't find just 1 minute's peace. Then the Spirit reminds me I forgot where to go. The answer is down on my knees. 'Cause He's already been there and done that. He's walked just where I'm walking now. He's already suffered each heartache that I need to tell Him about. He knows how it feels to be lonely, despair when there seems no way out. 'Cause He's already been there and done that, and He'll know what I'm talking about. Did you ever have a burden so heavy don't even know how to pray? You go through the motions of living and you wonder how things got that way. You don't even have to, 'cause He already knows what you need. And just when you least expect it, He'll send you His wondrous sweet peace. 'Cause He's already been there and done that. He's walked just where you're walking now. He's already suffered each heartache that you need to tell Him about. He knows how you feel when you're lonely, despair when there seems no way out. 'Cause He's already been there and done that, and He'll know what you're talking about. 'Cause He's already been there and done that, and He'll know what you're talking about.
Here's the number one song according to the Singing News National chart. Just came out just this week. Singing News National Southern Gospel Top 80 chart. And this is the number one song from our friends up at Pigeon Forge. Triumphant.
You want to hear the story of how I made it through when life is full of trouble, pain and fear. The answer may sound simple, though everything else crumbles. One thing has remained through all the years. I
I still serve an amazing God. He's been with me every mile my weary feet have trod. He still cares. He still hears. He's still mending broken hearts and drying tears. This whole world is bound to change, but I'm glad I know the one who always stays the same, and my song will ever lead. Amazing God, you're still amazing me. The God who parted waters still makes a way today. He's always brought me through the troubled seas. The one who fed the thousands, whose words could calm the tempest. He's my bread of life, and he's my peace. I still serve an amazing God. He's been with me every mile my weary feet have trod. He still cares. He still hears. He's still mending broken hearts and drying tears. This whole world is bound to change, but I'm glad I know the one who always stays the same, and my song will ever lead. Amazing God, you're still amazing me. Amazing God, you're still amazing me.
Eric Bennett and the Boys from Triumph, a number one song. Happy to have them up on the charts. Amazing God. It's 6:45. You're listening to WCAB's Morning Wake Up Call. And we'll have the news report coming up in just a few moments. Right now, let's check the community calendar and find out what's happening around the neighborhood. Of course, you remember Rutherford County Transit free grocery shuttle service. This is Wednesday, so they'll take you over to Jake's Discount Grocery if you'll call them at 287-6142 to schedule that ride. There is no cost to that. Shuttles run daily during the morning hours. Farmers Market open on Tuesdays and Saturdays, 8 a.m. until 12 noon, and they're located now in downtown 4A City at 172 Depot Street. Let's see. National Collector Car Appreciation Day, Friday, July 8th, 4 until 8 at Bennett Classics on Vent Street. Sponsored by Antique Automobile Club of America. All collector vehicles cruise in, 50-50 drawing. That's July 8th. That's all I can tell you about that. I don't know too much about that. All right, the Rutherford County Senior Center and all satellite mills will be closed July 6th, 7th, and 8th for maintenance. Prepackaged meals will be delivered to the home-delivered recipients. Should have done that yesterday. Journey Off the Map, joint vacation Bible school for Oak Springs Baptist and Fellowship Baptist churches. And it's going to be held at Oak Springs Baptist Church on Rock Road, July 10th through the 15th, 6 until 8:30 p.m. Supper served each night. Vacation Bible School at Salem United Methodist on Salem Church Road, Bostic, Wednesday, July 13th through Friday, July 15th, 5 until 8 o'clock. Saturday and Sunday, July 16th and 17th, 9 a.m. until 12 o'clock. So that's some of the things going on around the neighborhood. We hope you can get out and support them and attend as many of those as you can. The following is a medical minute from Rutherford Regional Medical Center. Cardiac catheterization is a test to check your heart. This test uses a thin, flexible tube called a catheter that is inserted into the heart through blood vessels. This test can check blood flow in the coronary arteries, check blood flow and blood pressure in the chambers of the heart, find out how well the heart valves work, and check for defects in the way the wall of the heart moves. Sometimes this test may determine if a defect is present in the heart and how severe it is. Cardiac catheterization might also be used to help correct the defect. Did you know that Rutherford Regional Health System features 2 cardiologists on its medical staff? One of these specialists is even trained to primarily treat heart ailments in children. If you have questions about cardiac catheterization, pacemakers, or any other procedure that can be performed at Rutherford Regional Health System, ask your doctor. If a procedure is needed, there's a good chance you can have it done right here at home. Visit myrutherfordregional.com for more information about cardiology services offered here in Rutherford County. Eggers Funeral Home of Cliffside is now open to serve the wonderful people of Rutherford County. And they pledge to you outstanding services at affordable prices and friendly and courteous staff. Eggers Funeral Home of Boiling Springs and Chesney have now added Eggers Funeral Home of Cliffside to their family of funeral service. Eggers family of funeral homes are family owned and operated. Eggers stands out for long history of personal service. They invite you to stop by and see them when you're passing. Eggers Funeral Home of Cliffside, 221A in Cliffside. Well, when you're serious about saving money on groceries but still feeding your family good food and plenty of it, then you'll want to go to Jay's Discount Grocery each and every time you do your grocery shopping. Yep. They have a store full of bargains all the time. Your favorites, brand name, they have fresh meat market. They cut the meat cut fresh all the time. And you'll enjoy your grocery shopping because you know that you're shopping wisely and bringing home good food. Jay's Discount Grocery, located there in the Jay's Discount Building, behind Hospice Resale Store on Oak Street, Forest City. Why not be smart this week and shop smart by going to Jay's Discount Grocery?
Heavenly home is bright and fair. I feel like traveling on page 133. Key of G's, Dad. My heavenly home is bright and fair. I feel like traveling. I feel like
was raised a poor boy. People didn't think too much of me. But Jesus saw something in my life that they could not see. He reached down and touched me, placed me in the palm of his hand. Jesus made this poor boy a mighty, mighty rich man. Oh yeah. One day in the field while resting underneath a tree, Jesus called my name and said his preacher I would be. I used to walk on plowed ground, now on the gospel I stand. Jesus made this poor boy a mighty, mighty rich man. A mighty rich man. Looking back on my life, it's all such a great mystery. How Jesus took a simple man and made a place just for me. Why the Lord chose me, I guess that I will never understand. Why he made this poor boy a mighty, mighty rich man. Oh yeah. I used to live in a shack, but a mansion is waiting now for me. Jesus has promised I'll live with him eternally. I'll praise his name, I'm not afraid to lift up my hands. 'Cause Jesus made this poor boy a mighty, mighty rich man. Oh yeah.
Well, that was Carol Robertson finishing out the program this morning here on WCAB's Wake Up Call. Hour number 1 is now in the bag. We're heading toward hour number 2. That's the hour we get you informed. Call around the county, network news from North Carolina Network News, ABC National News. We'll get to the phone calls and find out what's been happening in your neighborhood. It's all right here on the award-winning morning wake-up call here at WCAB in Rutherford. Thanks for joining us. Good morning, everybody. It's Hump Day Wednesday.
News. I'm Mike Riley. Donald Trump campaigned in North Carolina last evening. He was in Raleigh. He said immigration from Syria should stop when the immigrants could be a danger to our country.
If you look at Crooked Hillary, she wants to increase the immigrants coming in from Syria. Again, they could be ISIS. This could be the all-time great Trojan horse. You know the story of the Trojan horse.
Meanwhile, President Obama and Hillary Clinton were in Charlotte in a joint appearance. During the rally in Charlotte Tuesday, presidential candidate Hillary Clinton questioned Donald Trump's ability to hold office.
The next time America faces a crisis, the world hangs on every word our president says, and Donald Trump is simply unqualified and temperamentally unfit to be our president and commander-in-chief.
The head of Britain's Iraq war inquiry, Sir John Chilcot, has released a damning verdict today on a conflict he says was mounted on flawed intelligence executed with wholly inadequate planning.
Despite explicit warnings, the consequences of the invasion were underestimated
The planning and preparations for Iraq after Saddam Hussein were wholly inadequate.
Pope Francis met with the parents of Bo Solomon, the U.S. student believed to have been killed during a robbery in Rome. CBS News reporter Sabine Castelfranco has a story.
The Pope's meeting this morning with the parents of Bo Solomon was an unscheduled one. It was a private encounter with them. Now, he expressed to Bo Solomon's parents his feelings of very deep sympathy and compassion and his closeness to them for the tragic loss of their son.
You're listening to NCN News.
Geico presents Unanswerable Questions.
Why are yawns contagious? What makes some ketchup fancy? Or the big one, why doesn't everyone switch to Geico when they could save 15% or more on car insurance? However, you could be a part of the answer by switching to Geico and saving hundreds for yourself. Money you could use to purchase bottle after bottle of the fanciest of ketchups.
Geico, the answer to savings. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can tell you that Geico could save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not go straight to the source?
Hey, Harry's Money here. And the day Harry went to Geico.com and switched his car insurance was the day I got to hang around. Finally, boys bonding, bada bing, bada boom. No wonder Geico has 97% customer satisfaction. Personally, I give him 100, but that's just my 2 cents. That was funny.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
A federal judge is sending a North Carolina man to prison for more than 11 years after he operated a multi-million-dollar Ponzi scheme that swindled elderly investors. Authorities say the Senate's U.S. District Court Judge Martin Reidinger imposed on Tuesday on 64-year-old Barry Carlton Taylor of Franklin includes an order that he repay his victims nearly $2.2 million. The Speaker of the House doesn't plan to accede to Democrats' demands on gun control. Correspondent Jerry Bodlander reports.
House Democrats have picked up where they left off following last month's sit-in, with dozens of them taking to the House floor to urge GOP leaders to allow a vote on a pair of gun control measures. While Speaker Paul Ryan is signaling that won't happen, that the majority controls the House agenda, Democrats like Sander Levin stress they have public opinion on their side.
The Speaker must no longer stand in the way.
Republicans plan to bring their own gun control proposal to a vote. It is similar to a measure already rejected by the Senate.
Free blood tests will be offered to House members and staff after elevated lead levels were found in the water in the Cannon House office building. Correspondent Ross Simpson reports.
Stephen Ayers, the architect of the Capitol, says the testing will be available at no cost to individuals or congressional offices. Officials have shut off the water in the Cannon House office building after they received elevated lead test results, prompting widespread concern on Capitol Hill. The architect's office informed lawmakers last week that lead levels in the drinking water of the Cannon building are, quote, slightly above the EPA standard. Ross Simpson, Washington.
The Raleigh City Council has rejected an anti-abortion group's request to move next door to an abortion clinic.
We are country at its best with a blend of yesterday's memories. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. A police-involved shooting in Baton Rouge and 24 hours worth of protests. People took to the streets of Louisiana's capital city on Tuesday, angry over a police-involved shooting that was caught on a witness cell phone video. ABC's Aaron Katersky has details of the story.
Alton Sterling was selling CDs outside a Baton Rouge convenience store before this caught-on-camera encounter with police ended in his death. Protesters, including the victim's sister, decried the action of the cops.
That was not the way to handle the situation. I mean, you should have been took somebody's life away.
Sterling, who was black, was armed, though witnesses said he never flashed a gun. 2 officers were seen wrestling Sterling to the ground before one shot him at close range. He died from bullet wounds to the chest and back. Aaron Katursky, ABC News.
The head of Britain's Iraq War Inquiry has released a damning report on the conflict. It says the war was mounted on flawed intelligence and executed with what's described as wholly inadequate planning. It also says then Prime Minister Tony Blair's government was not justified in its assessment of the threat posed by Saddam Hussein. Presumptive GOP presidential nominee Donald Trump was talking about Saddam last night, and so was presumptive Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton.
Foreign policy was on the minds of both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump as they stumped here in the Tar Heel State. President Obama, campaigning with Clinton, characterized her as tough on terrorism.
She argued in favor of the mission to get bin Laden.
A few hours later, Donald Trump offered praise to the Saddam Hussein regime in dealing with terrorists.
They didn't read them the rights. They didn't talk. They were a terrorist. It was over.
The Clinton campaign blasted Trump's praise for Saddam, saying he was a sponsor of terrorism. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, said to have been vetted as a possible running mate, will campaign alongside Donald Trump today in North Carolina. Connecticut Congressman John Larson says House Democrats aren't going away, but House Speaker Paul Ryan says there will be no vote on any Democratic measures when it comes to gun control. You're listening to ABC News.
It's Lisa G here. Hey, I think you're all beautiful. I love you guys, and I'll bet a lot of you out there have acne. I feel your pain. It's embarrassing, and you're thinking, how on earth can I get rid of it, right? One word, Proactiv. I'm telling you, prescription-grade Proactiv heals your acne and even prevents future breakouts. How great is that? There's a reason why so many celebrities use Proactiv. Their faces are their money. It's time to get it because Proactiv has set up a special dedicated 800 number for my listeners. So get ready to punch that number into your phone. Pull over if you have to. Here's the deal. $19.95 gets you Proactiv plus a rotating deep cleansing brush. It's valued at $45 and it's yours free. So is the shipping. For only $19.95, you, my friends, are guaranteed to get clear and stay clear, or you'll get your money back. Here's the number, 1-800-644-5944. Call for a lifetime of beautiful skin. Tell them Lisa G sent you. Call 1-800-644-5944.
A congressional commission formed following the scandal over long wait times for veterans needing health care says problems with access still remain. In fact, the panel says VA health care operations require urgent reform. Nope, it wasn't you. No big winner for the Mega Millions last night. So what will that mean for this weekend?
Our first winning number tonight is 29. That's
no one won the $454 million Mega Millions jackpot. It now goes up to more than $500 million for Friday's drawing. It will be the seventh largest lottery jackpot in U.S. history. Tuesday was the 34th time the jackpot rolled over without a winner. The record before that was 22. Mega Millions tickets are sold in 43 states, plus the District of Columbia and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Dave Schreiber, ABC News.
Remember when you got a job and you were actually expected to work? Those days may be coming back as more workplaces say no to office perks.
Are office perks going the way of the 3-martini lunch? In many new companies, they are. Nick Huzar, CEO of the app and website OfferUp, says with funding getting tighter, startups must prioritize.
I think companies that are leveraging perks early on to attract people are I don't think that's quite the right motivation and the right focus.
He says employee discounts and freebies aren't a bad idea, but like anything else, you should have to prove yourself to get them. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
This is ABC News.
Is my kid in the right car seat? I guess she is.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
North Carolina Tractor Supply, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rutherford, has some really great ideas this year. This could be the year for you to get that Massey Ferguson you've been wanting. Stop by today and see what Massey Ferguson and Phil Sheehan at North Carolina Tractor Supply have for you. Check to see if you qualify for 0% financing. Today could be your day at North Carolina Tractor Supply, Railroad Avenue, Rutherford.
Skies should be mostly sunny morning to midday today. After that, variably cloudy in the afternoon. A few hit-and-miss showers and thunderstorms around as highs reach about 86 to 92. Tonight, we can't rule out an isolated evening storm or two. Otherwise, fair to partly cloudy and muggy with lows in the upper 60s to low 70s. Then we'll see a mix of sun and clouds Thursday. A small chance of an afternoon or evening thunder shower. Hot and humid tomorrow. Highs about 90 to 96. I'm meteorologist Mike Moss in the Weather Center.
Thanks very much, Mike. Good morning, everybody. It's Wednesday, the 6th day of July. It's 6 minutes after 7, and it's 71 degrees on the outside, and we're looking at high temperatures of 93 today around here. Heat index around 99 with a wind gust today about 12 miles per hour. Pretty hot all week long, all the way through the weekend. There's some slight chances of breakout showers and thunderstorms as they develop in the hot weather like it did a few days ago. And we'll see that through the weekend. It looks like on Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms, about 20% chance of that happening, and highs around 91. And again, this morning is another great getting up morning. However, it's cloudy, but it should be some sun, some clouds throughout the day today, and possibility 20% chance of some isolated shower activity. Probably this afternoon in the heat of the day, we may see another dark cloud developing and some thunder. And may get a little rain, but may not. It's crazy weather, isn't it? Now I have these death announcements. Philip Guffey, age 74, of Davidson, died Tuesday, July 5th, this morning at Piedmont Medical Center. Yesterday, rather. Piedmont Medical Center. Arrangements are incomplete and will be announced later by McMahon's Funeral Home and Cremation Services. And again, that's Philip Guffey. Mr. James Inlow Phillips, 65, of Bostic, died Monday at his residence. Cremation will occur at graveside service with military rites will be arranged in the coming weeks. Washburn and Dorsey Funeral and Cremation Service in charge of the arrangements for James Inlow Phillips. Mrs. Mary Jolly Henson, 73, passed away Monday at her residence. A funeral service will be held at 2 p.m. today at Goods Creek Baptist Church with Pastor Chad Hayes officiating. Burial will follow in the church cemetery. The family will receive friends 1 hour prior to the service at the church. Eggers Funeral Home of Cliffside is serving the family of Mary Jolly Henson. Virginia May Jenny Hoyle, 75, of Ellenboro, died Sunday at Rutherford Regional Medical Center. The funeral will be conducted at 3 o'clock Thursday at Restoration Church. The Reverend Jerry Hames will officiate. Burial will follow in Drury Dobbins Baptist Church Cemetery. The visitation is scheduled from 6 until 8 o'clock this evening at Washburn and Dorsey Funeral and Cremation Service. Washburn and Dorsey Funeral and Cremation Service is serving the family of Virginia May Jenny Hoyle. Mrs. Betty Jean Gagnon, age 86, passed away Wednesday, June 22nd. A celebration of Mrs. Gagnon's life will be held at 4 p.m. Friday, July 8th at Forest Lake Baptist Church, Forest Lake Road in Forest City. Crow's Mortuary is assisting the family of Betty Jean Gagnon. Sean Lee, age 46, of Rutherfordton, died Thursday at his residence. A gathering of family and friends will be held from 2 until 4 o'clock Saturday at the Harrelson Funeral Parlor. Harrelson Funeral and Cremation Services has been entrusted with the arrangements for Sean Lee of Rutherfordton. Those are the death announcements we have this morning. You can get the complete information on these and others that may come in throughout the day today at 11:35, and then again at 5:10 as part of the afternoon report right here on WCAB in Rutherfordton. The most information for the Foothills, AM 590, WCAB, and on Northland Cable Channel 5, and streaming the signal on the World Wide Web at www.wcab59.com. Rush Limbaugh Morning Update is next.
One of the leading voices of the global warming hoax is Michael Mann, director of the Earth System Science Center at Penn State. So naturally, Mann was invited to speak to Democrat Platform Drafting Committee. He told the Democrats his head has been buried in climate change models because he's looking for the signal of man-made global warming. But what he said next is incredible. These tools that we've spent years developing increasingly are unnecessary. Now, why does he think these computer climate models are unnecessary? Well, get this. He says it's, quote, because we can see climate change, the impacts of climate change now, playing out in real time on our TV screens in the 24-hour news cycle. So who needs data? He can see climate change on TV. Global warming doomsayers have spent mountains of taxpayer dollars building these computer model tools that have been proved wrong over and over, yet the hoaxers are never held accountable for the hoax. They have continued to manipulate data to perpetuate this hysteria. So now they want to get rid of their flawed data altogether and just rely on TV for evidence. Something else is on tap as Democrats draft their platform. They want those who disagree with their global warming theories prosecuted. An inquisition like in the Middle Ages. Democrats claim they're all about science, but they and their junk science are just total frauds.
Not available in all states. Whoa, what do you have there?
It's a Reese and Irvy's frozen yogurt. We just had our robot make one.
A robot made your frozen yogurt?
Yes, from Reese and Irvy's, the world's first fully interactive robot vending machine that serves 9 flavors of delicious yogurt with 6 amazing toppings. And it's available for an exclusive franchise opportunity.
Wait, you mean I can own my own frozen yogurt robots?
And make money at the same time. These robots are the future of frozen yogurt franchising. They can be placed almost anywhere and operate 24/7. Malls, theme parks, grocery stores, you name it.
A robot that serves frozen yogurt. That's revolutionary.
Exactly. Reese and Irvy's Froyo robots are taking the market by storm. No more messy yogurt bars, long lines, or do-it-yourself machines. Just delicious frozen yogurt in 60 seconds or less. Anytime, anywhere.
How do I get my own Reese and Irvy's robots?
It's easy, but you better act now. Locations and machines are going fast. Just go to froyofranchising.com. That's froyofranchising.com. Check it out now. froyofranchising.com.
Every morning I open the door. Hello, stock. Hello, store. Building my business, building my dream. I'm glad to have radio on my team. It reaches my customers and new ones too, and tells them about what we offer and do. I'm watching my budget. I have to spend smart. For me, radio is a good place to start. Radio works harder. Put it to work for you at radioheardhere.com.
Brought to you by this radio station to remind you that radio is heard here. Radio is heard everywhere.
Where our listeners patronize our advertisers. Call our sales department today at 287-3356.
You know, you don't have to settle for second or third best when you need a plumber. When Umstead Plumbing is just a phone call away. Since 1973, the Umstead family has been serving homeowners and builders with the best of service. Eric and Chad are continuing the family business, and I know you'll be satisfied with their prompt service. From unclogging a drain to replacing fixtures and appliances to remodeling jobs. Their top quality work, fair prices, and punctual service has made them the area's leading plumbing firm. Why don't you give them a call? Locally owned and operated at 245-7302. Experience plus equipment equals excellence. Umstead Plumbing, 245-7302. Now that's getting the job done.
Born in Tennessee, George Flatt went out to Caldwell, Kansas. George had a bit of a stubborn streak that came out in July of 1879. After more than a few drinks, a couple of cowboys in the Occidental Saloon started shooting their pistols. Constable Kelly and a posse that included George Flatt came to take care of the problem. The posse cautiously entered the saloon and saw the 2 cowboys with their guns pointed at them. The cowboys started for the door, but Flatt stepped forward and blocked the door. Carrying 2 guns, the cowboy demanded that he drop them. Flatt responded, "I'll die first." A shot from one of the cowboys whizzed past Flatt's head. Flatt went into action. Each gun took out a cowboy. Things moved fast in Caldwell. In a matter of weeks, George Flatt advanced from posse member to the city's first marshal. And capitalizing on his newfound fame, he went into partnership with William Horseman operating a saloon. But many times, as fast as things go well, just as fast they turn bad. Flatt was a heavy drinker. And within a year, not only had his partnership with Horseman fallen apart, but Horseman had even replaced him as city marshal. Then on Saturday evening, June 19, 1880, after spending some time drinking in the bars, George Flatt headed for home. From the dark, a rifle shot rang out. It hit flat in the skull. Once he was down, 3 more slugs filled his body. Yes, things moved fast in Caldwell, Kansas, from a marshal and businessman to a dead drunk laying face down in the dirt in less than a year. You've just heard another story from Chronicle of the Old West. I'm Dakota Livesay.
15 minutes after 7 o'clock as we get our Wednesday morning report started. We're going first to the Sheriff's Department, and Deputy Holland is on the phone to give us an update from the past 24 hours. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing great, thanks. What's in the report?
In the last 24 hours, the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office has answered 150 calls, made 10 arrests, and currently has 161 in the county jail. On the incident reports, Bruce Dobbins reported a break-in and entering on 157 Dobbinsville Road. Terry Davis reported a break-in and entering and burglary on Cars Drive in Mooresboro. Emily Hamrick Bracey reported break-in and entering a motor vehicle and larceny from a vehicle on Walnut Street in Forest City. And Charles Watson Reed reported a felony larceny on Hyder Street in Spindale. On the arrests, Dominic O'Neill Reynolds was arrested for a failure to appear on a misdemeanor. Amber Nicole Previtt was arrested on possession of a Schedule 4 controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia. Anne Marie Dalster was arrested on a misdemeanor probation violation. Dylan Scott Lowry was arrested for simple possession of a controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia. Julius Edward Weeks was arrested for possession of a firearm by felon. Frederick Ricardo Farrar was arrested for possession of Schedule 6 controlled substance, misdemeanor possession of a Schedule 6, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Bridget Ann Samuel was arrested for failure to appear on a misdemeanor. And that's all for the morning report.
Deputy Holland, we do appreciate the report, and you be safe out there today.
Thank you, sir. You too.
See you now. We get to 911 communications, find out what calls they received overnight. It's 18 past 7.
Save-A-Lot Grocery Store is your next stop to saving big money. You'll find loads of merchandise with incredible low prices and hundreds of name brand items, and with clean, spacious aisles, that'll make shopping a pleasure. Take advantage of the popular Pick 5. Get 5 grocery items at a low price of only $19.99, including meat products. Save-A-Lot has a great produce section with all your favorite fruits and vegetables. Hours are Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sundays, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's Save-A-Lot Grocery Store in the White Oak Plaza near Big Lots.
Let's get Susan on the radio now to get the report from the Communications Center overnight. Susan, good morning.
Good morning.
What's on your report today, Susan?
In the past 24 hours, Rutherford County Sheriff's Office 911 Communications has processed 615 911 calls and administrative calls, which consisted of 45 for EMS, 18 for rescue, 150 for the Sheriff's Office, 100 for Forest City, 29 for Rutherfordton, 8 for Lake Lure, and 43 for Spindale. And that's it for this morning.
Thanks, Susan. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, there are many people who experience a loss of hearing as they age. Some folks seem to keep the hearing forever and ever. Some folks start losing it for various reasons. If you are in that category of losing your hearing, it's not as clear as you'd like for it to be, there's a place that you could go to find out what's going on. And that's Miracle Ear. Local office is there right beside Southern Carpet in Forest City. Lisa Terry's the hearing specialist, and she's got a free hearing test just for you. No cost, no obligation, no pressure. Just have that free hearing test, find out what's happening. If it's in both ears, one ear, left ear, right ear, you can get some answers free of charge. Lisa's helping a lot of your friends and my friends get the hearing back with a Miracle Ear instrument. It could be just the right thing for you. Remember, a hearing loss is more noticeable than a hearing instrument, so don't put it off any longer. Call Lisa today at 447-7700. 888-203-8216. Here's Ruby Taylor now with the SDO Fire District Report. Good morning, Ruby.
Good morning.
What's on the report today?
They didn't have any calls. And on my birthday calendar, I've got Marty Roper, Pat Millwood, Doc James, and Jerry Jolly having birthdays, and hope all these people have a nice day. And the signs are in the heart today and tomorrow. And Jim, that's all I got.
Thanks, Ruby. Stay cool over there.
Okay, and you too.
Bye.
Here's what our customers think about McCurry Deck Chevrolet Buick GMC.
I love my McCurry Deck Buick.
I love my McCurry Deck Chevrolet.
We love our McCurry Deck GMC. We guarantee you'll love McCurry Deck Chevrolet Buick GMC for a city.
I am definitely a McCurry Deck customer for life.
I love the price and the McCurry Deck Customer for Life Rewards program. It gives you up to $3,000 or more in rewards.
Take the easy drive to savings. McCurry Deck for a city. Discover the rewards of being a customer for life.
I don't know how Rodney can make it any easier for us with that big sale underway right now on some good equipment that we might need to make our jobs easier at home. I'm talking about the Husqvarna rear-tine tillers. They're regularly $5.99. They're on sale now for $4.99. Those Husqvarna mowers with a 42-inch cut, 3-year warranty, starting at $14.99. Push mowers starting at $149. Zero-turn mowers, 46-inch cut, $23.99. And that Hustler Zero Turn is very popular with even the commercial folks. $27.99. Echo trimmers starting at $159. Contact Ace Equipment Sales and Service and get your yard work done. Easier, faster, and more enjoyable. Ace Equipment Sales and Service in the Park Lane Plaza, Rutherfordton. And Steve's back on the radio this morning up in Rumbling Ball after sleeping in, I guess, maybe yesterday, or resting up, or good morning, Steve.
I have to recuperate. Those 16-hour days, they're overrated.
they're tough on an old man, aren't they?
Man, it goes by quicker than it sounds because you're busy all day long. But it had a blast, literally.
Yeah.
There's a lot of entertainment, a lot of enjoyment, and we had fewest issues on a negative scale that I can remember. So that was also a good thing. So a lot of cooperative folks out there having a good time. So all is well on that end. Looks like we did well. So we're just happy that things went well. We got a inch of rain yesterday, which is very good.
Wow,
so we were glad to get some of that precip. Yeah, we didn't have any rain during the event on the 4th. So, but the National Weather Service did issue a heat alert. The humidity was just off the charts. So, but we alerted everybody and made sure all our employees were well hydrated, this, that, and the other. So we took care of all those things because if you don't, then everything else is going to be not run so well. So it all went well, and now we're just recuperating.
Yeah, we're ready for the next holiday. Labor Day's coming up soon.
Yeah, we got the Olympiad too, so it's coming up.
That'll be a busy time.
Oh yeah.
Well, Steve, enjoy the day. The day's Wednesday Hump Day. Enjoy it, and we'll check back in with you tomorrow.
Thanks, Jim.
See you now. Bye-bye. The entire team at Crow's Funeral Home and Cremation Services can help you with options available. They will help you find a balance between the emotional, spiritual, and financial needs of your loved one. During this time, it's important to turn to someone you can trust and depend on. Crow's Mortuary and Crow's Mortuary and Crematory has a long history of trust and dependability. Crow's Mortuary and Crematory. That's 286-2304. Well, Southern Carpet over in Forest City is one of our locally owned, hometown grown folks that I love to recommend because I like to support our local business. I love to support folks who grew up here, educated their kids here, went to church here, and know neighbors and friends around, and so they've got to do a good job for you because everybody knows who they are. And they do great work. That's Southern Carpet. a long-lasting tradition of quality. They carry the Bruce hardwood, Appalachian hardwood, ceramic tile, Armstrong vinyl, Tarkett flooring. Since 1993, it's been a regular thing for them to take care of their customers, take care of them well, because they knew that once they did a good job for the customers, they'd recommend them to others, and that's what's happened. And they've grown over the years. Why don't you check them out? 1512 West Main Street, Forest City. Phone them at 245-0310. Look them up on the web at southerncarpet.net. Bob Hodges on the radio now from Hudlow Volunteer Fire District. Bob, good morning.
Well, good morning.
Looks like the morning started off beautiful this morning with the sun shining already.
That's right, and it's hump day here already.
Mm-hmm.
Middle of the week here. It's like a short week. I get mixed up with Monday being a holiday there.
I have too. I thought yesterday should have been another day.
I know it. Well, Jim, we're doing good up here this morning, and with the fire department, we checked out a smoke report and had a couple medical calls, and that's about it with the fire department. And things are running along pretty quiet up here this morning. And like I say, looks like it's going to be another hot day. Boy, it got hot and humid yesterday, though.
Boy, it sure did.
We had that little storm cloud come around, and it cooled things off for a while, but looks like the next few days is really going to be hot and humid. So,
did you get any rain out of that storm yesterday?
no, we just got a little sprinkle there. Well, but looked like it kind of went around north of us there.
Yeah.
And I think the Cane Creek area got a lot of rain out of it back up that way. And
Did it rain last night?
We got a share of rain sometime about 10 o'clock last night there for a little bit there, but I didn't hear no thunder or anything, but must have been just a cloud come over. But we got a share of rain around 10 o'clock last night up here. But anybody working outdoors needs to drink plenty of fluid and try not to get too hot out there today. So
that's very true. And we might ought to caution folks also to keep their pets in mind, too. Those pets can really suffer through this heat.
yes, that's right there. They do. They drink plenty of water. You need plenty of water and everything. Jim, that's about it up here. So you take care and have a good day, and I'll be talking to you in the morning.
Bob, I appreciate it. You have a great day, and I'll see you soon.
You too.
All right, bye-bye. 28 minutes after 7. We're being kind today to Shane Early. Shane is celebrating a birthday today. He's the owner of Paget and King Mortuary there in Forest City. Shane's turning 53 today, so when you see him or give him a call, congratulate him, because Shane Early now is the newest member of the WCAB Be Kind To Hall of Fame.
Are you tired of long lines and terrible service? The solution to both is only 5 minutes away at Spindale Drug. Let us treat you the way that you would like to be treated as we personalize our service just for you. We are located at 109 West Main Street in Spindale, and remember, with every prescription filled, you get a complimentary cup of coffee. Call us at 828-286-3746 to transfer your prescriptions today and receive $10 off each transferred prescription. Spindale Drug, now that's service.
Farm Bureau Insurance doesn't hire celebrities to push auto coverage. We think people might like to make decisions based on service and savings, not just because that guy from that show says it's a good idea. Instead of faces you know from your TV, we offer faces you know from your neighborhood, because we're headquartered in North Carolina with local agents right in your town. That's really the only thing we want to be famous for. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, helping you is what we do best.
In Rutherford County, please call 287-2428.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc., Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
We like to check in with the Cherry Mountain Fire District, see if they've had any fires or wrecks, and Sue Price is the reporter in that part of the county. Good morning, Sue. How are you doing?
Good morning, Jim. I'm doing good. Hope you are.
I am indeed. Off to a good start here this morning.
Well, that's good. I enjoyed the music this morning. I liked that song. I don't know what the name was. Like, he's already been there, or...
Yeah, been there, and he's done that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a new song.
Who was singing that? Well, that's all right.
Let's see, brand new group, just got that CD in. As a matter of fact, yesterday, I believe. And I don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay, well, that's fine. She did a good job. I like that song. Well, let's see, got 71 degrees this morning, so it's nice out there right now, but it's going to get hot again today. Ooh. We had 2 little clouds come through yesterday, thunder, and got some rain out of both of them, so that was good. And let's see, I don't have any calls from the fire department. I have one birthday on my calendar for Clifford Tony, so I hope Clifford's going to have a good day today. And nothing on Fairview's for today. Let's see, First Prod's got an anniversary for Steve and Judy Brackett, so happy anniversary to those folks. And I'd like to wish Shane a happy birthday. You're being kind to him today. Shane's my cousin, so...
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Hope he'll have a good day today. And I guess that's all I got, Jim. I still don't have any announcements come in, so just quiet and calm over this way and looking for a good day, and I hope you'll have one.
So I've got the answer to your question now. The group is called the Spiritual Voices, and the song is entitled He's Already Been There and Done That.
Okay.
I've never heard of the Spiritual Voices before, but I liked it myself, so that's why I wanted to play it for you folks.
Oh, yeah, I liked it, too.
I'll try to play it again tomorrow.
All right.
Have a good day, Sue.
You too.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supplies, they're already open over there this morning, ready for you to come by and get what you need. If you're needing bird seed, those birds are hot too. They need some fresh seafood. Bird seed. And they've got that out there, special bird seed. They've got special dog food at $11.99. And they also have daylilies, all colors, $4.49. George tells me daylilies require a lot of sun all the time. So if you get those, you got a place that needs something, a lot of sun takes them. That's where the daylilies need to be. Large selection of good used farm equipment. They got a lot of things over there you don't know he's got until you get here. So check it out. Bonnie plants available here. Clover baling twine. Layer crumble, 50-pound bag, $10.50. All of that's plus more, and he declares himself to have lower prices than anybody. Farmer's Friend Feed, Seed, and Supplies, 188 Whiteside Road, Rutherfordton. Open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30, Saturday, 7:30 to 2 o'clock, right across the road here from WCAB. It's 7:33, and we're going back to the phones in just a moment.
RS Express on Railroad Avenue should be the only stop you'll need. The RS Express inspection station can get you back on the road and keep you legal. RS Express station has 2 lanes to get you in and out in no time. They also carry wiper blades, and they'll rotate your tires. Complete car care all together. RS Speedy Lube. RS Service includes transmission flush, RS car wash, and RS inspection. Count on Chris and his team to take care of your car needs. Railroad Avenue, Ruth.
Right. 7:33, now let's head up toward upstate Union Mills and get the Kelly Report. Good morning, Brenda.
Good morning. How are you on this wonderful Wednesday?
I'm wonderful.
There you go. That's good.
Just
everything going to suit you?
Just talking with OA Fish. OA Fish just came in, brought his program in for Sunday morning, and he's always a delight to talk to. Always full of excitement and energy and enthusiasm.
Yeah.
He has a program on Sunday mornings that runs 9:30 to 10 o'clock called the Captain's Corner, and he always has a great discussion on the Bible.
Well, that's good. I'm usually on my way to church by then.
Yeah, me too.
But there's a lot of people that's not, and they need something to keep them on the straight and narrow.
I need something to keep me on the straight and narrow.
Me too. Oh, me! But we hope everybody's having a good day today. And let's see, I've got 66 degrees on the front porch. We had an inch of rain yesterday. We had a bat storm. Well, it got real dark and it thundered and lightning, and I thought, well, and then it didn't do anything. So I'd unplugged the air conditioner, the TV, and all that. So I went back and plugged it all back up. I was sitting here and I thought, oh my goodness, I looked out and the wind was blowing like you wouldn't believe. And then it started raining. We got an inch of rain out of that one. So
just that when it came through yesterday, you got an inch?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep, I ain't got no driveway left on the bottom. I can't get out.
Oh my.
I'm here and can't. But there was a man come yesterday, bless his heart. He come up here and he said, Miss Brenda, I'll get your driveway fixed.
Well, good for him.
that was he used to be our pastor up at Macedonia, and he was working in Lake Lure, and he was going to come by on his way in, but it rained him out, and he said, when I come by Camp Creek Church, not church, but road, he said, it was raining so hard I didn't even look that way. So he goes up 64, then hits, is it 26 that goes up through Marion, or 220?
221.
No. That like it goes through Sunshine and Golden Valley and all that.
226.
226, okay. I never can remember which is the interstate and which ain't, because one's 26 and one's 226.
That's right.
So it confuses me. But anyway, and he lives up off of that road, so that's how he goes. But he came on back yesterday afternoon, so I can get that fixed. I'm glad. Birthdays today, I've got Linda Lovelace, Bob and Ruth Sluter. Anniversary, Donald and Tamara Campbell. And Sarah Painter's birthday on Round Hill. I don't have anything, but their Bible school starts today, and it'll go through the 8th. It starts at 6 o'clock each night. And then on Macedonia, I don't have any birthdays or anniversaries, so we hope these people have a great old big day. And then ways of announcements that we got a buffet breakfast at the Gilkey School Community Center. It starts at 7 a.m. and goes to 10 a.m. That'll be Saturday the 9th. Adults $6, kids 6 to 12, 3, 6 and under free. All you can eat. Sausage, bacon, liver mush, gravy, and biscuits, and all the trimmings and proceeds go to help rebuild the old Gilkey School. And, of course, the Bible school starts at Round Hill tonight at 6 o'clock. And other than that, I don't have nothing.
All right, Brenda, I appreciate the report. I hope you get your driveway fixed real soon.
Me too. If I have to walk in and out, I'll lose a lot of weight, which I need to do.
I was going to say, you may have to hike in and out of your house.
I may have to, yeah.
Well, you get you
but anyway, you have a good day, Jim.
I hope you do, too. I'll see you next time.
Okay, catch you later.
Bye-bye. That's Brenda Kelly reporting in out of Union Mills this morning, and it is now 7:37. We'll have the commission report this morning at 8:35 with the vice chair coming in to give us the report from last night. Brief meeting, but we'll hear from him, find out what they talked about last night. Meanwhile, over at Gregory's in Rutherfordton, they've been closed a few days, but when they get back open, I want you to go by there and try something off their menu. I want you to try those grinders. They've got several choices of grinders. That bread they use, put those grinders on, really, really delicious. The way they fix it, it'll just melt in your mouth. Plus, they got a lot of other things. I've been real pleased with everything I've ever ordered off the menu. Haven't ordered everything yet, but I'm working on it. Go see Gregory's Original. If you want to take out order, here's the phone number to call them at 287-2171, 287-2171. Tell Gregory Jim Bishop sent you over there. Let's see, they'll be opening, maybe they close this week. Well, I know they're taking some extended vacation time to get some rest because they work long hours and hard hours. So enjoy Gregory's Original when they get back open.
Doctors have said a good night's rest is important for good health. If you're missing your rest at night, maybe it's the bed you're sleeping on. Year after year in Coast to Coast Test, more and more people are requesting Spring Air bedding, and here's why. Spring Air has been dedicated to giving you the very best in quality, comfort, and support, and it's working. That's why the Recliner Center's been selling so many of them. People who need their rest prefer Spring Air over each major competitor brand by a considerable margin. Why don't you give it a test? Stop by the Recliner Center and ask JD and Marie Shook to let you take the mattress challenge, and you too will find out why more and more people are choosing Spring Air. There are many features you'll appreciate, such as the Never Turn Advantage and the specially designed coils that help minimize motion from partner to partner. You should sleep on a Spring Air tonight and feel better tomorrow. Stop by the Recliner Center on Cooper's Gap Road in Rutherfordton and have one delivered to your bedroom today, and wake up refreshed in the morning.
The following is a medical minute from Rutherford Regional Medical Center. When choosing a hospital or a health system, you should ask what quality and patient safety efforts are being implemented in that organization. For example, at Rutherford Regional Health System, several new quality and patient safety initiatives have been set up in place to ensure an even greater level of care for its patients. Under the guidance of the Duke Quality Network, Rutherford Regional has begun bedside shift reporting, which emphasizes better face-to-face communication with patients and families. Patient safety huddles also have been started to allow caregivers the opportunity twice a day to review risks of infections, falls, and other harms. An executive patient safety rounding allows our administrators to round out on staff to make sure our clinical staff has the tools they need to deliver great service. Rutherford Regional is proud to make quality and patient safety its top priorities. To learn more about the preferred health system for Rutherford County residents, visit myrutherfordregional.com. Now at 7:40, that makes it 20 minutes till 8 o'clock. We're going to Ellenboro. Couldn't make the contact with Cliffside this morning, so we'll jump over to Ellenboro and talk with Luther Gilligan, the man about town. Good morning.
Good morning to you. I'm about town. That's downtown.
Downtown.
Downtown Ellenboro, where you can live or do the thing you have to have. It's a good morning. It's a little part of cloud this morning. The sun's coming in. We're going to have we're going to have a great day there. Had a great day yesterday. Got a little shower of rain. Wasn't a whole lot, but hey, we didn't complain about it. It felt good while it was coming down. It come down pretty good. If it lasted very long, we'd have had a good rain. But it was a good little shower. I got the cat wet. But everything quiet there this morning. Everybody trying to get the middle of the week done, and sort of get on a downhill drag. Let's see, 45 Business had one call yesterday, all they had, so they're quiet this morning. Nothing else going on, but when we have birthday day, Miss Susan Johnson, she's having a birthday today. And Bobby and Ashley Putman's having a wedding anniversary, and also Gary and Pam McFarland's having one. So hope they all have a great day and enjoy their day. Jim, you have a great day at Brad. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Luther. I appreciate you giving us the report each day, and you be safe over in Ellenboro and watch the heat.
You take care.
I'll see you now. Ellenboro reporter Luther Sweething Gilligan this morning. That leaves us time for a birthday party here on the 6th day of July, July 6th. If you are in those lucky folks who are celebrating a birthday today, another one, please call us now at 287-3356, and we'll put you in the list and pull a name after a bit, and whoever's name's pulled gets to enjoy the cake from Granny B's. Birthdays and anniversaries for the 6th of July, July 6th. Call now, 287-3356.
Come and see why the F-Series is the best-selling vehicle for 38 straight years. There's something to this. The best-selling truck, and you could own one thanks to the excellent deals at Sisk Family Ford. If you want one, get it this week. It may be the all-new redesigned Ford Edge that will make you happy. If so, the choices are good today, and special Sisk Family Ford prices are underway right now. Come see all the new cars and trucks at your friendly family Ford dealer, Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Juggling a career, responsibilities at home, and caring for an aging parent can be a tough job to handle. But thank goodness for Rutherford Life Services. Rutherford Life Services may be able to help you. They offer a positive, happy environment for adults who need a little bit of extra care during the day. They have trained professionals that monitor medical needs, assist with personal care, and also plan fun activities such as crafts, music, and fitness to make their day more enjoyable and safe. Caregivers are provided with the peace of mind knowing that their loved ones are being well cared for. To learn more about Rutherford Life Care Services, call 288-1697. Again, that's 288-1697. Well, when you order those petit fours from Granny B's Bakery there in Spindale, you always know they're going to be a hit. You don't have to worry about what people are going to think about them because they're always beautiful, they look good, they're cute on the plate, they taste good, they got great icing on them. And they're from Granny B's. That's all you need to know. 219 West Main Street. Order your petit fours for your next shower or your next reception. Happy birthday, day. Well, happy birthday to Shane Early. He's 53 today, works at Pageant King Mortuary. Matter of fact, he's one of the owners over there, maybe the owner. And he's having a birthday today, so we're glad he's celebrating with us. Also want to wish Eli Stroud down in the Chase community. Eli's 3 today. Natalie Bennett over at Rutherford is also celebrating the birthday today. Is that Laney Dillard, 46 years old. Linda Lovelace is having a birthday. Rose Caldwell also celebrating. Caroline Matheny is 23 today. And old buddy Lips Mosley is having a birthday today. I want to wish Lips a happy birthday. Other folks celebrating on this sixth day is Doris Kirby, Bob and Ruth Schluter's anniversary, and Donald and Tamara Campbell having an anniversary date. And want to wish George W. Bush a happy birthday. George W. turned 70 today, so happy birthday to him as well. And we'll have a drawing for that cake where those names have been called in here in just a moment. Stand by. Brian Pritchett also celebrating birthday, 41 at Harris Community. We'll wish him a happy.
A woman was floating on an inflatable raft in the Gulf of Mexico, enjoying the sun, relaxation, and comfort of a day at the beach. But what she didn't realize was how far she drifted while daydreaming. By the time she looked up, she was about a half a mile from shore and headed in the wrong direction. She began to scream for all she was worth, but no one heard her. After a few hours of fear and desperation, she was rescued by a Coast Guard craft about 5 miles from where she entered the water. She did not recognize her danger until she was beyond her own ability and strength to save herself. Oftentimes, people start drifting into temptations and trouble without realizing what is happening. Before they know it, they are in over their heads and beyond the reach of self-recovery. Rather than seeing how close to the line we can get before we lose our control, we need to play it smart and safe. The Apostle Paul said it was important to stay connected to Jesus so that we don't plan to let the evil desires get their hooks in us. You may be playing it close to the line with an addiction, wrongful relationship, or questionable financial practices. Why not break free right now and let the Master Lifeguard pull you back from the brink? This is Bill Hostler with today's Key to Confident Living.
And congratulations to Caroline Matheny. Caroline is 23 today, celebrating her birthday, so we can wish her a great old big happy birthday, and we'll have that certificate right here waiting on her to pick up to take over to Granny B's. Now stand by, we have a third hour coming up, and during that third hour, we got to have the county commissioners report.
And I'd do anything till the sun comes up again. I tried my best to tell you, but the words don't do the trick. I guess you'll have to read my lips. When this morning, Steve, I had a sweet dream on my mind. I thought I fired you. I tried to, honey, but I couldn't get you on the line. Wait a minute, she's my girl. So I wrote this note to send you, stamp it wouldn't stick, so I guess you'll have to read my lips. Your turn, Tim. I let my fingers do the talking when my tongue gets tied. 'Cause when I see you walking, I get inside. You'd be my one and only if I only had my pick. Is that a straight pick or a thumb pick? It's a thumber. And you'd see how much if you could read my lips. Speaking of lips,
President Obama says he's ready to pass the baton to Hillary Clinton. The two made their first campaign appearance Tuesday in Charlotte. During her joint appearance with the president, Clinton made the case against her presumptive rival, Donald Trump.
In America, we don't tear each other down. We lift each other up. We build bridges, not walls.
Obama sought to reassure voters about Clinton's character in his speech and cast the negative criticisms of Clinton as the result of her many years in the political spotlight. Campaigning in Raleigh on Tuesday, Donald Trump said President Obama is all talk and no action, and Hillary Clinton would be the same if elected.
We need a president that's going to turn our country around, and Obama cannot do it, and Hillary Clinton will be even worse. Believe me. She will be even worse.
House Speaker Paul Ryan is the latest to speak against the FBI investigation into then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's use of personal computer service for state business.
I'm Stephen Portnoy in Washington, saying the decision defies explanation. House Speaker Paul Ryan wants answers from the FBI director.
What really just mystifies me is the case he makes and then the conclusion he draws.
Ryan tells Fox News the House will hold hearings that could have James Comey coming before lawmakers next week. The Speaker also says Clinton shouldn't receive the customary classified briefings while she's still a candidate. That's a decision that's ultimately up to the Obama administration.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are investigating after a man was found shot to death just outside of Uptown early this morning. He was pronounced dead at the scene by paramedics. Police have not released his name. Details surrounding the shooting were not immediately available, and police have not released any suspect information. It is the third homicide in Charlotte in as many days and marks the 27th homicide of the year. You are listening to NCN News.
And now, Geico's Saving Stories. Russell Burton closed his laptop, having just switched his car insurance to Geico. He didn't think much of it until...
Savings were everywhere. My pockets, wallet, bank accounts. It was like the savings were following me.
Following, indeed. All because of an innocent 15 minutes on Geico.com.
I feel like I'm never alone.
Geico. Spend 15 minutes and 15% more in savings could be following you.
Any Jane Doe can tell you that Geico could help you save. But since money talks, we just ask the savings instead.
Greetings and some salutations. I'm Jane's Money, and I never knew my self-worth until Jane switched her car insurance at Geico.com. Those 15 minutes built me up to real savings. Geico's been helping customers save money like me for over 75 years. So take that to the bank. And namaste.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Though FBI Director James Comey won't recommend Hillary Clinton be criminally charged for use of a private email server, he's calling her actions extremely careless. Comey contradicted Clinton's past claims that she had turned over all of her emails and that she'd never sent or received any emails that were classified at the time. That served as ammo for her critics, among them North Carolina GOP Party Chairman Robin Hayes.
What we have here is a repeated pattern of the Clintons and President Obama abiding by their own set of rules, a different set of rules than you and I and the other citizens in this country have to abide by.
No jackpot winning ticket today was sold in the latest Mega Millions drawing.
Well, you can listen to the winning numbers drawn last night in the Mega Millions game for smaller prizes, but don't hold your breath because no one got all 6 numbers right.
29, that's followed by 64. Up next we have 46. Your next number is 53, and your final wipe off for this Tuesday evening is 73. Now for the Mega Mall. Tonight's Mega Mall number is 10.
Without a winner, the jackpot rolls over to an estimated $508 million for Friday's drawing.
A New Jersey town is remembering a series of shark attacks in 1916 that spurred fears that endure even 100 years later.
The popular film Jaws turned the great white into a serial killer that captured America's attention. But 100 years ago in New Jersey, a real-life shark attack left 4 people dead in 12 days. It was even referenced in Jaws.
It happened before, the Jersey Beach, 1916.
It was never proven that a shark captured days later was responsible for all those killed. Now the town of Mattawan is conducting tours and seminars to remember
today's hits and yesterday's memories. WCAB Rutherfordton.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Protests in Baton Rouge, Louisiana overnight. Response to the police-involved shooting death of Alton Sterling, a 37-year-old man who had been selling CDs outside a convenience store before his confrontation with police. Even though both officers say their body cams fell off, a witness caught what happened on cell phone. Here's ABC's Ryan Smith.
In the video, two officers appear to struggle with a man, tasing him and slamming him to the ground. One officer seems to yell, "Gun!" And then, shots are fired.
They shot him? Oh my goodness.
Sterling died at the scene from multiple gunshot wounds to his chest and back.
Both officers have been placed on administrative leave. The head of Britain's Iraq War Inquiry has released a new report on the conflict. It says the war in Iraq was mounted on flawed intelligence executed with wholly inadequate planning. Donald Trump praising former Iraqi President Saddam Hussein during a rally in North Carolina last night.
Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, right? He was a bad guy, really bad guy. But you know what he did well? He killed terrorists. He did that so good.
House Speaker Paul Ryan, who has endorsed Trump, calling Saddam one of the most evil people of the 20th century. A new and frightening look into doctors abusing the patients in their care. ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Brian Ross.
For the last year, an investigative team at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution has put together a first-of-its-kind list of more than 2,400 documented cases over 16 years involving doctors who have sexually abused their patients.
David Newman, a doctor from New York's Mount Sinai Hospital, just one of those facing charges. He is accused of abusing 4 women, including one he allegedly drugged in the ER. He's pleaded not guilty. No winning numbers for last night's Mega Millions drawing. That means Friday's jackpot will be more than $500 million. You're listening to ABC News.
More Americans turn to ABC's Good Morning America. So how do you get to be America's #1 morning show? Well, it helps to know what you want in the morning. And we know. Take it from Robin Roberts.
You want the news. You want it fast, first, and right on point.
Take it from George Stephanopoulos.
You want breaking news. News making exclusives.
Take it from Lara Spencer.
We know. You want it all now.
So go on. Tell them, Robin.
Put some good in your morning.
With ABC's
Good Morning America. Good Morning America. Good Morning America.
Here's a special message for those of you who owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes. The IRS has special programs in place that could eliminate or reduce your tax debt by thousands of dollars. With a call to National Tax Helpline, you can stop the wage garnishments, levies, and tax liens now. Take down the number now for the Tax Helpline. 800-805-1055. That's 800-805-1055 for free information. 800-805-1055.
Pope Francis has met with the family of Bo Solomon, the University of Wisconsin undergrad who was found dead in Rome last week.
This morning at the Vatican, Pope Francis offered the family of American student Bo Solomon his deepest sympathy and compassion and his closeness in prayer. Solomon was a University of Wisconsin-Madison student who was found dead in the Tiber River here in Rome on Monday morning. He went missing last Thursday. Police have arrested a homeless man who witnesses say had a fight with Solomon on the bank of the river and pushed him in. The homeless man has been charged with manslaughter. Solomon's parents met the Pope during a weekly audience. Megan Williams, ABC News, Rome.
Police in Los Angeles are still looking for the man they say brutally attacked and sexually assaulted 2 women in West L.A. near Santa Monica over the holiday weekend. This man witnessed one of the victims after the attack.
The only thing I could just remember seeing is just blood rushing down her face. She was in complete traumatic shock.
Both women were taken to the hospital, treated, and released, but the man who attacked them is still at large. Just where does cable TV leave off and internet-based TV begin? The line has become even more blurred now that Comcast is taking a major step toward merging the two. The cable company says it will be adding Netflix to certain set-top boxes. The two had been engaged in a high-stakes public fight recently over how much each side should pay for delivering Netflix video to Comcast's internet subscribers. This is ABC News.
More Americans turn to ABC's Good Morning America. So how do you get to be America's #1 morning show? Well, it helps to know what you want in the morning. And we know. Take it from Robin Roberts.
You want the news. You want it fast, first, and right on point.
Take it from George Stephanopoulos.
You want breaking news. News making exclusives.
Take it from Lara Spencer.
We know. You want it all now.
So go on. Tell them, Robin.
Put some good in your morning.
With ABC's
Good Morning America. Good Morning America.
North Carolina Tractor Supply, your Massey Ferguson dealer in Rutherfordton, has some really great ideas this year. This could be the year for you to get that Massey Ferguson you've been wanting. Stop by today and see what Massey Ferguson and Phil Sheehan at North Carolina Tractor Supply have for you. Check to see if you qualify for 0% financing. Today could be your day at North Carolina Tractor Supply, Railroad Avenue, Rutherfordton.
Skies should be mostly sunny morning to midday today. After that, variably cloudy in the afternoon. A few hit and miss showers and thunderstorms around as highs reach about 86 to 92. Tonight, we can't rule out an isolated evening storm or two. Otherwise, fair to partly cloudy and muggy with lows in the upper 60s to low 70s. Then we'll see a mix of sun and clouds Thursday. A small chance of an afternoon or evening thunder shower. Hot and humid tomorrow. Highs about 90 to 96. I'm meteorologist Mike Moss in the Weather Center.
Well, those hit-and-miss thunderstorms that he was talking about will be on the forecast pretty much all this week. On Saturday, partly cloudy with an isolated thunderstorm, about 20%, highs around 95. And then on Sunday, 20% chance of thunderstorms, highs around 91. We're getting up to 93 today with some heat index figures around 99. May bump up to 100 in some sections, and a 20% chance of an afternoon shower. Right now it's 72. It's sunny. It's a beautiful Wednesday here in the foothills. I'm so glad that you're joining us here on the radio or on Northland Cable Channel 5, or maybe watching on the World Wide Web at www.wcab59.com. Coming at you three ways. Your choice of picking up America's locally run morning show right here from the Blue Room. Beautiful downtown Whiteside Road, even. Thanks for making WCAB your radio station of choice. Congratulations to Caroline Matheny. Caroline is 23, and she won the cake this morning from Granny B's. And we're being kind to Shane Early, former coroner, now the owner of Paget King Mortuary. He's having a birthday, 53 today. We don't have a coroner anymore. They just did away with that office. But Shane was a coroner for many years. Only person that could arrest a sheriff was the coroner at that time. We went through that transition. He was a sheriff for a few days there. But happy birthday to Shane Early. All right, we've got the commission report at 8:35. Update you on what they talked about last night and decisions they're making for the county. We'll have, I think the assistant chairman is scheduled to come this morning and to talk with us about their meeting last night. Well, we got a lot to pack in this hour, so let's get rolling. We'll have the news from here and there, information for you in just a moment. The following is a medical minute from Rutherford Regional Medical Center. When choosing a hospital or a health system, you should ask what quality and patient safety efforts are being implemented in that organization. For example, at Rutherford Regional Health System, several new quality and patient safety initiatives have been set up in place to ensure an even greater level of care for its patients. Under the guidance of the Duke Quality Network, Rutherford Regional has begun bedside shift reporting, which emphasizes better face-to-face communication with patients and families. Patient safety huddles also have been started to allow caregivers the opportunity twice a day to review risks of infections, falls, and other harms. An executive patient safety rounding allows our administrators to round out on staff to make sure our clinical staff has the tools they need to deliver great service. Rutherford Regional is proud to make quality and patient safety its top priorities. To learn more about the preferred health system for Rutherford County residents, visit myrutherfordregional.com.
Hi, this is Angela with the Fountain at Smith's Drugs in downtown Forest City. Look for me in an upcoming issue of Our State magazine in which we will be featuring our specialty drinks. For example, a Pink Lady, Orangeade, a root beer float, or one of our old-fashioned milkshakes. All of these specialty drinks are available during our normal fountain hours of 7:30 to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday and Saturdays until 4. We now have extended hours from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, serving desserts, ice cream, or beverages only. The Fountain at Smith's Drugs of Forest City serves no alcoholic beverages. Come see me at the Fountain and check us out on Facebook.
Thanks very much, Angela. I went in there yesterday for lunch, and I saw people I've not seen in a long time. So if you want to see somebody, that's the place to go and have a good lunch. Had lunch right beside my old buddy Lips Mosley yesterday at Smith's Drugstore fountain. 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, let's look at some stories. Just down the road a ways there in Gaffney, a fisherman drowned in Broad River while fishing at the power plant along the Broad River there in Cherokee County Monday night. Carl Edward Owens, Sr., he's only 47, of Gaffney, was pronounced dead at Duke Energy's Gaston Shoals hydroelectric plant on Dravo Road. He and his son were leaving an area of Broad River at the plant when Owens fell into the water around 9 p.m., according to Cherokee County Coroner Dennis Fowler. Owens first fell to his knees while walking along a steep bank, but then rolled into the water. The junior Owens tried to rescue his father, but couldn't due to the swift current. Firefighters with the Cherokee County Fire District found Owens' body about an hour later. He was located about 10 feet from the shore in water that was about 5 feet deep. An autopsy will be performed to assist with the investigation. The incident marked Cherokee County's first drowning of this year. Again, his name was Carl Edward Owens, Sr. of Gaffney. Well, many of us have experienced some pretty strong storms, lightning and thunder, and a lot of rain. McDowell County lost power when the storm downed some trees up there. Brief but very violent storm swept through McDowell Tuesday, bringing down trees and power lines and cutting off electricity to thousands of homes and businesses. The National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning for McDowell shortly before 2 o'clock. The approaching storm carried with it the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. A short time later, the storm hit. For the next several hours, emergency workers went from street to street, road to road across the county, responding to reports of downed trees and lines. Around 3 p.m., McDowell Emergency Service Director William Keller said emergency workers were on 27 active calls. About 2:30, telecommunicators received a call that a transformer and tree were on fire on the 5-lane near Moondoggy's restaurant. Justin Owens, employee of Scott's Auto Clinic and Towing, saw it and shot video, which can be seen by clicking on the website of McDowell News. Transformer blew up. They saw fire coming from the transformer around 2:30. Usually during a storm, you count down after the rumbling settles to estimate how far lightning is in miles. We didn't even get past 1 when we saw it strike, he said. On top of that, Owens managed to see a tree split open by lightning and collapsed in the road on his way to work. So they were in pretty thick storm damage up there in McDowell County. Meanwhile, over in Saluda, come Saturday, July 9th, the 53rd annual Coon Dog Days will happen in downtown Saluda. Organizers said you can expect food, live music, crafts, and plenty of people celebrating their dogs. There's also a big wheel race where racers speed down a hill on toy bikes and unique costumes at 4 o'clock. Anyone is welcome to participate in a parade on Main Street, and everyone is welcome to enjoy Coon Dog Days in Saluda on Saturday. Meanwhile, the Daily Courier is reporting that Kid Census plans an expansion soon. They are hoping to anyway. They're planning a campaign to acquire a new facility to reach a new age range of children through informal educational activities. The factory will be a facility where kids ages 11 and up will have the opportunity to engage in 5 action zones, which will provide educational opportunities and activities in which children can create projects, learn culinary arts, and hold conversations. Keeping people out of hospital emergency rooms or jail is among the main purposes of the drop-in center operated by Family Preservation Services, a provider of accessible outcome-based behavioral and mental health services. It has been open for about a year, located at 356 Charlotte Road in Rutherford. The drop-in center is for people in an emotional or mental health crisis or who believes that they are about to be in a crisis. Officials are urging safety during the heat wave. There's several things you can do to take care of yourself during these heat waves, such as drink a lot of water, stay as cool as you possibly can, and don't, if you're spending any time outdoors, make it limited time. And we hope to help somebody in this as soon as we can round it up to give us some advice on how to protect ourselves during this hot weather, working with Matt over to the hospital to get somebody to talk about that here on the radio. Meanwhile, this may be something you'd want implemented here in the county or in the state. I don't know. Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But down in Timmonsville, South Carolina, as of Tuesday night, the Timmonsville Town Council approved an ordinance that punishes sagging pants. You've seen folks walk by with pants hanging down below the buttocks. Saw a guy walking down the street the other day. He's having to hold his pants up. Not that he had lost that much weight. It's just that he wanted to wear his pants below his buttocks. But anyway, down in Timmonsville, the ordinance passed with a vote 5-1 and prohibits anyone engaging in public nudity, displaying pornographic material in public, or wearing trousers or shorts where your undergarments are exposed. If the law is violated, offenders could face up to at least $600 fine. What do you think? Is that something you'd like to see implemented? I don't know. We've got a bunch of laws on the books right now that aren't being enforced. I don't know if we need another one, but I sure would like to see young people hold their pants up. Maybe the training starts somewhere other than the law. Well, some of you have said you heard Dolly Parton say she endorsed Hillary Clinton. She says that's not true. I have not endorsed Hillary Clinton. During it was taken out of context during a recent interview that included a question about the 2016 presidential election. She said, I have not endorsed Hillary Clinton nor Donald Trump. I try not to get political, but if I am, I might as well just run myself because I've got the hair for it. It's huge. Parton said, but she said, I did not endorse Hillary. Meanwhile, over in Kinston, authorities say North Carolina Representative George Graham has been charged with driving while intoxicated. An elected official. Police told media outlets that Graham was pulled over around 8 p.m. Sunday in Kinston, and the officer arrested him. Authorities say the two-term 67-year-old Lenore County Democrat paid a $500 bond and was released. Graham didn't immediately return a phone call to the press as they were running that story down, but he was arrested for driving while intoxicated. You'd think you'd know better, right? 17 past 8 o'clock. The Sheriff's Report is coming up again in just a few moments after these important words.
Have you heard the 3 big lies about Medicaid eligibility? First, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your house. Not true. Second, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. That's not true. Third, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. That's not true. Please call attorneys Geraldine Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm for a free consultation and learn the truth about Medicaid and eligibility for nursing home care in North Carolina. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify and not lose everything you own. Call the Arledge Law Firm today at 287-3338. They're located on East Core Street in Rutherfordton.
Well, we have enough to be concerned about in life. Not have to fight those pests, right? We step on one, we know there's a bunch more back on under there somewhere. Why not call the folks who can handle it for us and relieve our mind of it? That's Go Forth Termite and Pest Control. Just call them. They're right here in Rutherfordton and North Washington Street. And they also offer complete home inspections, moisture, water control, structural repairs, and waterproofing. Go Forth inspects and gets to the bottom of the problem. So whatever pesky critter bug you might be having, maybe you got rats or ants or fire ants or roaches. I know you got fire ants, right? They're everywhere. Fleas or termites. Go Forth stands ready with professional experience to get rid of your biggest pesky problem. They're North Carolina licensed and offer free quotes by phone. Go Forth Termite and Pest Control. Call them today, 287-3188, 287-3188. Tell them Jim told you to call them. That's Go Forth Termite and Pest Control. Now here is Deputy Holland. He had the report for us from the Sheriff's Department this morning. We recorded it for broadcast at this time. Deputy Holland?
In the last 24 hours, the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office has answered 150 calls, made 10 arrests, and currently has 161 in the county jail. On the incident reports, Bruce Dobbins reported a break-in and entering on 157 Dobbinsville Road. Terry Davis reported a break-in and entering and burglary on Cars Drive in Mooresboro. Emily Hamrick Bracey reported break-in and entering a motor vehicle and larceny from a vehicle on Walnut Street in Forest City. And Charles Watson Reed reported a felony larceny on Hyder Street in Spindale. On the arrests, Dominic O'Neill Reynolds was arrested for a failure to appear on a misdemeanor. Amber Nicole Previtt was arrested on possession of a Schedule 4 controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia. Anne Marie Dalster was arrested on a misdemeanor probation violation. Dylan Scott Lowry was arrested for simple possession of a controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia. Julius Edward Weeks was arrested for possession of a firearm by felon. Frederick Ricardo Farrar was arrested for possession of Schedule 6 controlled substance, misdemeanor possession of a Schedule 6, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Bridget Ann Samuel was arrested for failure to appear on a misdemeanor. And that's all for the morning report.
20 minutes after 8 o'clock. Thanks, Deputy Holland, for that report. I know you've heard of those life alert things that seniors hang around their neck and they buzz if they happen to fall or something. Fallen, I can't get up, that kind of thing. Well, here's one case where it actually perhaps saved a person's life outside of falling and I can't get up. A man has been arrested after trying to kill his 86-year-old grandmother. Medics arrived at their home on South Windridge Court last Monday, and this happened in Indiana. They were responding to a life alert call from a neck pendant belonging to an 86-year-old female. It was absolutely crucial. It was only the way she could reach out and let people know she was in danger. Without it, who knows when we would have arrived, said Bloomington Police Captain Steve Kellums, on the victim pressing her life alert keychain. According to police, when medics got to the house, they heard yelling and called police. When officers arrived, they spoke to a man on the front porch covered in blood. He began fighting with officers and would not speak to them. The man was later identified as 19-year-old Zachary Emsweller, the victim's great-grandson, and he was taken into custody. When police entered the home, they found the elderly lady in her room covered in blood. She had been badly beaten. According to police, her face and upper body were covered with lacerations and contusions. She said that her grandson had attacked her and beaten her and attempted to strangle her. The victim was transported to a hospital due to the extent of her injuries. Police say Emsweller denied knowing the victim and could not tell them why he was covered in blood. He was arrested and faces preliminary charges of attempted murder and criminal confinement. Family members say he suffers from mental illness. Police are trying to determine if this is true or not. But had she not had that life alert pendant hanging around her neck, who knows how serious that really would have been. Sad story here. A 2-year-old was run over in a stroller, died from their incident. This is Gibbonston, Florida. She was run over as he sat in his stroller on Sunday. Zachary Allen Ustaswicki. I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name, but Zachary died at the hospital. Hospital spokesman did not release much detail about the toddler's passing, but did say his family wanted people to know that he became an organ donor so the lives of others could be saved. Zachary was in his stroller when he was run over at 4:20 p.m. Sunday. Detectives with the sheriff's office there in Hillsborough County said Bratton Concepcion and Zachary's grandfather, Randy Lear, were leaving the residence on Sunday at the mobile home park. Concepcion backed out and did not see Zachary in his stroller behind the truck. He backed over the stroller and into the roadway. He started to pull forward and was unaware he had run over the child. A neighbor witnessed the crash and ran to the truck, banging on the window to stop the truck. The truck stopped, and the neighbors removed the boy from the roadway to a grassy area, and Zachary suffered severe head trauma. Flown to the hospital where he was listed in critical condition after his arrival. He did die from those injuries. Can you imagine the traumatic experience that man must be going through today, knowing that backed over his grandkid, didn't know he was there, so I'll tell you, some bad thing. Well, it's almost 25 past. Update on sports coming up, and we're due to have the commission report following the sports news. And I know you've heard by now that Hillary Clinton is too big to go to jail. She's too big and important. They did not find anything worthy of her being sentenced or tried or anything else. So she's moving on, and As someone told me earlier today, the jury is out, and the American people and the American voters are now the jury. The voting's coming up in November.
NCN Sports, I'm Josh Zach. A person close to the situation says the Charlotte Hornets have agreed to terms with center Roy Hibbert and point guard Ramon Sessions. Hibbert will get a one-year deal worth about $5 million. Sessions will get a two-year contract worth $12.3 million. The team will have an option for that second year. Wimbledon top seed Serena Williams and her sister Venus remain on course for a showdown in a final after both logged quarterfinal wins Tuesday. They're both excited about the possibility to face each other in the finals now that they both made it through to the semis.
You just have to believe in yourself. There's no way around it. You've got to believe in yourself. No matter how things are stacked against you, you just have to every time. She has a lot of perseverance, and, she's a real fighter, and like I always say, it's a super inspiring for me.
Should the sisters meet, it'll be their fifth time that they meet in the Wimbledon Championship. Men's quarterfinal matches today include Roger Federer battling Martin Cilic. Second seed Andy Murray will go against Joe Wilfried Tsonga. American Sam Querrey will face sixth seed Milos Raonic, and the number 10 seed Tomas Berdych will go against Lucas Pouille. The NL Central leading Cubs will be well represented in next Tuesday's All-Star game. Yesterday, they became the first team since the 1976 Reds to have 5 players voted to the All-Star game's starting roster. Their entire infield, in fact. First baseman Anthony Rizzo, second baseman Ben Zorbas, shortstop Addison Russell, and third baseman Chris Bryant, all elected, along with outfielder Dexter Fowler. They're all thrilled to go to San Diego and represent the Cubbies.
It means a lot, Hopefully it's the first of, a few. It's fun. It's where you want to be every single year. To be going to the All-Star game is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, it's awesome. Definitely an honor and definitely a blessing.
Boston will have 3 first-time starters on the AL side of the field. They've got 4 selections overall. Designated hitter David Ortiz going back, along with shortstop Xander Bogaerts and outfielder Jackie Bradley Jr. and Mookie Betts. This is NCN Sports.
A delicious taste, a change of pace. We're a family kind of place. Break away from the everyday. Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue.
Is there anything better than fresh barbecue? At Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue, they're cooking barbecue pork every day at all 36 locations. That's why their barbecue always tastes so fresh, so good, so consistent, and just cooked. Because it is.
Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue.
When you or a loved one gets a cut, scrape, or burn, use Bactine. Bactine doesn't sting, and it cleans and protects the area from infection. Relieves pain on contact. Bactine. First aid relief for over 60 years. Learn more at Bactine.com.
When just the thought of travel holds you back, choose Once Daily Bonine. Bonine Special Formula treats and prevents the symptoms of motion sickness, but with less drowsiness than original Dramamine. Bonine chewable tablets. Same relief as original Dramamine, less drowsy.
Longtime Duke radio broadcaster Bob Harris says he'll retire at the end of the coming men's basketball season. He's called over 1,350 Duke basketball games, 1,358 in fact, over 41 seasons. They include all 5 of the Blue Devils' national championships in men's basketball. Wake Forest defensive tackle Zeke Rodney is taking a leave of absence from the school for this year, with coach Dave Clawson saying Rodney is dealing with some, quote, personal issues. The junior is expected to return in 2017. He had 22 tackles last season and started all 12 games for the Demon Deacons. The Associated Press has learned that a person with knowledge of the negotiation says that David West is headed to the Warriors. He's getting a 1-year deal. The agreement was reached a day after Kevin Durant announced he was leaving the Thunder for a 2-year deal with Golden State. Josh Zach, NCN Sports.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
Roger Penske.
This is not a popularity contest.
Defends Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski.
I wouldn't trade these 2 drivers for anyone.
Plus cruising and crooning.
Tony Stewart at 200 miles an hour singing in the car.
A great tune, just not the one I'd have picked for Tony Stewart.
Mark Caro and PRN's Garage Pass.
If you're on the road in an RV, car, or truck and you're pulling a heavy load like a camper, trailer, or boat, get the one product to help give you the performance you need. Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Since 1936, Z-Max has been known for dispersing harmful carbon buildup in engines and fuel systems. Z-Max soaks into metal, helping improve performance and mileage, extend engine life, and reduce emissions. For use in new or used vehicles, get Z-Max today at zmax.com or visit your local auto parts store. Also available for firearms.
NASCAR's Richard Childress here. During World War II, our greatest generation helped scrap metal drives to support our soldiers abroad. In the same spirit, I'm here to enlist you in NRA Cars for Freedom. If you have an old car, tractor, boat, or motorcycle, the NRA Foundation will pick it up for free in nearly any condition. Donations are tax deductible and will be used to protect your rights and revitalize our principles. Just visit NRACarsForFreedom.com or call 1-866-NRA-GIFT.
In Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski, Roger Penske has two of the most aggressive drivers in the Sprint Cup Series. And when the case calls for it, the captain is uncompromising in their defense. Such was the case at Daytona when he backed up Logano after he bumped Kurt Busch into a last-lap spin.
Quite honestly, I think he's one of the best drivers in the racetrack out there day in and day out. Sure, a lot of these drivers can knock somebody off the track and they say, hey, I'm sorry. You follow me, and they move on. They don't let Logano do that. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm behind him 300%. This is not a popularity contest. This is racing. Unfortunately, some people have different ideas, but I wouldn't trade these two drivers for anyone. And, they're young, they're aggressive, they win races, they work well with the sponsors, and they're high-integrity guys, so move on from there.
Meanwhile, for Roush Fenway Racing, Daytona was hopefully a glimpse at a brighter future, with Trevor Bayne and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming home top 5, and Greg Biffle finishing 8th after capturing his first pole position in 129 races.
We just got to get our intermediate program, just keep improving it. We've gotten it better. We just got to keep building on that. I'm excited for that because I think we ran good at Michigan, and I think we have more improvements coming.
The Coke 0400 had 5.7 million TV viewers. That was up 26%. And he has stumped for Trump. But NASCAR CEO Brian France is not planning on attending the Republican National Convention.
This is the place where you can forget all about work for a while and celebrate the good old US of A. And take in the best bumper-banging, fist-waving, hero-making short track race of the year. The Bass Pro Shops NRA Night Race. It's America's night race. Be there August 20th because it ain't just another race. It's Bristol, baby.
On Saturday night at Daytona, NBC caught Tony Stewart, apparently auditioning for The Voice.
We were riding along with Tony Stewart moments ago, listening in on his radio. This is what he's doing.
This is how we do it. I hope you don't plan on becoming a singer in retirement. I'll just get in the shower, bud.
Montel Jordan, I think, originally sings that song, but Tony Stewart at 200 miles an hour singing.
Mark Garrow and PRN's Garage Pass, brought to you by Bristol Motors.
For professional brake and tire service, call on Broadway Tire Service. For brakes, shocks, struts, batteries, alignments, North Carolina inspections, new or used tires, Broadway Tire carries brand name tires that give longer tire life, superior handling, and provide excellent driving performance. They also offer complete exhaust service with lifetime warranty, and of course, Broadway Tire satisfaction is always guaranteed. Bring your vehicle to the tire experts. Jacob Bradley and his trained staff are ready to assist you. Broadway Tire Service, West Main Street in 4A City, or call 245-4505.
Now, it's time for your Atlanta Braves morning update.
Braves dropped the series in Philadelphia with a loss last night. I'm Ben Ingram, and your Braves Radio Network update is coming up.
Braves fans, save money and secure great seats to see the Braves' final season at Turner Field with a Kroger 4-game plan. Visit Braves.com/4game today.
Last night was the second game in a series of 3 between the Braves and the Phillies, and after losing Game 1, the Braves are hoping that Mike Fultonevich could get out there and right the ship and get the Braves back into the win column. Unfortunately, that will not be the case, as he gave up not only 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 home runs in the ball game, including this one from Maikel Franco.
Long drive to left field. That one's going to get out of here. Maikel Franco got a pitch up in the strike zone and hit it a long ways deep into the stands and left. And that makes it 4-0 Philadelphia.
To add on to that, the Braves hit into 4 double plays. They had just 2 men in scoring position the entire night. Side note, Enter Inciarte did hit his first home run as a Brave, but the Braves picked up just that 1 run and lost by a final score of 5-1 to the Phillies. Braves right back at it today. It'll be a day game, 1:05 Eastern with the first pitch, 12:05 Central. Tyrell Jenkins makes his first big league start, and he takes on right-handed veteran Jeremy Hellickson. Hellickson 6-6 with an ERA of 4.06. I'm Ben Ingram, and this has been your Atlanta Braves Radio Network update.
Duffy's Copier Consultants is locally owned and family operated, serving Rutherford and surrounding counties since 1973. With a wide selection of copiers, facsimiles, printers, calculators, shredders, and beautiful office furniture, Duffy's Copier Consultants can be your source for your office needs. Stop by the office and showroom at 614 Oak Street, Forest City, behind Don Ramon's restaurant. Depend on the professional staff to find the best solution to your office equipment needs. For repair work, call on Duffy's Copier Consultants. They're open Monday through Friday from 8 until 5. You get homegrown service at Duffy's Copier Consultants in Forest City.
Skies should be mostly sunny morning to midday today. After that, variably cloudy in the afternoon. A few hit-and-miss showers and thunderstorms around as highs reach about 86 to 92. Tonight, we can't rule out an isolated evening storm or two. Otherwise, fair to partly cloudy and muggy with lows in the upper 60s to low 70s. Then we'll see a mix of sun and clouds Thursday. A small chance of an afternoon or evening thunder shower. Hot and humid tomorrow. Highs about 90 to 96. I'm meteorologist Mike Moss in the Weather Center.
It indeed is jumping up fast. It started out at 71 this morning. We're up to 77 already, on our way to climb to about 93. That's just the temperature. The heat index is going to be around 99 for the daytime high, but wind gusting to about 12 miles per hour. So stay in the cool today if you can, and be sure to drink a lot of water and check with your elderly neighbors. They may not realize how hot and humid the conditions are. They may not have air circulating like you and I do, so check on them, make sure they're okay, and make sure they have plenty of fresh running water also in the house. And also, I'll remind you to check on your pets, your dogs and cats and other pets that you love. Make sure they're in cool conditions and not out in the hot sun, but especially don't leave them in your automobile when you're out and about. Just a few minutes of that heat can do some real damage. 77 right now, and we'll have the same kind of weather forecast pretty much all week. Hot and humid with a pop-up shower from time to time. Maybe you get a little rain. We've had a pretty good shower the past few days. We need it. We can do some more. Congratulations to Caroline Matheny. Caroline is 23. She won the birthday cake from Granny B's this morning. And we're being kind to Shane Early. Shane's 53 today. He's over at Paget and King Mortuary. He's our Be Kind To person of the day. Want to wish him a happy birthday. Now I'm looking on the Be Kind To wall over there tomorrow that we have an open schedule for tomorrow's Be Kind To. If you know somebody celebrating a birthday or anniversary tomorrow, be sure to call right now at 287-3356, and Todd will be glad to write that down and take that down. We have an empty slot for the Be Kind To tomorrow. Well, it's Wednesday morning, and unusual for a Talbot Commission report on Wednesday morning. But, of course, Monday was July 4th holiday celebration, and the commissioners were celebrating as well. But they met last night, and so we have that report this morning. With me in the studio is the Vice Chair of the Rutherford County Commissioners, Alan Tony. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, Mr. Bishop?
Glad to have you. You can call me Jim. My friends call me Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
So last night's meeting, Chairman, of course, is vacationing, and you were in charge of the meeting. You did quite well, I might say.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Tell us a little bit of what went on at the meeting last night.
Well, we had agenda approval. Asked for, and the agenda was approved. We asked for public comments. No public comments were made last night. Then we went down to the consent agenda, which is the minutes of a special meeting from June the 6th, minutes of our June the 6th meeting, and minutes of a special meeting for June the 9th, and tax refunds and releases from June. And we did approve the consent agenda. Then we moved on to the old business, which we selected a voting delegate to the NCACC annual conference. And last year, me and Mike Benfield went to the annual conference, and this year, as far as I know, me and him are the ones going, so we chose him to be our voting delegate at the conference. Which is no, it's going to be in Winston-Salem this year. Okay. Yeah, it's held in August. There's a lot of training classes, updated information. It's really interesting to see and to learn the things, because the School of Government's there teaching classes also,
Yeah.
give you some statistics and different things, but we did get that taken care of. Women's roofers to roof 100th house, and we did a proclamation last night, and it was approved to honor these folks that do this, and I asked a question, how many's in the group, and the lady said there was about 125 on her email list, but she's thinking more along the lines of there's about 75 that was active, so that's wonderful. They've roofed a lot of houses.
That group has gotten nationwide attention as well. They've been on national news, national television, they've written up in magazines, so they're quite a instrument here in the county.
Yeah, and at the end of this week, there's going to be a kind of a small ceremony at one of their houses.
Yeah.
So that's going to take place at the end of the week. And then we had the paramedic of the year, Mrs. Glover. She was honored as 2016 paramedic of the year, and that's chosen by her peers. So that's a good honor. And we moved into new business. We had some budget amendments. The budget amendments were, I don't have the list here, but there's several different things. The budget amendments were approved. We also approved a contract with COT Systems, which is software for the Register of Deeds office. And we did a commercial lease where we lease a building that houses some of the state folks. But we end up having to do that. So, and that was approved. And then we had our resolution for vehicle and equipment purchases, where we purchased it on the payment plan. And there were several different vehicles from the Sheriff's Department, DSS, and the school system, because the county purchased several for the school system also. And that was approved also. And then the tax collector came and give her report, so that the tax collector settlement report is our percentage of taxes collected, so that we can base the budget next year on those percentages. And that was for information. We just accepted it. And then we give her a charge to collect, and that was voted unanimously for her to be able to go out and collect taxes.
So we should be getting those in the mail pretty soon.
That's what she said last night. All right. The library's 5-year strategic plan and new operating hours. The library is going to change their hours. They have a 5-year plan where they would like to increase their membership, and they're doing the hour change to try to increase that. They looked at libraries that's close to us, and they've also looked at their times, to see if they could better serve the community with the new hours, different hours, a little bit more extended hours in different days. So, and that was approved. Rail Trail project, where the town of Far City had purchased that other existing line of rail trail I think it's from Alexander to Oakland. The county has about 1,000 foot of that, and we basically went in as a partner with them so that we could give them the blessing that we'll support it. We'll be there with you, because we already have the current section that goes from Oakland to Gilkey. So we just wanted to make that a little bit longer, since Far City put a lot of effort into securing that, and it seems to be a good. Well, you have it running close here.
Sure.
So
the rail trail's been a very popular addition to our county.
A lot of people on it,
Yeah.
so we want to continue that and make it longer, so maybe more people can utilize it.
Coming in to work this morning at 5:15, I saw a man riding a bicycle.
Yeah. I was coming through Railroad Avenue yesterday and seen bicycles walking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
pushing strollers, babies in strollers.
Yeah,
It's been used.
It's a busy trail, but that was approved. We had a closed session meeting, lasted probably about 25 minutes. So that was under attorney-client privilege.
Mm-hmm.
So we received that, and then we came back out from closed session, and the tax collector's reports for information only. We received that, and then we asked for adjournment, and we adjourned.
I like that meeting. I like that. I like those short meetings.
Well, but by the time you had the closed session, it was a little long, but usually there's a lot of information shared.
Well, I've always thought that when you have a staff of county workers that doing their job and doing their job well, the commissioners don't have to meet over and over a long time to hash things out. Just to let the departments do what they're supposed to do, and go back to business. So I've seen county commissioners in the past, they just belabor a meeting, but you guys get to the point and the journey and go back to business and let folks do the job.
Well, that's the way it should be.
Yeah. All right, we appreciate it. Any other comments about the meeting or anything you want to tell folks?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You got any good news about industry coming our way you can talk about?
I don't have anything I can talk about.
Nobody wants to tell me. Nobody wants to tell what's going on. Alan Tony, my guest this morning, he's the vice chair of the county commissioners, and to give us a report. Alan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And I'll be back in just a moment.
Everybody loves an unexpected bonus, like bonus cash scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery, with bonus numbers for extra chances to win. And because these games are all about bonuses, here's that same message in what I like to call my bonus voice.
Oh yeah, baby. Introducing bonus cash scratch-offs with bonus numbers for extra chances to win games like $400,000 bonus cash or $1 million bonus cash with back scratch. And as a bonus, I dedicate to you the smoothest legal disclaimer ever laid down. Can you dig it? Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning, including break-even prizes, are 1 in 3.53 to 4.75. That's right. Approximate odds to win the top prize range from 1 in 1.08 million to 2.22 million. $1 million annuity top prize with lump sum cash value of 600 grand. Oh yeah. Problem Gambling Helpline, 877-718-5543.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the help of Laura Hodge at the Medicine Box of Rutherfordton, you can get all your medicines synchronized. That promotes better compliance. No more trying to remember if you've taken this medicine or not. It takes the pressure off trying to remember what comes next. Ask about the RX Simplicity, or just tell them you want your medicine synchronized. Remember also, Medicine Box of Rutherfordton is the place to get Dr. Comfort therapeutic footwear. You will be able to feel the difference. The Medicine Box of Rutherfordton is the home of the 2 Old Goats lotion for joint pain that's working so well for many people in this area. Stop in and ask about it today at Medicine Box of Rutherfordton, right beside the Napa store, Charlotte Road, Rutherfordton. All right, again, thanks to Alan Tony for being here this morning to give us that report. The school board's not meeting right now, so we'll have that report next time they meet. Well, FBI Director James Comey recommendation yesterday sort of didn't surprise a lot of folks. A lot of folks were disappointed. A lot of folks were pleased. But his recommendation that Hillary escape federal prosecution for exposing our national security infrastructure means the Obama administration's politicization of the entire federal government and the system of justice is complete. For all of Comey's scripted thoroughness, the net result of the FBI investigation is that Clinton failed in her most basic responsibilities to protect U.S. secrets. But rather than recommend prosecution for that, Comey chose a cowardly path by giving Attorney General Loretta Lynch the okay not to pursue the case further. Now let me tell you my thoughts on this. I felt like I knew from the outset that this was coming down. I'll tell you why. Of course, Bill and Loretta Lynch met on the plane, talked about grandkids. But when the president agreed to show up with Hillary Clinton in Charlotte on a campaign mission, I knew before James Comey even came to the press briefing, I knew that it was going to be cleared on Hillary, because it had already been established, or the president would never have agreed to be on the same stage in Charlotte, North Carolina, with somebody who is going to be prosecuted or brought to trial. He would never have done that. He knew going out, sure, I'll go because we're going to get this good news, and here we're going to sing praises. And so when I heard that the president was going to be campaigning for her in Charlotte, I said, it's over, folks. It's over. It is inconceivable that General David Petraeus could be prosecuted and convicted for disseminating classified information due to his mishandling of classified information by providing it to his biographer who had clearance to read classified information. He shared some information with her. He got prosecuted. Somehow the same FBI and the Obama Justice Department were able to prosecute that case where the information never made it into the public domain, yet cannot find the political will to prosecute Hillary Clinton, whose recklessness dwarfed Petraeus' mistake. She's above the law. And I'm wondering if she can get away with this as a former First Lady and former Secretary of State. If she can get away with this What will it be like if she happens to be the president of the United States? How many underhanded laws will be broken and never be brought to trial and never be brought up? If she can get away with something like this as a former Secretary of State, what will it be like if she were to be president of the United States? The FBI admitted that Hillary Clinton had a minimum of 52 classified email chains passing through her unclassified server, a breach of massive proportions due to her negligence. They agreed that happened. Yet the FBI believes that Hillary is too big to prosecute effectively, taking off Lady Justice's blindfold, leading her to the basement of the J. Edgar Hoover building and executing her. Just one day after our nation celebrated its 240th birthday, James Comey ended the noble notion that no one in America is above the law. You and I are not above the law. You and I would already been under the jail. But the Clintons, over a long history, from Arkansas up until now, they're above the law. In 1973, Attorney General Elliot Richardson and Deputy Attorney General William Ruckelshaw resigned rather than fire Watergate Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox, gaining praise for their integrity. Their resignation or firings became known as the Saturday Night Massacre and have been celebrated for the past 43 years as examples of political integrity. Just one day after our nation celebrated its 240th birthday, James Comey ended this noble notion that no one in America is above the law. The politicization of the federal investigation and prosecutorial process should not come as a surprise to anyone who has witnessed the Obama administration's turning the Internal Revenue Service into a political hit squad. It should not be a surprise to those who have witnessed the Environmental Protection Agency's virtual jihad against the coal industry. And it should not be a surprise to anyone who has seen the Justice Department's political decision to not follow our nation's immigration laws. Yesterday's announcement that Hillary Clinton violated the law but shouldn't be prosecuted is just the final nail in the coffin for the rule of law under the Obama administration. If you want that kind of thing to continue, then vote for Hillary Clinton for president. If you think it's time to put a stop to that and bring the law back to the law it should be, then vote against her. As the people's referendum on whether a blindfolded Lady Justice should be resurrected and restored will be held in November, when Hillary Clinton stands as the very symbol of the new political elites who are now above the law. Are we going to support somebody who's above the law? Or are we not? James Comey may have given Hillary a pass on Tuesday, but ultimately the people will decide her fate, and in some ways that will be the ultimate test of whether President Obama's transformation will last or not. This information from Americans for Limited Government. Richard Manning is president of that organization. Those his comments. And he's absolutely right. Absolutely right. It was a sad day in America when somebody like the Clintons, who notoriously have made the laws as they go, was given another pass. The Benghazi thing is still out there, where her lack of leadership and her lack of expertise or her lack of concern caused 4 of our Americans to die, be killed, others wounded. And she asked the question, what difference does he make now anyway? Well, in my mind, my friends, it makes a lot of difference. What difference does he make if we elect her president of the United States? It makes a lot of difference. She is not worthy and is not fit to be the leader of the free world, in my mind, in my estimation. And I'll be glad to any time to accept your opposing viewpoint to that. Have a wonderful day, folks. It's Wednesday, Hump Day. It's Classic Country Day in the Blue Room. We'll get back together tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, of course, is Dr. Bob Day. Answers questions about living healthy naturally. So long, everybody. Please, God bless America.
News. I'm Mike Rayleigh. President Barack Obama spoke in Charlotte on Tuesday and said he knew Hillary Clinton would do a good job as his Secretary of State. Obama touted Clinton's work in his administration during the pair's first joint campaign rally.
What sets Hillary apart from so many others is she never stopped caring. She never stopped trying.
Republican presumptive nominee Donald Trump